Welcome in, everybody, to the North America Stage 1 Last Chance Qualifier for Rainbow Six. I'm your host, Brimstone. Why don't you join me on the desk over here and we'll get this thing going. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Are you as excited as I am for this broadcast right now? Because, guys, this is the Last Chance Qualifier. This is where we see the new setup for how everything's going to be play out finally. And of course, I'm so sorry, folks. We've got Jesse and we've got CJ over here ready to join me. Jesse, what are you excited for most in this broadcast?
Brim, that's a tough question because there's a lot of things to be excited for. Of course, there's a lot of games, a lot of new teams we get to watch. But most of all, I'm excited for, I think, the first time in Rainbow Six history, the Canadians outnumbering the Americans on the desk. Let's go.
Let's go. And sorry, that's a tough act to follow up on, CJ, but you know what isn't tough? The fact that we have a ton of experience with a lot of the players that we're going to see with our CL days.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of experience with each other, Brim.
Yes. I'm friends with everyone here, guys.
Yeah, Jesse, like, you're a random here. Like,
yeah, get out.
We got the Canadian bond. It's fine.
Yeah, but, like, it's awesome to be here. It's awesome to be here with you, Brim. Like, we're doing it live.
I'm excited. But look, all these players, all the names, everything. Like, I look at guys like Karn, okay? This is a guy that we know probably too well. It's been like 2 years running that CJ and I have been dealing with Karn. I say dealing. There's a positive and negative, persona to that. But let's get into the day. Let's talk about it. Let's break it down. Because, of course, we have the major path. As I was discussing, this is a whole new way, Jesse, that we're looking at the year and we're breaking it down as opposed to previous years.
Indeed, we are currently in our middle box, kind of on the right there, the major NA Last Chance Qualifier. We got 8 teams here, 3 of them coming back in from the North American League, and then the others all coming in from the Open Qualifiers. 1 team from Challenger League as well, who we will talk about shortly. This is going to send that last team to the major, so it's a very important tournament. Of course, we've already decided 3 teams for the major, but we need 1 more from NA.
Everyone loves stage play, but tournament play is always the best. And Jesse, people are used to a lot of the pro NA teams already, but let's get them, kind of acquainted to these new teams. Some of the players they might be used to, some of the team names, but let's really dial it in. Yeah,
I mean, we've got 4 squads in this tournament who have not been playing through the North American League. Of course, we've got 4 squads who return as well. Sonics, Parabellum, Auction, Beast Coast, you know them, you love them. We've also got West Garfield Park coming in on the slot from Challenger League last year. We've got Gang Gang Gaming, who do not have a logo, unfortunate for them, Aerial Arise, and then Karn and Co. Some legendary names who have been playing in CL for a very long time.
Okay, now, it's interesting, Cookies, how the brackets have shaped up. Kind of an unexpected fortune for one of the teams that we're going to be looking at here as the brackets pop up. Beast Coast, some might say, have lucked out a bit.
That's what you think, but they have to play Karn first. They got to play Karn. And, of course, honestly, I would say people have lucked out is Sonics. They play an Aerial Rise team. Spoiler alert. Asian has already, tweeted on Twitter, well, he would tweet on Twitter. He tweeted on Twitter that he's going to Japan. So Aerial Rise is going to have a sub, and it's not going to be who you think it is. It's not going to be someone, let's just say it's going to be funny. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll save it for tomorrow because that is tomorrow. Yeah. But that's going to be a good one. And, of course, Auction, Parabellum, Skies and Laxing playing against their former team to perhaps see who can advance to see if they can make a major.
A lot of storylines. Now, let's look at today's schedule. As you said, let's get away from tomorrow. Today, we have the 2 big best-of-3s, starting off with Beast Coast taking on Karn and Co., which we're very familiar with these teams and with these players' Cookies.
Absolutely. Karn's about 68 years old. He's been playing since Rainbow Six. He's been playing since Rainbow Six Vegas. And honestly, this is the farthest Karn's team has gotten, because we talked about we've been dealing with Karn. Karn's team hasn't really finished in the top parts of CL throughout. I mean, 3 years. This is the best and the closest he's been to accomplishing something big. And he's got a team that he's familiar with. He's teamed with Hat. He's teamed with, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see if he can pull it off.
As we were joking, he's teamed with Wi-Fi, who, as we kind of described, even with CL, he had a cup of coffee, as they say. He's a minimal experience, but I also don't want to take away, Jesse, from the skill level of these players. Looking at these matchups today, between these two, I mean, I don't want to, put too bad of a juju on Karn and Co., but that's going to be a difficult matchup. The second matchup, I think we're going to see between GGG and WGP. A lot of letters there. That's probably going to be a much closer matchup.
Yeah, the more letters, the closer the games seem to be, isn't it? Gang Gaming, that's kind of the core of an old Parabellum team who you may know, the squad that ended up winning Challenger League, the squad that first got into the North American League back when they had a full Canadian roster. So, yeah, or majority Canadian. GGG going to be familiar to a lot of people, the players on those squads. Of course, we'll dive into that a little bit deeper when we get the game up. But, yeah, that should be a very fun match to watch.
Well, we're going to go into a quick ad right now, and we'll be right back with a few more points on this first best of 3 of the day.
It has been 1,265 days since Carnage B took the main stage here on twitch.tv/Rainbow Six. And it was a match that was extremely important, not just for Karn, but for Rainbow Six as an esport. It was the Western Conference final of Stage 3 of the U.S. Nationals competition back in 2019. Disrupt Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. And you may be thinking, Jesse, I don't remember this game. And that's okay. It was over 1,000 days ago. That's why we got the Telestrator up. So I've picked a clip here to highlight to maybe get you refamiliarized with Karn and kind of maybe see what we're going to be expecting. Let's roll the clip. And it starts off quite good. It's an important round here in the first map here, map number 9. Karn jumps into the bathroom, tactically shoots the punch hole, baits Necrox into one of the worst swings I've ever seen. Moves now into taking Astro. He's got a teammate, Thumbus, with him as well. Spades too. They're going to try to push this into the bomb site. Of course, trophy statuary, another kill for Karn, and it's going so well. But unfortunately, things start to get hairy. We pause here, and tragedy strikes. You see a player stuck on a wall trying to get into a bomb site. I see a man stuck on his own potential. Just inches away, tier 1, represented by the bomb site. All he's got to do is get an implant. He's been trying for so long, but instead, Carnage B stuck on the wall. The divisor is still in tier 2 in the Astro room. And what comes next? It's just a tragedy. I can't even watch the rest of this clip. Production, you can play it, please. He finally gets into the bomb site, but he runs to the other site, and he doesn't have time to plant if he's going all the way to statue. Geo does nothing at all, and he wins the round. It's a fumble. Undoubtedly, it's a misplay by Carnage B, and many have said that it was at that moment that Luke, team coach of Disrupt Gaming, decided to drop Karn from the roster, meaning Karn was not on the team when Disrupt Gaming got their NAL spot, meaning Karn was not on the team when Disrupt Gaming got bought by Astralis, meaning Karn was not on the team when they went to the SI lower bracket semifinals and faced G2, meaning G2 win that game, meaning that's the reason why we had to crown Alamau a world champion. It's been rough. It's been dark times in the North American League for all of Rainbow Six Siege, and it all traces back to some very crucial moments from Carnage B. But he's got a shot at redemption. He plays Beast Coast today, and if they can make it all the way to the major, if they can make it through the bracket this week, then I think we'll be able to say Karn has redeemed a play like that. But we've got a little bit more to talk about. We'll go back, and now that we know our history, dive in a little bit more to this game.
I'll tell you, the only thing missing from that was a skull to be held as he gave that Shakespearean monologue. That was beautiful, Jesse.
That was biblical, Jesse, honestly.
Thank you so much for that. But now, let's maybe talk a bit more positively of Karn and Co. and the team. Let's look at this team, get everyone acquainted with the players' cookies. I'll give you the honor. As we said, we're very familiar with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, cue the graphic. Wi-Fi, let's go left to right. Wi-Fi used to play a whole lot of 10-mans. And the thing is, I mean, you guys laugh. You guys, what are you laughing at? Wi-Fi grinded his way from the bottom of the bottom. They weren't giving him chances on CL teams, so he grinded through 10-mans until Karn actually gave him the shot. Brim, you talked about how he played in CL for like a split second. He was a sub for Karn's team way back last year in Stage 2. And so you've got Michael E., who is one of my favorites, Mikey. If they win this game somehow, by the grace of God, Mikey's got the best smile. He's the best interviewer. He's amazing. A ray of sunshine. Karn. We just had a whole eulogy on Karn.
Of course.
Packer, of course, from Parabellum, most recently. Was also a part of that reality TV roster that was insane. Had a great run. And he was a huge part of it in Rethinking. Is he even playing today?
I think he is playing today.
Because the funny thing is, team has had a bunch of subs. Yes, like Duke
Okay,
and
yeah.
Rethinking actually subbed for Karn last week,
Right.
and they won and made it to this point. So Karn actually got to this point. He did play.
I will mention as well, some of those no teams for Wi-Fi, Mikey, and Carnage. I sent him the graphic. The team was called Unemployment. It was technically a team. It may have been an unemployed team, but it was a team. So they did play together. You can see there's a lot of history with Mikey and Carnage, and Wi-Fi to an extent as well. Bringing in some of these new players like Packer, it should be an exciting team, and it's nice to see that they do have that foundation of playing together in the past.
Now, any team on any given day for one map can beat any other team. And we know from our CL experience, guys like Mikey, there were days in CL when he was the best player, bar none. There were other days where that was not so much the case. Jesse, when we're looking down the barrel of a best of three, is it a tall order to look at these guys and say, you need to do it for 2 to 3, well, at least 3 if you want to win, but 2 to 3 maps?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be tough going against especially like a pro-level team. But at the same time, you know, we talk about Beast Coast. This is a squad who themselves are very young. They're very new. It was not that long ago when Mr. B and the gang were down in Challenger League right alongside Karn and everybody else who's just qualified for this tournament. So I think they've definitely got it in them, right? This is certainly a match that will be favoring Beast Coast. Karn and Co. are the lowest seed coming into this tournament, and Beast Coast are the highest. But you go back a couple of months, and these two squads, they were on the same page. So I'm not convinced it's going to be as one-sided of affair as maybe we suspect, but certainly you can't deny they're favorites.
And we did, as you brought up, Mikey, great interviewer, great smile, but we also know Mr. B himself can show up big. And to your point too, Jesse, these guys, although they're in Pro League now, you know, they are also new. So Cookies, maybe this isn't as one-decided as we may have thought between, if you had to pick Mr. B or Mikey for an interview, who would it be?
Damn. That's like holding a gun to my head. That's like holding a shot. Okay, I mean, I don't know who I'd pick for the interview, Brem, but I can tell you this. In terms of like what the matchup is, I feel like Karn's team is really, really like, they like to set up, right? They like to set up, and they don't like to go for like opportunity plays like an SSG, like some guy running in his blitz in some random spot. Karn's team is very organized and very fork and knife. And I think playing against Beast Coast, who can be very haphazard and very difficult to kind of corral in, I don't want to be too negative, but I feel like they're going to have that's a little bit of a matchup nightmare in addition to like what it looks like on paper. So Karn's team needs to kind of change who their identity is, or I think we might have a quick game.
Now, as we look towards something like what maps we're going to be playing on, you know, does Beast Coast maybe have a bit more in the bank as far as, and no pun intended with bank, but a bit more in the bank as far as what maps they might be comfortable going to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Beast Coast, obviously, throughout the stage one so far, we've seen a lot from them. They've played every single map except for Clubhouse. It was now their permaban through this game as well, so they left that completely off the table. They ended up picking Cafe, which, of course, for them is a map that was played quite a bit. Their most played map 3 times through the Blast League of stage number 1, beating Sonics back in week 1, then beating Parabellum week 2, just losing it to Dark Zero in week 2 as well. So clearly a map they're going to be very, very comfortable on. And then you look at Villa as well. Only 1 play from Beast Coast thus far, but it was a very dominant 7-1 game over Oxygen. So they're not unhappy with these maps.
Yeah, and Cookies, I'm looking at these maps, and this really opens the door. We don't have your cookie cutter, you know, your dry maps like maybe a Clubhouse or Oregon. There is a lot to work with in these map choices. So is it weird to say that I like this for both teams?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Jess said, there's good to find here. But like I said earlier, I think the real issue is, will Karn's team actually play for openings? Will they be fearless? I feel like Beast Coast, when they did struggle, they struggled against spontaneous plays. Even DZ, a team we don't know for being spontaneous, was very spontaneous against Beast Coast, had a lot of success. Mirage, when they beat Beast Coast, very spontaneous, had a lot of success. And obviously SSG 2-0'd them last week, and we know how SSG is. And I feel like Karn's team just isn't really capable, at least based on what we saw in CL. I've watched it for years, Brim. I don't know if they can replicate with Space Station and how the new DZ plays. I don't know if they're going to be able to replicate that speed.
Yeah, looking at this Villa pick a little bit more from Karn & Co. as well. It's a map they played a lot through the qualifiers. They beat West Garfield Park, actually. I don't know why WGB played the quals, but the very first round they faced each other, and they did beat them 8-7. Then they beat Grass Cutting, Wichita Wolves, played it 2 more times, lost to Gang Gang Gaming and Aerial Arise. So they're very much picking a comfort map, and because those qual games, most of them weren't casted, there's actually not really going to be footage on what they play, what they do on those maps.
Speaking of spontaneity, do you think that maybe the throw-in of Duke as this last-minute surprise sub, does that not add spontaneity to everything that's
okay, because that's the thing I asked, because we don't have VODs, right? I asked people who played against Karn's team without Karn, like, what do they like? What's like playing against them? A lot of them said, well, with Karn, they're really slow, but with like Duke and Rethinking, who, I don't know, I still don't know who's going to play between those two. But basically with the newer players, the new players are sparky. Like, they're able to beat, like, the talented qual teams that they went up against to get to this point. It's just, I'm wondering what they're going to look like with Karn. And that is, there's no question they have talent. They're a really talented team. It's just, are they going to actually use the talent?
Of course. They're very good players, and they're hopefully going to know their opponents here. I think for Karn & Co. to walk away with a win, especially if it's going to be decisive, if they want to really put a statement out there, I do think they need to rely on Beast Coast maybe being a little over-eager. I think there have been a couple of rounds where, like, Mr. B especially attacking on the hard breach, he's been very far forward for Beast Coast. Like, I think Beast Coast win an automatic maybe 10% extra rounds if Mr. B just reins in a little bit of attack. And we love him for his plays, we do. But I think sometimes he takes just too many risks as a hard support player, and I want to see if that gets reined in a little bit better. Beast Coast, I think, have a very good shot of winning this whole tournament. But if that's not happening, if we see the same kind of mistakes that we've seen from Mr. B a couple of times throughout the NAL so far, I think the door's open for Karn.
So right before we get to a quick break, Cookies, who are you rooting for in this one, or who do you think is your pick?
B.
B?
And not Carnage B.
B, Mr. Beast Coast?
Mr. B.
And how about yourself?
I got to agree. I think Hat's just too good. I think Beast Coast are going to take this one.
I think I'm going to have to stick with the guys. We'll throw to a quick break, and we'll have that matchup on Villa right when we come back. Welcome back, folks. Now, here's what's interesting. We sit here and we talk about all these players and these teams and maybe only playing each other here or there. But behind the scenes, these guys scrim each other quite a bit. How do you think that's going to factor in? And we hear rumblings of what these players think of each other. But coming in, we said throwing in a player like Duke, maybe doesn't feel like as much of a throw-in for these players if they've been scrimming each other a bunch. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they will have been scrimming with Duke, right? Since it does feel like it's kind of, the roster's been shifting a lot recently. But you do have the same core, right? This is Karn & Co. had this 3/5 back when they played SI quals. We had that as stage 4 for the graphic. That's quals for SI, obviously. And so back then, they wanted to make it SI. Beast Coast, at the time, Reality TV, themselves a different roster, but would have been scrimming as well. So I think it's going to be less about like the specific things that you've seen in scrims and more just about, okay, well, I've played against Mr. B, I've played against Karn, I know their tendencies as a player, but I don't know if it's going to be as much like, oh yeah, we've played this team on Villa in scrims, they do this, this, and this, because I think there's just been a little bit too much up in the air recently.
And now, CJ, for the players or the fans, rather, that are less familiar maybe with our maps and our map pool, a map like Villa, what does that offer up for us as the viewers with these two teams facing off on Villa?
Well, one thing about Villa, I guess, is kind of how I talked about the setups. There's a reason Karn's team kind of likes it, is you can set up like kind of 3-2-1, like boom, execute on site type moments, right? Especially on Aviator games where maybe you want to take the main stairs, you have a full-blown just kitchen sink, everybody in on main stairs from whatever different positions or whatnot. That's the type of thing Karn, that's what his team likes, right? They like those types of situations. If you're talking about Border versus Villa, like maybe Karn's team struggles on Border because there's not a similar amount of situations like that on that map. So Villa's really more structured in that regard, and that's where Karn really loves it. He loves when he can just kind of put his pieces, and he doesn't struggle to get his pieces where he wants them to be, right? It's not hard to do that,
Yeah. I think that Villa is like one of those maps where it's interesting because we've really not seen a lot as of late. Villa has been extremely uncommon through like stage 3 of the NAL last year, even through SI. We didn't see a lot of Villa, and it is kind of like an old map with a lot of the strategies, right? I don't think it's going to change drastically, but if you're a creative team, and I think that both Beast Coast and perhaps Karn & Co. can be quite creative. Certainly Beast Coast have been, I would say, through the tournament that we've seen so far.
Karn's, they're not really creative.
Okay, well, Beast Coast are creative, and I do think that for them, coming into a map that hasn't had a lot of like meta development over the last few months, may favor them in a way where they can work in Solus, Azami, right? Try to find some new things out that maybe haven't been experimented with that much.
Now, let's not forget, too, if they've done their proper VOD reviewing, as you did, Jesse, maybe they think to themselves, maybe let's make our rotates not the best. If we don't make them the best, Karn will go tripping up on them.
If that happens again, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to go crazy if we see another round.
I mean, it might. This is Rainbow.
4 years ago.
It's Rainbow Six. The rotate may not work.
Well, the players are ready. The server's ready. We're going to throw to Intero and Pengu right now. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so very much, Brim. Excellent job as your first time hosting out of a studio. And welcome to our very first day of the Last Chance Qualifiers. The name says it all. This is your last opportunity. One spot remains. And just like Highlander, there can only be one as all 8 teams run through this gauntlet. What are your predictions as we load into Villa, Nick?
I mean, I think that this kind of broke it down pretty neatly. We're talking Villa, we're talking experienced team of a Pro League roster like Beast Coast versus Karn & Company. So it's like, is this a fair matchup? Not necessarily on paper, but I do believe that there is a chance for Karn to create an upset. Maybe get a map, maybe go OT, take some rounds off Beast Coast and kind of see where they can end up at. And I mean, they made it this far, so yeah, it must be decent.
There's 8 teams that are in here setting the expectations for you. The pro teams that are competing that you see on the NA League regularly will all be in action, at least those that haven't qualified. The first, of course, is Beast Coast. Just talked about it. Beast Coast having arguably the easier ride. They've only got 0 pro teams on the side.
Only 0, yeah?
Only 1.
Yeah, it would be a shame for them if they weren't going to make it all the way given that, but you never know.
Beast Coast starting on defense on Villa. First ban is a Nook. I actually was thinking about this the other day. I was going back and just very quickly offhand,
Okay.
looking up all the matches I've casted. I actually don't think I've ever seriously casted Karn before. I'm pretty
Never?
sure I've casted Karn in the open qualifiers over the last couple years.
Oh my
But
God.
I am reasonably sure, unless I missed something, and mind you, I have casted
A lot.
possibly tens of thousands of hours of this game.
Oh my God.
But
I called it.
they literally called it. I don't think I've ever casted Karn before. He's been around for ages. Ying and Azami, the next two bands. Karn taking a while. Karn and Co. taking a while, that is. You can't just say Karn
Yeah.
to ban them out.
This Karn. It's gonna be like a Karn versus Mr. B matchup here for all we know.
Mr. Beast Coast.
Mr. Beast Coast
Mr.
himself.
BBC.
No, not that.
The British Broadcasting Corporation.
The British Broadcast,
Because he's
yeah.
British.
Yeah.
What else could you think when you hear BBC?
Nothing. That's the only thing that came to mind. But I was like, this is North American leagues. Like, we should talk about the North American players, not the, you know.
I mean, he's partially British.
Yeah. So, do you know what his story is with that whole thing, actually? Did he just immigrate to America as a kid and then he just stuck around, or? I actually don't know.
I don't know it either.
Oh, interesting. Mysterious. AVG, however, a story that we do know, a tale as old as time. It's going to be Beast Coast in defense and Karn and company on the attack inside. Now, CJ kind of broke it down on the disc, saying that the way that the Karn team likes to attack is to set up and get all of those pieces in the right position, do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and just hit that bomb site or that execute together at a one moment's notice. Now, the first map of Villa, it really does favor this kind of playstyle, but we have to remind you, Karn as a team, they don't play the tier 1 level typically. They don't scrim as frequently or as commonly as Beast Coast they do. These are full-time players. They're grinding day in and day out. So it's going to be a different kind of animal for Karn to deal with, even though they are comfortable on this map.
I mean, coming in just based off of the expectations of where these teams are in their respective leagues, you have to think it favors Beast Coast. They are a team that is getting paid to compete.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that Karn and Co., as far as we are aware, are not paid a salary. So they are playing purely for passion and the sake of passion. And if you look at this team, none of these 5 players have competed in the North American League before. So obviously there's a dearth of experience, but experience isn't always that important. We see inexperienced teams beat the pro teams quite regularly. I mean, look at Mirage.
Yeah.
Mirage lost in the open qualifiers. They're the only NA team that is not competing in these LCQs. So upsets and surprises do happen. Can Karn and Co. upset Beast Coast? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Beast Coast is trying to stop, Karn from getting their accomplishment, just playing really aggressive on the front line. And we saw Mr. B swinging inside Master Bedroom, a double swing BC again, getting 1-for-1.
He was completely blind, Nick. But they get the down until Karn on the window gets his kill. Down goes Vert. So the advantage right now favoring Karn and Co. Mr. B almost dies at the hands of Wi-Fi. Rocking that new Rainbow is Magic skin with the moving duck on it.
I was gonna say, there are a couple of really nice looking skins in that bundle.
Yep.
There is the Quacker shotgun skin as well.
What?
The Quacker? Quacker,
You can't say that word
Quacker?
on Twitch.
Yes, you can. It's a duck it says the quack sound. And it says pop
can't-
pop on it.
Can't say that word on Twitch anymore. You're gonna get banned. Not allowed to. Hurts the sensitivities of others. Half of the round gone, and again the advantage right now for this team of Karn and Co. But it's gone as Doc refrags much later. Nades from below, from Wi-Fi. He'll go fishing. Doc peels off of 90. Oh, how close he came to certain death. Mikey taking a licking so far on Karn and Co. But the saying goes, take a licking, but keep on ticking.
Yeah, one of the difficulties here for Karn is that when you only have 3 members alive, you're gonna be spread very thin on the attack. You normally wanna have, oh no, Mikey! You have 20 health.
That's not good.
That's terrible.
That's really not good.
It's gonna stall time. Karn's gonna go downstairs. The Barbara slows him down further. Revive Mikey back on 20 HP. But again, Karn, they are so isolated on this attack inside. Beast Coast in a strong position, and Nate finds him. What?
He totally redeems himself. I don't know how that got Mr. B, but it did nonetheless. Now Mikey stares at that gas going off in front of him. Hyper's all out, though, on this smoke roll. Last 2 players from Karn and Co. will run in the same direction. Doc looking to quarterback a defense, but right now can't hit his shots. Wi-Fi still upright, but where is he? There he is, taking out Hyper. Doc needs to go huge, and he's got 2 targets lined up in front of his very eyes. Gets smoked by Carnage. Karn and Co. take round number 1.
It's a great, consistent round for them. I mean, it starts with them getting a 2-for-1 trade, Astro Repel, and the top red stairs repel as well, just cutting off the rotate and the movement back towards the bomb site, doing a ton of damage onto the defending team. And then in the 3v3, they're spread very thin, but they cover all the ground. 2 members top red, 1 goes for plant. Last Toxic Bait comes out. They know the last member is a Jaeger. There's no C4, no impact grenades. So bomb gets established on the bomb site itself. Third member is going to be on that study window. He then jumped in to help cover because he's got to guarantee that the death diffuser goes down, and they do just that. Beast Coast try and swing in, they get shut down immediately, and because there's no utility from the defending team, they have to take the gunfights. Beast Coast, they are a team that plays, I would say, a very flexible, dynamic style of Rainbow Six Siege. We see them go for structured plays, for rushes, for pocket strats where you play like a Monty or some sort of one-off operator here and again, every now and again. But Beast Coast in that round, they just purely went for gunfights. We saw Mr. B very early on, impact, grenade, the air jab from Nomad, sprinting towards Master Bedroom, just get in the face of Karn and company. When it's like we know Beast Coast can play further back, so already now in round number 2, it's a very different operator lineup. Gonna see the Souls being brought out from Verticality and Information. Gonna see the Cats being brought out to deny land of silent grind cover for Beast Coast. Then we go, of course, see a classic Hyper on the dock to just keep members alive, for example, against those grenades from below that did so much damage in that previous round.
Dock and operator Hyper is quite familiar with, so don't be surprised at all to see him play it multiple times. A bit more sustained for the defenders is always nice. Thunderbird was the go-to healer on defense for quite a while until they made some changes to how Doc's stims work. And now Doc's place has been rightfully reclaimed.
I like that, yeah.
In the meta. Of course, if you don't know, that stim just brings you back to full HP. Oh. Vertical was going fishing, and that's a big missed opportunity. We'll get pushed on the stairs. They come up, and those shotguns are usually so good for 2. Vert shows exactly why Mikey and Duke are no match for the pump of the SAS. And with a minute still, or 2 minutes rather, still on the clock, only a minute burned, they found themselves on Karn and Co side in terrible shape. They almost get gifted a freebie on the dock. Doesn't get it though. He manages to get away, and guess what?
Oh, that's the
because there's a Doc on the board. Doc is back to full HP.
Oh, just like that, yeah. And a second to follow onto Vert. I mean, that right there, that's gonna just crush the round for Beast Coast. I mean, they are so in such a strong position now on the map. Karn got to drone out everything, retake the ground. They've lost 1 set of grenades in the Ana. They lost both their entry players. Things are gonna slow down for them. And to make things even worse, Karn and his team, they don't even have smoke grenades. They don't have a shield operator. They have no easy way through this bomb site on this doorway. So once they step forward, it's all guns blazing for them, and they gotta win them to get away into the side.
They're boxed out in a crossfire for Beast Coast, looking in 2 separate directions. The closest player to the bomb site of Carnage is no more. This Karn and Co team trying to find a lot of value on these nades from below, and last round they did for sure. This round they've come up empty-handed. Wi-Fi's last member still standing on Karn and Co. Last body still in action. In a 1v5. Can't even get a single kill, impactless as it may have been. Beast Coast fire back, and they win a flawless second round.
Just like that. We go from a very close round number 1 to a very one-sided round number 2, but that all comes down to that double kill on the main stairs from Vert on that shotgun. Because if that goes the other way around, where Mikey walks with the staircase and shuts down Vert, I am very confident that the round is going to be very different, because now the Roamers get quick control. They get the opening kill, and Beast Coast, they're in this awkward position of do we fall back and give up the map control, or do we hold on to it in a less favorable position than before because we lost that early member. But that's how simple Villa can be sometimes. The opening kills, of course, very important, but also just where on the map they occur. That main stairs area, such a crucial part of the top floor hold of both the AVG and Trophy bomb site, whereas this one, the dining kitchen bomb site, we're typically gonna look at the area above it. We're looking at master bedroom, trophy, statue, astro. That's really what you care about as a defender, and at the same time is what the attackers really want to pick apart. But look at the lineup of the defenders again. They can spread out very thin. The Kapkan, the Oryx, the Melusi, the Solis. This is an incredibly mobile lineup from Beast Coast. They are gonna look for where Karn and company are gonna be coming from, and then probably match them on those entries and just keep slowing them down wherever that might be on the map.
All right, what has changed here on the attacking side? But a lot.
A lot, yeah.
They've blown everything up at this point. Not that the situation for Karn and Co is quite dire at all, but very much going with different tools. Seeing Twitch with the DMR has become quite commonplace as that thing hits like a truck, and the F2 has been nerfed quite a lot. I know this might upset some people, but hopefully so. That gun was an absolute fire hose.
Just wait for next patch. We're gonna see both Oryx and Capcom lose their 1.5x.
Okay.
That's happening tomorrow, most likely, by the way, supposedly.
Well, we don't know.
That's the unofficial.
We're in the dark.
Yeah. Normally it's 3 weeks after test server, and tomorrow will be that 3-week anniversary, so that's the logical conclusion. Hackers open kill onto Packer. That's the Twitch we spoke of just earlier. Now, 90cam was shot from the Twitch drone, so a little bit of value has been gained, but the issue with playing the Flores, the Twitch, the Bravo, these drone-oriented operators is that when you die, your gadget is gone with you entirely, and you get no value anymore in the round.
Are they aware? Are they aware? They're not. Vertical still from above. He had multiple bodies in front of him. Couldn't commit to one of them. Did a whole host of damage, though, to 2 separate players. Mikey almost dead. Wi-Fi at 50%. Good roam, though, for him. Hat still roaming as well over on the living room library side of the map. It's not what bomb site is, though. With the way the Villa's been played, we've actually seen a lot of that bomb site. Might pop up.
Yeah. We actually have seen a surprising amount of it. Bit surprising that Beast Coast completely abandoned Vertical up above, essentially. I mean, he did get a lot of damage and value for his life, but I feel like they could have gotten him more. The C4 does a ton of damage onto Carnage himself, but not enough to take him out.
Just continuing to chip away at all of these players on Karn & Co. They got a minute left. Even numbers, though. So, I mean, not all hope is lost. Down goes Mr. B. Advantage now in favor of Karn & Co. Almost getting yet another Wi-Fi. Superb on this round. Hat wants a piece of him, though.
He said the numbers were even, but now Tagger's in an advantageous position, and Dog and Hyatt both sold on HP, and guess what? There's no Dog on the board this time for Beast Coast.
No, but now you still got to get to the bomb site. That's the only issue that I could foresee being a bit of a problem. Doc, the player, not the operator, lurking down below, aiming for a retake. Karn still has diffuser, by the way. Oh, no, Hat spotted out. Now it's Karn's turn to drop. He's got Duke next to him. And look at this. Where are Beast Coast looking? Good Lord. Nicely played in the final couple seconds by Karn & Co. to win the round and take the lead right back.
It just seems like, I mean, CJ said it perfectly. When Karn & Co. get into the execute position, where they can do that 3-2-1, they understand exactly where they need to be looking and what angles to be holding. But even more so, Beast Coast look a little bit lost in that round. Early on, Vert abandoned upstairs as a soul is. He's not in a position where he's any cover from teammates. He cannot comfortably use his gadget for information, so that's lost for them. And secondly, no one's holding his flank. The 90cam was shot by Twitch, so they have no visual information. And no one's roaming red stairs to give him a sound cue information on the ABG side, and no one barricaded the door for him either. So Vert completely alone. Then in the late stage of the round, Beast Coast are playing quote-unquote passive on the bomb side. No one's really doing much in that last 30 seconds of the round. But then when the attackers walk in, you would expect them to be ready for it, but they're looking in the complete wrong direction. We only saw like 2 gunfights between 10 members in that round, despite everyone from one team died and 2 from the other did as well. That's not supposed to be the case. Beast Coast looking to change things up between these rounds, whereas Karn, I think, given the limited experience and time they have together, they're gonna have a pretty consistent way of playing the game. I don't think they're gonna be able to change things up too much. Sure, operator-wise, or certain bomb sites, or preference, etc. for the map, but I expect them to just kind of do the same thing that they've been used to, because again, that's what works for them.
Well, let's see if the Aviator defense works out better this time around, Nick, shall we?
Yeah.
It's the site rotation for Beast Coast, looking very similar to what most teams like to run on Villa. Again, we touched on that living room library bomb site the previous round, how it has been showing up, but at the end of the day, it is still a very uncommon place to go, how its pick rate has risen. AVG, as you said in the very first round, the most common site to see teams start off on, typically one of the most comfortable and most played bomb sites on this map, though that trophy statuary bomb site does give them a good run for its money. That one was the flawless round, won by Beast Coast as they were quite unpredictable in the way that they played that roam. On Aviator, the very first round, I think Karn and Co caught them a little bit off guard, just as they did in the most previous round. So, for Beast Coast, you said Vertical was a bit unsupported on his roam. Why wasn't anybody holding off on him? There was an unsupported roam in the very first round as well that ultimately ended up being the undoing of Beast Coast, especially over towards Bathroom, which is where all of those kills originally happened in round number 1.
Yeah. And we see Beast Coast now, it's kind of waiting for them to cross this door path, but the thing is, Karn and Co, they actually find a lot of value elsewhere on the map. They're roaming downstairs, they got nades being thrown vertically. They also, while all of this like roam clear part of the map has been happening, they have Packer on the office balcony just droning for his team, trying to get side information as well, and with that Wi-Fi and Mikey, they find one each.
Okay, so we talked about the unsupported roam, but how about a supported roam that still doesn't work out? Hat's almost dead as well. Beast Coast in trouble right now on this round.
Yeah.
In very bad shape. Oftentimes, it's not uncommon for you to... Oh, no. You almost did it. That run out from Hat. Oh, but Hyper smokes Wi-Fi coming back up the stairs and manages to get away safely. Though 90 is very firmly under control, and Karn & Co demolishing Beast Coast. It's Vertical, off-site. He gets read on by Mikey perfectly. Knows there's another player deep inside a study, all while Carnage is getting the diffuser down. Currently humbling Beast Coast. Vertical knocked back by the air jab. They still know he's in the vicinity. This is the tough spot. You got to get through that doorway. He might win the fight in the study, but then it becomes, what about the other two?
Yeah.
All the while, you have only 30 seconds. The timer's going to continue to work against you. Vertical has some great hesitation. I mean, for good reason. Continue to light it up as the ace is his intended target. Packer, are you going to do anything? Yeah, Packer gets the kill. Toying with him. Playing with his food. I love this setup from Mikey, by the way. In-ears in, and instead of having the other headset on top of it, wear it around your neck. So you've got the mic right in front of your mouth.
Oh my god. Packer, what
That's the college special right there.
Yeah, that relates to college special. Like, you know, you just got the door in the background and shoes sneak on, etc. Packer just mailing the air for 20 seconds straight and doesn't take a single point of damage, then gets the final kill in the round. And it's kind of what I spoke about just like when that round was happening, is that while Karn are doing the active roam clear across the map, you have Packer making noise on study balcony, killing the default cam, opening the door, making noise, opening up the wall to the bomb site actually, and then just going straight on drones. And then Beast Coast had to constantly worry about, okay, what if he walks into study door? What if he doesn't? Someone has to just keep their eyes on that entry point the entire time, and then you just gotta gamble the roam works out. And guess what? Beast Coast's roam has not been successful yet in this game so far. Every single round, Karn & Co, they trade out 1 for 2, they do a bonus of damage, or they get map control relatively quickly and with no real losses. They spent last round a single grenade and a few X-Kairos on the triple master bedroom wall. That's it. And if you get the full roam clear for that little amount of utility spent, that's a massive amount of value they gain as a team, because now you just walk onto the map with the rest of your utility to hit the bomb side. Although, to be honest, the round is kind of ending for Beast Coast simply too early. Karn & Co don't get into a 5v5 execute because Beast Coast are choosing to fight back and they're just not doing so successfully. Jesse said he wants to see Mr. B kind of chill down a little bit more, not get too aggressive on the hard supported role on the attacking side for Beast Coast, but you can almost take that same point and say, what about Mr. B in defense? Is he playing a little bit too far forward, not playing around the team enough, and then losing his life early in these rounds? Is that one of the reasons why Beast Coast are struggling? It very well might be. Does that get it?
Yes. Okay.
Just like that.
That's when you do some serious limit testing. Go to a custom server. What is the absolute range of the forest? That becomes the question. Second attempt on this bomb site trophy and statuary. First time around, it went quite well for Beast Coast. They didn't suffer a single loss. So in that sense, the only thing that you need to do if you are Karn & Co to have a better result, you might still lose the round, but it's still a better result.
Yeah.
Get a single kill. The floor, Nick, or rather the bar, is on the floor. That's how low it is.
That's how low the bar is.
You just step over it.
Should be easy, but then again,
Nothing's easy so far.
no, it's not. And that's what both teams, that is. I mean, we've seen it back and forth. So far, good progress being made here from Karn and Co. Again, they're doing a lot of work always downstairs, trying to gain intel with the yellow pings and acting upon it with the grenades. But this is why if I'm working off sound right now, trying to figure out exactly where this member of Beast Coast is inside of Astro. It's Mr. B. He runs away.
Gets the right call, takes a little bit of damage. Mr. B has wasted so much time in this position. How many players around this area for Karn and Co? And Mr. B has a good idea as to where they are. One's on Repel as well. He's going to be hunted down. They think that he's abandoned his post, but a drone will come in and give information. Hat, the very first kill. Goodbye, Mikey. Goodbye, those Rotero drones. Mr. B finished off by a nade. The kills will come in fast and furious, though it's Beast Coast dominating. They did take down Mr. B. There's still a dock on the board. Hyper can bring 2 of his teammates back to full HP. Packer ascends the stairs, but not for long. It leaves Carnage on this window, a very familiar position, but he's gunned down by Hat. Beast Coast very quickly turned the tides on that round. Still trailing, but they are perfect on this bomb site. They will not be able to go back to trophy and statuary yet again.
Something about that trophy bombs that just doesn't seem to work for Karn and Co. I mean, they just can't get in. They can't progress. Really, I mean, great progression early stage of the round, but that mid round, when they get into their first actual gunfight confrontation, that's where things just fall apart immediately. Beast Coast trade 3 for 1 in the round, and that's basically it. Now, this is going to be the final round in the first half, and Beast Coast are looking at a potential 3-3 half, which, given how things started off, after round number 2, where they went flawless, you think, okay, maybe they get a 4-2, maybe they get 2-4 rather, but a 3-3 setup for both teams, I think they'll both walk away happily with. Villa historically is a defender-sided bomb site, but the thing about Rainbow Six Siege at the professional level of play, almost every single map is so even. Like, we can look at numbers from like previous stages or invite or majors or currently, like, sure, there might be a swing of like 45 to like 55, etc. But generally speaking, if you are a good team on a given map, you can win on a attacker favored side or defender favored side. It truly comes down to how well you play on a given day on both sides. This is not like, oh, it's Villa, you're supposed to get 4 defense, otherwise you're terrible. Or maybe the enemy team had like crazy attacks. The operator bands also don't really support anything too drastic. Nuke, Valkyrie, Asami, Ying, very common operator bands for this map in particular. It's going to be well practiced by both teams. Nothing really out of the ordinary there. But of course, we do know that Beast Coast on their attacking side, they have so many operators up their sleeve. They can play anything from the Fuse, the Muncie, the Blitz. They play the game if it's open, etc. So I am curious to see if they're going to bring some spice to this once state side swap comes around. But for now, we have to watch Karn's final attack unless they take us to OT.
I mean, I will say that the flexibility that we're going to give Beast Coast praise for, those are kind of fallen on the shoulders of Karn and Co. so far through this 5 rounds as well. You know, the comments from the analyst desk were that they play kind of slow, they're not very unpredictable, Beast Coast can be quite fast, and they are quite unpredictable. Right now, Karn and Co. is surprising us by making some adaptations. Who knows, Duke being in place of rethinking could completely change the way that this team plays. I'm not entirely sure. There just isn't enough information on Karn and Co. for us to make any sweeping statements, any definitive statements at all without looking like clowns. Believe you me, my red hair, being as poofy as it is, already makes me look like a clown. So the last thing I want is to look like one even more.
Don't say that.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, good night.
Want to see that shot from vertical really badly. It almost gave you the fake out. That Hat was the one who got the kill, but no, he and Mr. B right now. Playing in this position over in statuary, now swinging back towards bedroom. Vert finally dies. 2 kills from Karn, answered back by 1 from Beast Coast. Oh, Karn's been down, Packer down as well. It's all up to Mikey. Not happening at all. Huge 3K from Mr. B. There we go. I was wondering when it was going to come out. First half in the books. It's a tie, which is a bit of a surprise, but still a welcome result nonetheless.
Yeah. As I said, I think both teams are happy with that result, you know, and also this is a best of 3, which I think is very important for a team like Karn and Co. because they can kind of take their time to settle into this scenario of playing a very high-stake game against a very good team of that in Beast Coast. And the thing is, the map pool for this is going to be Villa into Cathay into Theme, so the general philosophy of Rainbow Six Siege is going to be quite similar throughout this entire best of 3 series. It's strat-oriented, coordinated, strategical maps where you gotta be together as a team. The roam clear, especially important. The opening kill, especially important, but also gives you a bit of that bomb site execution. You know, I really expected this to be like Chalet, Oregon, Clubhouse, because those are stable maps that anyone can play in today's style of Rainbow Six Siege. And to my surprise, none of those 3 maps made it to the final 3, which is why we have, as I said, the Villa, the Cafe, and the theme park. Now, Sizewell comes around. Immediately, on the defending side, a lot of utility being brought out from Karn & Co. The Frost Mats, the Goyo Vulcan canisters, the mirror window, the first mirror that we've seen so far in this matchup, and for Beast Coast, relatively tame, honestly. Nothing really spicy, nothing out of the ordinary. They're gonna start with a stable round of Rainbow Six Siege and just kind of see what Karn & Co can bring to the table, because, as we said, there's not a whole lot of studying you can do from the last chance qualifiers, because not all the games are cast.
Not all the games are cast, and more importantly, there's a lot of teams that are made specifically for the qualifiers.
Yeah, that too. The mixed teams.
Yep, and players will often change up what roles they're on just to try and confirm to whatever setup the teams have, so it's always kind of a mixed bag. Either way. First half came in, by the way, and in terms of opening kills, Beast Coast was either involved in or got the first kill an overwhelming majority of the time.
Yeah.
4 of the 6 rounds. There was a trade, of course. Again, this goes down to how you differentiate. What is a trade? What is an uncontested kill? I'll let you all argue over that one.
You're not gonna fight that war.
Is this the first Frost and the first Goyo we're seeing, by the way?
Yep, and the first mirror. A lot of firsts. Beast Coast progressing quite nice inside of the lobby area, doing a great job with both the flourish drones, the grenades, and the flashbangs. And they're gonna force smoke back away from this position, but Mikey still has one more Toxic Babe left in pocket. Can of course save that either for the bomb plant later or spin it for an aggressive play on main stairs.
Oh my, no, Wi-Fi!
Oh, he's above him!
Hyper was looking somewhere else. Down goes the Frost, good information for Beast Coast. Aggressive now as they may be, Beast Coast pick up the second kill onto the Wamai, but the swing in from Hyper is not great. Mikey's still in the same position, and now goes back over towards the stairs, doing a bit of damage to Hat. He's playing with impunity right now. There's been no nades from below that we've seen targeting him behind the bar. Mikey can play relatively safe.
Yeah, and there's not even like a lot of floor holes being made beneath him, so he's very safe in that bar position.
He's just playing to hold that position and not go with any vertical play whatsoever. I mean, fair.
Yeah.
If that's your focus.
Only thing with Karn right now is that they are down a member. So, you know, ideally they want to try and strike back, but they can't.
That's another member down as well. Carnage, who's got the Vector in hand. Not exactly the weapon you want to take multiple engagements. Have to do more work because Mikey's gone now as well. But Hat, what a superhero for all Beast Coast this round. Taking matters into his own hands. They really do be like that. Beast Coast doing something they haven't done all game. They take the lead.
Yeah, for the first time. And again, it really comes down to how well you can attack on a map like Villa, because everyone can defend on it. And so far right now, it just seems to be the attack inside. They just set the tone. They set the pace. Defenders, they try and match it, but again, it just doesn't work out for them. One small moment that was very impactful is, again, member of defense jumps out that bathroom window. Hyper is above him on the 90 repel. If he's not there or is on drone or doesn't see him or dies for whatever reason, all of a sudden, Karn & Co can get 1 or 2 kills, get that opening kill, get back to the bomb side, but it doesn't go that way. And once attackers, they get that advantage, they just do not let go. They understand how valuable it is, and they play relatively safe, get those drones networks set up. There was one small mistake from Beast Coast being made when Hyper repelled into that 90 window. Hat wasn't holding the top main door into the bar bomb site, so Mikey could swing out this, get that kill. A small oversight that Mikey did a great job at exposing, but other than that, no one else could really match it from Beast Coast. From that side of Karn. Gonna change the bomb site, same style as what the previous defending team did. If you lose a bomb site, win it, doesn't matter, just go somewhere else. Not gonna try too long. When you got 4 playable bomb sites in Villa, you might as well. This is not a Oregon where the base bomb site is oh so strong. This is anyone's bomb site to choose between.
This is an amazing play from Mikey. Yes, persistence pays off.
But he can't confirm it.
Vertical might be salvageable still.
Starting shock drone.
Burning an E1D. That's at spawn peak oldest time. I mean, if you're playing Villa and you're not watching that master bedroom window, I mean, realistically, God, that's the question. What do you think?
I mean, that is your bad. That's for sure.
Mr. B to the rescue. Surely he knows he got the down though. On the side of Mikey.
I know it sucks when you're spawn peeking and like you get an injure but not a kill. But think about it, now you have an enemy team or member on 20 HP and you just wasted a full minute on the clock to get that, you know, rescue mission underway. So it really is worthwhile, even though it's like, I didn't get the kill. Mike can be happy with that early aggression. Now Packer in a world of hurt possibly. I mean, he's playing inside the master bedroom closet against grenades, flores drones, a lion. Like, he is fighting the world in this position.
Well, the good news is that you've still got the Flores who can take everything out, and that's exactly what Doc is going to start on. He's used 2 of the 4 Rotero drones. Look at how close Duke is to 2 separate players at Beast Coast after being retrieved by Mr. B. Vertical. Will just stick by his side. Not exactly the start that Duke wanted. 1 and 5 on relatively aggressive rolls is not great. Now, Mr. B might have an idea about this. There's the flash. And he gets 1. Carnage takes out Hat, so at least you get an immediate trade. The down earlier is not a first blood, but that engagement results in a trade with a minute to go.
Yeah, and again, Vert is still 20 HP because guess what? There's no Finke on the board. There's not a meta operator right now, so no healing on the side. The thing is, Beast Coast, they have great amount of intel right now, but they can't really act upon it. They don't have a Nate member below. Vert is upstairs. They know smokes around the cabinets of trophy bomb site, but again, can't do anything with it. Vert's gonna rotate that grenade over, but in the meantime, he's moved away. They saw the drone, killed it, he moved over, and now there's only 30 seconds left.
I really like the position that Karn & Co. is in. However, I say that, and they're just getting slaughtered. Okay, never mind. They strategically had the bomb site working for them. They had great utility left, but they are just getting pummeled. Wi-Fi, can he play the hero? Oh! Huge play by Wi-Fi to pick up 3. It's just him versus Doc, and they trade! And Karn & Co. win it. Good Lord, Wi-Fi.
No way.
That's a strong signal. 4-4. Karn & Co. not allowing Beast Coast to continue their reign of terror. We got a tie game.
That is an incredible 1 versus 3 clutch as well, because like the second kill that happened was through a smoke. There was no actual visual from Wi-Fi to lock onto the target, but it did so anyway. The last kill is a trade, which the way that Siege works nowadays is that the defending team will always get the round if it's a trade with the last members alive, unless the diffuser is planted. Then the attackers will get the round, as that is their objective in the round. It used to be a coin toss way back in the day, like a 50-50 whoever gets it. But nowadays, well, Wi-Fi, he secures the round for his team and puts Karn & Co. back on an even 4-4 scoreline with Beast Coast. And they can go to a new bomb site again, go downstairs in that dining kitchen area, have a feast, have a drink, have a meal before this next round begins. Operators, of course, information being brought, that verticality that Pulse or Solus provides with the C4s in hand is so important because the attackers are most often going to go on that upstairs area where we see Wi-Fi right now, master bedroom, the closet, bathroom, etc. Beast Coast not doing anything crazy as yet, just going with that stable operator lineup. Heartbreach, Stature being brought to combat the possibility of a mute, which is very common on this bomb site, not being brought this time. And Hybrid on the Brava instead of Twitch. Deny some info, gain some info. Make life a little bit more sweet with the attackers.
Really good operator diversity for both teams so far as well. I think the meta's in a very healthy place in Rainbow Six, and certain maps are better than others at bringing out a wealth of operators, but here if you look, you've seen all of the main drone operators now. Flores, Brava, whose pick rate at one point was not perceived to be very high. Early speculation was that she'll be a bit of a mean pick, maybe a bit fun, but not that consequential.
Yeah.
Oh, how wrong we were. Defending lineup has looked quite similar. You know, you're going to see Oryx, you're going to see Capcan. Pulse coming out is nice to see. Legion provides a lot of value on this bomb site in particular. And 3 trap ops from Karn & Co. suggest to me that they have a good idea as to what Beast Coast is going to do. AK Rush. Doesn't seem to be the case, though.
AK Rush. There is one weakness, though, and Beast Coast have kind of already used it. There's no wall denier from the defending lineup. And Hat with the creep around. Nope, doesn't find the kill. He gets shut down by Duke instead. But no wall deny means the walls to the side will be opened up for early bomb site pressure. So it's good for the defending team to get a kill, because the bomb site is weak.
Well, it's another kill coming in, this time from Beast Coast. Keeping numbers close. No rounds, with the exception of the second round, which was won flawlessly by Beast Coast, have been such a blowout. It's been relatively back and forth. Not just in terms of the actual numbers that you see on your screen right now in a 4v4, but also the 4-4 score count.
Yeah.
I don't think most people expected this first map to be this close.
No. Well, you shouldn't. I mean, this is Villa. This is a pro team against the LCQ team that was kind of made for this. It's a mixed team with different kinds of players. Oh, the frostbite from Mikey pays, or from Wi-Fi rather, it pays off.
Not ideal.
Gotta check when you jump in. I mean, it's even put like vertically, not horizontally, so like it's easy to see it.
If it's vertically done, you can shoot it through the window.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you can just see it.
Yeah. Well, frost mats, Capcan traps, goo mines, they all gain more value the later into the round you get, because that's when players are least likely to be looking for them. The urgency that comes from the attackers works in a sense, but also actively working against them as they're more likely to commit those mistakes. Beast Coast being torn to shreds. Hyper and Doc on tiny bits of HP. Down goes vertical. Mr. B doesn't know that there's one directly to his right, by the way. They're all walking into a trap. It's all up to Hyper in a 1v4, whose position given away by that proximity alarm. And he lines up one, but just simply cannot do enough damage. Karn & Co. stunning all of us, up 5-4.
And again, just a great show of discipline in the final moments of that dining kitchen defense, because they're holding those crossfires so beautifully. Member on Tetris on that dining chassis just sits there. Had a teammate set a memorial next to him holding the cross. When that initial engagement comes around, that's when they swing together. It's just Karn & Co. saying, all right, guys, we got the advantage. Hold on to it. Establish a crossfire, right? Utilize the fact that we got 4 members against 3 and just keep trading 1-for-1 worst case scenario. And Beast Coast, I mean, they're trying to simplify these attacks, not going for verticality, not getting that full roam clear, not having Sledge and Block, no Munty, Ying is banned, no Dokkaebi. Like, I think Beast Coast has to kind of step it up now and bring out some more operators at their disposal than just saying, let's bring, one single soft destroyer, get like one intel operator, and just try and play a basic round of Siege. I think you gotta throw Karn & Company for a complete spin. Show them stuff they're not used to playing against and get them off that comfortable area that they're thriving in right now.
You got to do something to change the channel on this Beast Coast play, because it's not been setting up well as you would have liked. I remember when that bracket first came out, the general consensus was, wow, Beast Coast is going to walk their way to the finals. You don't have a visual reference in front of you because you are currently looking at a top-down view of Aviator Games bomb sites. However, the bracket involving 8 teams includes 4 pro teams, 3 of which are on the other side of the bracket. Beast Coast are playing against 3 Tier 2, Tier 3, or Tier 4 teams, and in a sense should be the presumptive favorites to go all the way to the finals, especially with how close their matchup was against, well, was it DZ and then SSG as well last week. SSG, of course, won that match, got the spot. They qualified for the Copenhagen Major outright. But Beast Coast have really put up an incredible performance in all of their matches and have been just a couple rounds away from locking in their spot. That said, doesn't matter who they're playing, they should be one of the favorites. They're playing Karn & Co. And then later today, we're going to be seeing West Garfield Park versus GGG as the other match. So you look at these 3 teams that are on the same side as Beast Coast, and based on pedigree and past success, should be saying to yourself, okay, this is going to be a walk in the park for Beast Coast. Their real competition is going to come from either the Sonics, Aerial Arise, Oxygen, or Parabellum on the other side of the brackets, whichever one of those gets to the finals.
Yeah.
Doesn't look so certain now, does it? Oh, immediate trades coming in. Duke dies, Doc dies. Beast Coast looking to clear out these offsite players. Wi-Fi has been tremendous so far. Gets away 11 kills to his name.
I was gonna say Mikey and Wi-Fi are really doing a lot of work in these rounds between the 2 of them. And the second that the trade happens, defenders, they recognize, all right, we get the 1-for-1, fall back now. Wi-Fi has no backup. He cannot just stick around. And I would always argue that on Villa defense that trading 1-for-1 typically is going to favor the defending team. You have more map to work with. You have the bomb setting control. You have utility later on. And now you see Beast Coast, they lose Flores, which, to be honest, looking at all the passive operators that you could lose, might be one of the better ones because there isn't that much soft destruction required for this bomb set in particular. You still get Hypers, Bravo drones to hack stuff. You still get the grenades. You still have smoke grenades on Hyper as well.
The clutch.
The clutch drone, yeah.
Oh. Hyper was hoping to get that cam and then lost it. The last time gets shot out.
That's unfortunate. The amount of times that teammates will shoot hacked Bravo cams because of unfamiliarity is too frequent.
Carnage goes down to Hat. Wi-Fi slayed by Vertical. This timeout from Beast Coast. Maybe it was tailored specifically for this round. Maybe there was a bigger picture here, but it certainly looks like it's working. It's left just Mikey and Packer as the only two players remaining. Mikey swings. He lights up the banister, but that's about it. Packer in a 1v4. 45 seconds to go. Bit of a hopeless situation for him. His first engagement will come over towards 90. He wins it against Hat. Doesn't know if there's a follow-up. He can't vault out of it either, so he's trapped inside a vault. Chose those words specifically. Packer repositioning now. Out goes a nade. Doesn't do anything. Diffuser going down. Mr. B successful. There it is. Packer, though, finding his marks, trying to keep this one close, but they just can't get it done. There's too many players left. Beast Coast tie it up, and they guarantee us all 12 rounds to start our very first map.
It's a great attempt of a clutch, and it's unfortunate that the fire did not spread, close enough to the plant to do some damage and take him down, because that could have been the difference maker there. If the fuse had not gone down, if he gets the counter statue or into office as he did, that's a 1v1 all of a sudden. But unfortunately, the fire just does not reach the planter, and it does separate the last two attacking members to help one another, but it's not enough. Beast Coast, they tie it up. We are going to go the distance, and it's going to be another trophy defense attempt from Karn and company.
It looks more and more likely like we will not see that living room library bomb site.
We gotta come on, give it to us one time.
People want it.
I would argue that if this goes to OT, Beast Coast, they actually have a slight upper hand if they were a good library. It's a very uncommon bomb site to attack. It's going to be a very little experience from Karn and Co to deal with it, from familiarity at least. That would be my argument case for it if that was going to be the case.
5 seconds to go.
We'll see.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
It's a similar lineup that we've seen before from Karn and Co, being used by both teams. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Duke on Alibi, same as before. The Doc being brought for that sustain yet again. Though there will be no spawn peek this time from the Doc. Beast Coast likely aware of these nasty parlor tricks.
Mikey was fishing, but nothing catches on this time. So much Flores value from both of these teams as well.
That shield was just a lamb to slaughter on the previous round. Same thing goes as well for this round.
It's like, if the assignment was open, you could do all these same things with the keeper barriers, but if it gets destroyed, again, like, it doesn't cost you as much as a deployable shield. But because of that assignment ban, all of a sudden you gotta replace those things with deployable shields instead, and when they fall, you can't just toss out another one 4 times over. So, this soft destruction is gonna do a lot of pain towards Karn and Co, and Packer this time doesn't stick around at the closet area. He's gonna fall into bathroom instead. Recognizes that there are simply too many people on the balcony to deal with.
I quite like the spot that Packer's playing in, by the way. It'd be hard to flush him out if they can't get a nade or a flash in.
Oh, they think he's there. They're bringing so much util.
That was a lot of flashes. That was 2 full nades. Carnage decides to get a bit active in this position as Packer falls back. So a minute and a half. Still hold the bathroom. Still have the castle barricade as well in the closet.
Oh.
Beast Coast are having so much difficulty fighting through this defense of Karn and Co.
That they are. I mean, 2 of the 3 summons got caught by Romaya Disc. The 3rd one is jammed on the wall. There's still 2 nades to go from Hyper and Vert, one from each of them, that is. But again, great nade from below, as I was gonna say. The nade's not hitting the marks, but that one definitely did.
Hat's gonna come face to face with Karn, and that's as easy a kill as you're gonna get. Another nade, proving to be quite successful. Karn's lined up for a second on these stairs. He gets droned out. Beast Coast are not going to pull the trigger, but Karn will. Good lord. A third as well here, and this one should be relatively easy, but they're backing off. Down goes Hyper to Karn. A fourth maybe. This is his domain. A Nitro Cell tossed out. Doc taking damage from another part of the map. Mikey's been lost, but Karn is making this round so winnable. Now it's Mr. B shrugging off a bit of damage. Duke finished off. Karn will need to clutch to win this one, but cannot do it. Doc punishing him as Karn pops up. It really was Karn and Co. that round. Beast Coast moved to match point.
Yeah, and Beast Coast just looking a little bit more coordinated as they should in the round because it was a 3v2 in favor of Karn and Co. They had Astro Stairs control, they had top red and trophy control for a moment, they had the pre-proof camera inside the trophy granting vision across both bomb sites and the breach itself. So they had a strong position, but then all of a sudden the defending team, they give up the crossfires. Karn, sure, he's alone on the Astro Stairs, has to fight for his own. But when his teammate then is alone top red stairs in the alibi, they don't find a way to link up back together. So they get killed off one by one, and all of a sudden Karn, who was in that hero position on the Astro Stairs holding bathroom, he's now stuck halfway across the bomb site with no way back in. And that's where Beast Coast they strike. That's where they start holding it down. And if it wasn't for going to be a kill, it was going to be a plan. Either way, Beast Coast, they would win the round. And now they're looking at match point in their favor on this 6-5 scoreline. Downstairs bomb site of Kitchen Dining is going to be... What is this mat?
10 seconds left before
Why? There's no way that's gonna work. Like, I've never seen that before. I mean...
7 moments later.
Yeah.
It just cuts to somebody walking into it.
I mean, so, used to play Fabian, obviously, and he played Frost for a while at some point. Yeah, I am sorry for myself as well. And the rest of my teammates, for that matter. But he used to say that the best Frost traps are the worst, are the worst ones. Because no pro player in their right mind is going to expect a Frost mat in that position. And you'd be right, because why would there be one? But I mean, there has to be so many things to go wrong for anyone to walk into that mat, unless of course you're rushing. I mean, if you can burn down the clock, as you said, Parker, in the dire moments of the round, if you're rushing on in as an attacker, you might just hit a Captain Trap or Frost mat in the worst of ways. It certainly is possible.
Hyper sitting by the window, by the way, that the vault out from Wi-Fi happened before. Trying to bait one of the players from Beast Coast to sit on drone by main door so that Hyper can get a very easy kill. And nobody's taking the bait just yet. Beast Coast have been in trouble a lot of this map. They've spotted the Frost map, by the way.
Good.
They've also spotted the Oryx, too. Drone far enough back. They know in this position. Vertical will give the calls. I don't think Hat was the one involved with the fight against Duke, but Duke's got his back to a soft wall. Hat in pursuit. Duke staring in that direction. This will be a heads-up gunfight, but then he gets away.
So fast.
Fastest operator in the game, baby.
Packers sticks around though. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, okay, there we go. They fall back together. That makes more sense. Normally when one person leaves it, you both have to follow along because otherwise you will be all alone against multiple enemies.
They spotted the Frost map, but the chances they remember it's still there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it got spotted like 30 seconds ago. You have to refresh that in your mind as the time goes on in this round.
So one of the first things you say during your prep phase is they've got a Capkin.
Yep.
There's a minute and a half into the round, somebody vaults in through a window and they get hit by a Capkin trap, and it's like, I'd like to remind you. They had a Capkin.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes.
It's a great roam, by the way, from Duke. At this point now, 1 minute to go. Karn and Co. perfect on this bomb site. They've only played it once, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Blue mine and a proximity alarm giving Hyper's position away. And then Bikes trying to bait him in.
I will say, the Beast Coast, they have no actual way into the site but the doors. That's a real thing. Vert again.
Vert, how do you do that? 2 kills from Karn and Co. They want to send this one home to overtime. Hyper and Hat, the last 2 remaining. They pick off Packer, but still 4 more kills, and Beast Coast don't have tons of intel. Oh no, he's very close to the Frostbite. Oh, he gets it, okay. Take a deep breath.
Success.
Hat's in the middle of the bomb site. So is Hyper, they've got control. This will be a retake. Can Beast Coast box them out? Is Carnage giving calls right now? Hyper's got access to the diffuser. Hat takes down one, immediately pivots. There'll be a slow peek from the Pulse. He wins the fight. That's gonna force Hyper off, but he's gonna have to take matters into his own hands before he runs out of time. Overtime on the clock. Beast Coast not able to put this one away in regulation.
One of the very difficult things if you're Beast Coast in that round is that they took a full horizontal clear, which is very atypical on this bomb site, because if the defenders have that upstairs covered, the master bedroom trophy statue area, they have the hatches in control, they have verticality, they have flank options, etc. And we saw that happen. Beast Coast, they couldn't really get into the bomb site. Vert sprinted and launched a door. He got shot down. Didn't see what was maybe Doc on Ace. Kind of snuck into dining, which might have worked, but he was spotted at the last second and immediately shut down as well. And then Beast goes in a 3 versus 5, just kind of picking up the pieces. Karn and Co. actually willingly gave up the majority of the bomb site and said, let him plant, let him try, and then we narrow the net, or then we tighten the net around them, then we move on in. And it almost worked for Beast Coast. It came down to a 1 versus 2 with one of the defenders on 1 HP for Hyper. There is no way he puts the same frost mat twice Wi-Fi. So, I understand if you put it there, if it wasn't killed or seen or spotted, but it was spotted and destroyed in the round. Now, of course, maybe Wi-Fi doesn't know that. Or maybe he thinks there is no way that they're gonna think about seeing it twice. They're not gonna look for it or shoot or anything of the kind. I respect it, in a way.
This is the first Solus from Karn & Co, by the way. I don't think
Yes.
we've seen them play it. The only other time Solus popped up was Beast Coast's defense.
That would be correct, I believe so as well.
Thank you.
IQ, also first time we see that, and also first Dokkaebi, which is very surprising to say because Dokkaebi is
Extremely strong operator on this map.
pick rate, straight for the roam clear, the side execute, of course, hacking all the cameras if you get a kill with that phone hack. You have both EMP, smoke grenades, or flashbangs to choose between, so a ton of utility on that operator.
So much value from Duke right now on that sensor, just gaining information, or scanner, I suppose, if you want to call it that.
It's gonna be a Mr. B IQ versus Duke Solus, kind of combat through the vertical floor, most likely as this round progresses.
Based solely on this game, I'm going with Mr. B.
You're going with what, sorry?
I'm going with Mr. B in the
Okay, you know what? Giving Dukes, he's had a rough time, okay? He's done good work, I will give him that. But in terms of the kill department, a little bit lackluster. But I mean, he's also playing a more information-oriented Solus. You can play Solus to like make a play, do damage, go for kills, go for runouts. Duke is playing the Solus almost like you would with an IQ and attack. He is simply scouting for information to relate to his teammates, and then they will make a proactive play around it. And Packer, he might just get rid of... Nope, he's dead.
Mr. B, a single shot. Down goes the Legion. As IQ with the Solus on the board, the Capkin as well as the Pulse will be huge. Now, an interesting choice to go to this bomb site, a safe choice for Beast Coast, as they are perfect on Kitchen. This is the only bomb site they've won every time they've gone here. They're 50-50 on Trophy Statuary, 50-50 on Aviator. So the fact that you go back here for a third time, but you make small changes to your lineup, suggests that A, maybe you've diagnosed that there are some issues, but alternatively, that you feel confident in the way this is going to play out. Now, confidence might be a bit misplaced. Beast Coast double up in terms of numbers. This is a very odd angle for Karn, by the way. Not one that we don't see all the time. Duke had almost lost his life moments before. Carnage again, engaging the real deal. Duke finding a third kill so far, but 3 more players await him. Through pantry, diffuser going down, he can hear this. Spotted as one comes in, nice shot on the Hyper. Diffuser goes down, but Duke is just reduced to a tiny bit of HP. Boxed out of the bomb site right now, still inside a kitchen. Sees the diffuser and also sees the Claymore. Can he long arm this, maybe draw him in? You have to go for it. You have to go for it, and there you go, bait him into it. Mr. B, the kill. Taking matters into his own hands. Beast Coast back to match point.
Much more convincing round from Beast Coast as well. Just looking with a solid plan. They went above. They, took control of the vertical area above the bomb side. Mr. B on the flanks on the the office side of the map as well. He had diffuser. Had he not killed Packer, but Packer instead killed him, that would have been a very dire position for Beast Coast to be in, because the diffuser's all the way across the map with nobody nearby. There's an active roamer on the case as well. And Karn and Co could essentially sacrifice and give up the bomb site itself, because they don't need to protect the bomb site if the attacking team does not have a diffuser. So that single gunfight, the opening kill engagement, really could have changed the outcome of the round simply because of that. Now Beast Coast will go back to defend. Honestly, Not really sure about the side situation here. Both the attackers and the defenders have looked good, but it looks like the attackers are the ones who set the pace for both of these two teams. So going off of that, you would argue that being on the attacking side is arguably favorable in this matchup at least.
10 seconds
Karn
left.
opting for the same similar lineup that they did last time they were on the attack. No Dokupi inside. They are still opting for that Nomad on Duke. Try and slow down or stop Beast Coast from advancing aggressively in toward them when you start clearing out the map. Again, Karn want to get that stale position, the 1-2-3 into an execute with all 5 members alive if possible, but if not, then in an advantageous position with a opening kill.
Gotta say, the experience from Karn really paying off, even if some of those 13 kills leading for his team have not been nearly as impactful as they could be. Wi-Fi collecting most of those 11 kills on attack. The very first half, been a bit quiet so far on defense. Both of these teams winning 3 rounds on each of their respective halves, though I will say that Beast Coast looked better, I would argue, on the second half.
A bomb has been
Yeah.
located.
Didn't end up getting them any more rounds, but at least they looked a bit more stable, a bit more comfortable. Whereas there was some regression, I feel, from certain players on the side of Karn & Co.
Third, the Terror Drone going in. Gets the castle this time, so good clear utility from Karn & Co. But remind you that this is just the first lineup setup from Beast Coast. They have a second line at the bomb site itself with the bulletproof cameras, etc. for information.
It's an interesting choice of bomb sites,
Oh, it
by the
doesn't
way.
hit it.
The previous round, Karn & Co. had gone to Kitchen where they were undefeated. Beast Coast's only undefeated bomb site is Trophy Statuary, where they're currently defending right now. So streak could break for Beast Coast, which would then send us to a 15th round. Part of me really does want to see that. There's a lot of off-site play at the moment. Hat doesn't, I think, have an opportunity to do much with this. They're already inside a closet. Wi-Fi in a position that Hat is not aware of, and Wi-Fi actually gives his position away. Hyper from downtown making some serious noise. 1 minute left, and Beast Coast of the upper hand. Not for long.
Not for long indeed. Gotta say, Karn & Co, they just cannot get in the bomb site though. They're stuck in this position.
Now in Solus right now doing so much work. Mr. B is as well. Karn & Co just down to 2. They've opened up some of this wall. They've put good pressure onto the Beast Coast defenses, but now they've got to find the kills, and Hat in this position. That rat angle takes out Carnage. Duke, what can you do? Not much. Beast Coast were in trouble early on, but they managed to right themselves towards the latter half of that map, and they take Villa hard fought, 8-6. We've got Cafe up next. Will Beast Coast close this out in a 2-0? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
What an entertaining first map it was on Villa. 8-6 overtime victory for Beast Coast. Now, Cookies, Beast Coast, they won, but it was by the skin of their teeth. Like, let's not mince words here.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first half was really messy for Beast Coast, really trying to, like, gauge how aggressive they should play against Karn Company, who we know is really good against, or rather, really good at setting up and just executing on the site. So you can't just sit on site if you're Beast Coast, right? You can't just say, oh, I'm going to let them get into the building and do what they want, because they will just delete you, right? So they were playing really aggressive in that defense half. That's why maybe you see here, they're playing really aggressive in Master. Look at Mr. B! He's just swinging a Master, getting away. We got a triple kill there because he was, throws me off every time. Because he was trying to contest that entry point. Didn't let Karn and Company get into the building. He's fighting in Master. The site's AVG. And if you don't let Karn's team set up and get what they need to do, they're going to struggle to actually get to where they want to be. And of course, as we went into the second half, I would say Beast Coast struggled some more on attack to kind of finish out their attacks. They're really timid. I think because Karn was clutching up some rounds. I know we want to talk about Wi-Fi. They played really timid, I think. But once we got to overtime, they kind of found their space again.
Well, I was very happy with Karn and Co's play, although obviously they would have liked to have gotten the win on their own map choice. You know, Mikey stepped up, Karn stepped up, but you were quite impressed with Wi-Fi, as Cookies alluded to.
Yeah, of course. I think Wi-Fi was going to be the MVP for me if Karn had ended up winning this game. He had that ridiculous 1v3 4K clutch back in round number 8. We did catch it in these highlights. And then beyond that, was doing a really good job grabbing those opening picks, always starting off the right foot for Karn and Co, making sure that they have that early advantage. It's unfortunate that it didn't really translate through the entirety of the game. I did feel like we saw Duke losing a lot of important fights. Not that round where he's in the 1v4. I think that's a tough spot. But a lot of the times, like, you're in those initial moments of the round where you need to get that trade or you need to get that opening pick. And sometimes it felt like he was kind of losing out on that because it was really a game defined by those early fights. So tough if you don't have everybody firing on full cylinders. But there were some bright spots for sure for Karn.
I think the most entertaining part has to be the player cams. That, even production noted that the player cams were some of the best that we've seen and all the things that they were saying. But now we have to look forward to the next map because now we do get Beast Coast's map. You know, if you're just squeaking out an overtime loss, you know, as Karn and Co on your own map choice, you'd have to think Beast Coast now has to be looking at their map choice going, we can seal this in 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in for Cafe, right? I think a really important player to watch through this map is going to be Hyper. They played this map a lot 3 times through the regular season. The last time they played it was against Dark Zero, and it felt like Hyper was really being focused. He was being shut down time after time after time. He couldn't really get anything going. And then the map before that, when they played against Parabellum, Hyper was maybe their best player. On attack, he just completely tore everybody to shreds. So if Hyper is able to move around, do what he wants to do, could be struggle time for Karn and Co. But if they can shut him down, listen, you know, I think they could definitely force us to a map 3.
Yeah, I will say, if we look at the Beast Coast Cafe, what they really do a good job of is against roams. So let's say it's Bakery. If you got some guy, it's probably going to be Duke. We saw he's the roamer for Karn and Co. If he's on the 3rd floor and he's not, like, figuring out where he needs to be in terms of on that defense, where he needs to be to, like, stop the Beast Coast entries, if he's just sitting 10,000 miles away, I think that's what Sonics was doing a lot. When they played Cafe against Beast Coast, they were really offhanded. The roamers weren't really involved. And Beast Coast will eat that up. They'll just hit site, as we see them do time and time again, and they'll have a lot of success with that. Doesn't matter what the site is on Cafe. So I'm thinking Karn and Co's roamers are going to be the key focus here and how they respond to the stimuli on the map and what's going on.
Well, let's talk about Karn and Co Cookies for a second because with our experience, with our vast experience of seeing them, Karn and Co is a team that has had their struggles. They have really good games, but they also have really poor games. I would honestly say that even an overtime loss on their map, they had a good game, and it's important for them to, you know, ride that high, keep that in mind. Like, although your back's up against the wall, there's positives to take away from that first map.
I thought they played really appropriately. I like their defensive setups. That's one thing about Karn is he's going to have them set up. Like, they're going to have good setups. They're going to be dry running for 62 hours a day. The problem is it's just, you know, it just comes down to the execution and whether, you know, really, I mean, whether they can left click better than the other team. I do think they're set up well, and I think they play properly. It's just, can they put it together?
I mean, Cafe is a map as well that, like, Karn and Co did play one time through the groups against a team called Grass Cutting. No clue who's on that team. But they started on the defense. They went up 6-0 at the half, won the game 7-1. I'm pretty confident they're starting the defense again. Yes, they are. So, you know, they're good at defending this map. It is a defender-sided map. Maybe they can run that with some momentum and eventually close it on that second half. I don't know if they're going to be gifted another 6-0. Beast Coast, I would guess, a better team than grass cutting, but we know that they're experienced on this map. We know that it's a defender-sided map. They can play defense. I'm hoping to see some more really good stuff out of Karn & Co. for this game.
What do you think that bodes for? Do you think it's a 2-0, or do you think we're pushing it to 3 maps?
You know what? Let's get fun with it. I think we'll go all 3. I think they start on defense. They played close last map. They're not bad at this map. It is Beast Coast pick, but it's not a bad map for Karn & Co. So yeah, screw it. I'm gonna say map 3.
Cookies?
I mean, it's a different Karn & Co. Brim, like,
Yeah.
but there was a good swath of time where, I mean, this is a lot of CL history here we're going to jump through in this statement, but, like, Karn's team got 7-0'd on Cafe way back. Had a huge swath of time where they just banned it, never played it. And obviously it's a new team now, but it's still Karn. Maybe, maybe because
Their consistency, though, to their previous history, that was, I think, the most impressive thing is, as we were saying, players like Mikey, they can pop off. Karn, we know, has his certain games where he pops off. But it was this consistency that we saw round by round where we saw a team that looked more well-organized than we've seen them in previous iterations.
Yeah, well organized and just honestly, Wi-Fi is like the kind of helping. I was screaming for Mikey to get help for years, right? Like, because it felt like it was just every time we do like our critical points, whatever, it was just I'm talking about Mikey. Mikey this, Michael E. I love Mikey, Michael Jordan. But it's just now I think he's got help with Wi-Fi. I think if Duke's a lot better than what he showed, by the way. You guys wanted to call him Dookie because of how bad he did. But let me tell you, or just his score line, Duke was good. I mean, in T3, in SCS, whatever, he was good. I think maybe the moment was a little too big. Maybe he got nervous.
If he steps up, there's a chance. So I'm going to speak for the both of us. I'm going to give them the CL vote. Karn & Co., they're going to push this to 3 maps. We'll throw it to the casters now as we get into Cafe. Map number 2, the choice of Beast Coast.
Heck yeah! That's how I feel about this.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, after seeing the first map, I have high hopes for Karn & Co. I'm not as hopeful because it's not their map.
yeah. See, that's where my logic was going. But then Jesse is he's turned me when he said, Karn & Co. is side in defense. It's a defender-sided map. That Cafe actually, we can say for a fact, it is a defender-sided map. If they get some gas.
You don't let that silver-tongued devil do things to your brain with his sweet, sweet words, okay? He pours
It's hard
his
not
lies.
to.
He pours his lies into your ears like sweet maple syrup, okay?
But like, he gives me a little smirk, a little smile, a little wink in the eye, and then all of a sudden
Don't
yeah.
believe his lies.
I lost.
Do not believe his lies. We're gonna get away with our second map of this best of 3 series. If you didn't tune in for map number 1, Beast Coast did end up taking Karn & Co.'s map, but it didn't come easy. It was a hard-fought victory, 8-6. Beast Coast started out quite flat-footed, but they ended up finding their stride, it seemed. Even though they lost some of the rounds, they were playing much better as a team. Do Karn & Co. have what it takes to overcome Beast Coast on Beast Coast's map? That is a tall task. It's no small order at all. I don't know, Beast Coast has this one side of the bracket all to themselves. The next matchup, should Beast Coast win, will be West Garfield Park. That's a part of Chicago. Notably known for being an exceptionally dangerous part of Chicago.
Oh.
And GGG as our next 2 teams. West Garfield Park got the RTV spot as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And then the winner of that match will play the winner of this match. So if Beast Coast wins, they will play either Garfield Park, West Garfield Park, or GGG.
You're saying it's WGP versus GGG. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful.
No,
Do not
don't
say it 10
say
times
it 10
fast.
times fast, no. I'm just simply not doing that. I don't know what Mikey's doing, but he's creating free content right now.
He is. He's going at it. Not sure why.
Operator bands, Azami and Flores, are the 2 bands that are the most exciting for me. Yingban is relatively staple at this point. She's the most banned attacker operator.
Yeah.
Mira being banned is also an interesting point. We are not that far removed from the days of her being the most banned defender. But Azami has become the most banned defender. In fact, the most banned operator, period.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes perfect sense for Beast Coast to ban out the mirror because they are starting on the attacking side. When you look at Cafe overall, I would argue that the most impactful operators, and this is speaking to like their ban rates historically, is you're gonna look at like Asami, Ying, Mira, and Valkyrie as like your big 4. they really change around how you defend and how you attack the map itself. And then you kind of have that optional ban, which in this case the Flores. It could honestly be any attacker. You know, if Karn & Co didn't ban the Ying, maybe Beast Coast banned it instead. But because the Karn & Co opted for it, they go, okay, what do we not want them? What do we not want to have them able to play when they side swap? Or what do we not need on our attack inside that we start on? That's how the Flores comes to be. Beast Coast kind of going through the motions of figuring out, you know, exactly what the setup looks like and using that attacker repick accordingly. They change a couple of operators around. They opt for a more utility-oriented information style of Siege where they get both the Brava and the IQ to kind of map out the bomb site and what's around it. The only real concern here is you only have one set of grenades, so there's no easy way for Beast Coast to get any good picks on the map besides what Vertical can do with his pocket grenades. Of course, Mr. B on the Hibana. Normally you might ask, why doesn't he play Ace like he does on Villa, for example? It's a great question. Cafe as a map is very utility-oriented. You know, the Wamaitis, the Jaeger, the Runikis, etc. You want to bring as much burn as possible. That's why you often see Hibana being played over Ace in this map in particular, because you get that extra set of flashbangs.
Seeing Bravo right away.
Stonks.
The Kludge drone. You just got kludged.
It really is an interesting element to see that we've never seen before.
She's a trickster op. I really appreciate it. She is very much a trickster op. Doc on a single point of HP gets the first kill on map number 2. It's on to Carnage. Probably the best operator on the side of Karn & Co to go down. You lose the castle. Yeah, the UMP's a reliable weapon, but I imagine almost all of the utility from Karn has been put down. Wi-Fi decides to peek the Skylight. Gets punished by Hyper for that one. Okay.
Yeah, and we gotta talk about risk assessment where you have to always consider, like, when is it worth to take a swing and take a risk? When you're smoking this scenario with 3 toxic because you said if Castle dies, he's already done his job. Odds are Wi-Fi hasn't. So now that he goes down early, the value is very low on the side of Karn & Co. They have no C4, no toxic babes, and now it's forcing Mikey, Duke, and Packer to just go for crazy swings all the time because they know this round is doomed otherwise.
Yep. Very well put. At's position inside of Cigar. Vertical not too far away. A frozen picture. Oh no, that is not a frozen picture. He's remarkably still. Good lord, Vertical. Hat dies from that position. Doc on low HP, Vertical at half. This is not as grim for Karn & Co as it was about 30 seconds before. See Beast Coast puncture a little bit of that pressure that's been set up with the reinforcement.
Yep.
Down goes Mikey to Mr. B. Duke inside a freezer needs to watch to the left as that's been opened up by the Hibana X Kairos as we talked about. Packer far back inside a cocktail, sitting right near the bomb chassis, but there's an opening in the wall and both players from this Karn & Co team not in the best spots. They get punished for it by Beast Coast. They take round number 1.
That seems to be the easiest way for Beast Coast to win rounds against Karn & Co. is to get an opening kill and force him to be a bit more desperate. Again, the risk assessment from Karn & Co. is not necessarily the same as other professional teams in the Tier 1 League of Siege, where you recognize, okay, you lose the castles, not a big deal, guys, play 4 versus 5. It seems like every time Karn & Co. they play from behind, they all feel very eager and desperate to try and be the ones to make the hero play to get it back to a 4v4, so even numbers. And I think that is where Beast Coast can really start utilizing and expose that gap and that weakness in the defensive side from Karn & Co. They've done it a couple of times in Villa, they did it in the very first round here in Cafe, and just like before, we're gonna see the bomb sites just rotate and change around the moment they are played, whether it's a loss or a victory. Now, the one thing is that the reading dining bomb site that we're seeing right now, it plays in a very similar way as that of the previous cocktail defense. You go up above, you hold that top floor cocktail piano side for a bit, and you fall back. And ideally, as a defending team, your goal is to burn enough time or kill enough drones on the upstairs roam that the attackers simply do not have enough time available on the clock to get any sort of execute off. So Beast Coast, it's all about their pace and their speed in this round to be on track to hit those marks, saying, okay, we want to get full top floor control with at least 45 seconds left, otherwise we gotta go way too quick. That's where mistakes they start happening. But they might look for a quick side play instead, hammer the door and go in.
Doc is ready for it.
Oh,
But Packer could go for the run out, a jump out, whatever you'd like to call it. And there it is. He decides to do it. Whether he actually made it out of the building or not, we are not entirely aware of, but Mr. B is very happy to get a relatively free pick. For the second round in a row, Beast Coast have an advantage early.
Yep, now we gotta look out. Are Karn and Co gonna be swinging out, you know, with high-risk situations? They very well might be. Hyper and rest of Beast Coast paying very high respect to the fact that Valkyrie is on the board, IQ being brought in the first 2 rounds in a row, just because what if that operator gets played? And for this round, well, she is in play.
Fire in front of Max. Stopping his advance for the time being. There goes the shield over by Pixel Spot. And they'll get information on the Thorn of Wi-Fi. He manages to get away.
See what they can find elsewhere. Still half the round to go as well, so Hyper, make sure to use your gadget, buddy, because those Valkyrie cameras, they have to be found. We see Packer actively sitting one right now. There are 2 C4s, well, 1 left on the side of Karn, so that could do some damage to you from downstairs.
Had slowly crept his way up, not too far off of these 2 players that are both in similar positions. Duke's the one looking over. Down goes Hat. Karn had some information. Those Valk cams, again, are going to remain. Mikey throws out a Nitro Cell, manages to make it downstairs. 2 Wi-Fi in this position. Gives an advantage to Karn and Co, but it's gone very quickly. It's vertical. Not too far away from the position that 2 separate players of Karn and Co were on before. We got lots of time right now, just about a minute to go.
Yeah, as I said, the pace, if you can get to this position with 45 seconds or more as an attacking team, you're in a decent position. And they got there at about 50-something, and Doc, you see it right now, he is rushing through this destruction. He knows he's got to do so much work up here, then drone the bomb side, find Mikey, then try and go for a plant.
But Vertical's been down, so here's your window of opportunity. They have a Valk cam up somewhere because the Nitro Cell Karn retakes! Does 2 damage! Does too much damage, limited to out-duel, and then Mikey finishes it off. A puzzling end to the round, but again, likely able to happen because of those cameras that went unseen.
Yep.
Karn and Co denying Beast Coast the lead and denying them an opportunity to continue building on that lead as they've tied things up.
And there it was early again, right? This is the complication of who do you put on IQ? It has to be a player who has, you know, who can do enough with the freedom that is granted to him, but also be enough on the leash where he has that scanner up with a high frequency to the point where you find those Valkyrie cameras to deny that information, because that's the whole point of playing IQ. Now, there is one other way around it. You play the Dokkaebi, like we saw in Villa, and if you get the early pick, and you get to hack the camera, then you also gain access to where those Valkyrie cameras are going to be in the map. But either way, it's important that whoever plays the IQ or plays the Dokkaebi, that they put themselves in a position or is allowed to be put in the right position by their team members to actually use their gadget. Otherwise, you're just picking a strong gun in IQ's Commando, which was kind of the case in the previous round, and it had a big play in what happened with the outcome.
5 seconds left.
Information really was a hugely important part of that round, as we see it
Attackers are heading
in
out
many
to defuse the
rounds.
bomb.
Valkyrie will be a mainstay on Cafe, I suspect. Mikey now running with the Valk instead. Beast Coast had that early advantage, remember? They looked like they were going to be able to clean up the top floor quite well, then things went completely sideways.
Do be like that sometimes?
They do. People don't like it, but it do.
I like the Nomad being brought from Hat now. Beast Coast, they just want to be in very comfortable around the map. They can repel safe. They know that no one's going to get impact run out upon or an Uni punch on the castle barricade, for example. Mr. B really just doing his best job as a Hibana right now, running around the map, using 2x Kairos and all the external castle barricades, taking the first minute off the clock where he's just solely opening up windows for that phantom pressure. With the more windows being opened up for the defenders, they're gonna feel more amount of pressure, not know exactly where the attackers are going to be coming from. But of course, this again plays into why the Valkyries played, because you don't have a lot of information. You play the Valkyrie, now you have it, and now the attackers have to clear it. And we actually see Vert spend one of his 2 frag grenades to clear out the Valkyrie camera inside of Piano. That's how crucial these cameras they are.
Well, Hyper will be the one to give the calls. He's on that IQ. Hopefully you find all of those black eye cams. Look at all the space that Vertical can move up on. 3 rounds in a row, the Beast Coast have wet the ground with the blood of their opponents. Carnage sees the buck. Come on, Carnage. Come on, Carnage.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you. Oh my goodness gracious. Nade gets tossed in, but it's Hat taking matters into his own hands. Advantage goes back in favor of Beast Coast off of one of the ugliest bits of gunplay we have seen at this level in a long time.
Sending out Gemini.
DMRs are tough, man. I mean, it's why I don't play
They're
them.
not. They are 2 shots. Don't
But you gotta hit
don't
2 shots.
Don't pretend. I appreciate it, but
Connection severed.
Karn should have been much better.
It should have been better than it was. I'll tell you that much. I agree with you. Sometimes it is slippery though. Beast Coast turns playing a very cautious round. They know they're in the lead. Drone out the bomb side. Find out where both defenders they are before you make their move. One drops. It's Verd.
Second floor.
Closing in, but he gets
Oh.
out-dueled by Wi-Fi. Finished off. Wi-Fi playing erratically inside of reading. Packer over towards pillars, or at least looking in that direction. He'll be able to get Mr. B.
What?
In fact, Wi-Fi does instead. They haven't droned this out. Packer, goodness gracious, turns around and crushes Hat. Hyper now finds himself in a 1v1 against Packer. Packer's got the shotgun at close range. The red dot will give his spot away, and it's Hyper to win it in a fight that probably should have gone in favor of Karn and Co., but sometimes things don't play out the way that you expect. Beast Coast regain the lead.
But it's such a scrappy and messy round from Beast Coast. Verd drops alone, he dies inside library, which isn't the bomb site, by the way. 0 follow-up. And it puts Beast Coast from a 4 versus 2 all the way down to a 1 versus 1. And to make things even more complicated, the entire time inside a pillar, Beast Coast were getting red pinged by a camera. Now, I do believe it was a bulletproof camera at the very end of the hallway, not a camera from Valkyrie itself. So this was not an IQ problem, so to speak, but it still speaks to the issue that Beast Coast, they are not really doing all the things they have to in these rounds. And one key issue here might actually be the forest spend that they themselves have put upon it, because now they don't have easy access to soft destruction. With the current operator lineup, they only have a single set of soft destruction on the nades from vertical, and those nades right now are being used on 1, a Valkyrie camera, and 2, on Carnage inside of Freezer last round, which didn't even get the kill. It was a gun that got the kill instead, but it forced him to a bad position. So it's a good nade value spent in the round, but then there's a bulletproof camera later on in that is completely messing you up with the intel game again. Beast Coast, for this kitchen and kitchen attack, have opted for a couple of changes, but the biggest one to note here is the Jackal. Speaks heavily towards the roam clear. Again, the clock is one of the biggest enemies on Cafe because of how big the map can be. Duke going for an aggressive jump up, but doesn't even really swing forward, immediately jumps back on in, but it applies pressure. Now Beast Coast, they know that something's fishy, something's happening. Aggression early upstairs, time they gotta watch the windows and be very cautious about this round.
Pressure is often this undefined term that we use to describe just about anything. You know, pressure can be keeping their roam at bay. Pressure can be keeping somebody's attention on entry or on defense. It can mean wasting utility. And it's something that's talked about with certain operators as well. If you know that there's a clash or a Monty on the board, there's almost always pressure being exerted on you to deal with that object in front of you, whether it be an attacking shield or a defending shield. In this particular sense, the pressure that was applied from Karn & Co. is simply to keep Beast Coast at bay. Speaking of pressure, look at this full frontal assault. 2 separate players from Karn & Co. holding this bakery entrance. They get a kill off of it. They could find a second as well. But Mr. B doesn't want any of that smoke whatsoever.
Bit of a questionable walk-in from Vert. No follow-up again, no trade. Beast Coast being very much isolated 2 rounds in a row. Hat does a bit of damage, a fair bit of that onto Packer. The DMR, as you said, packs a punch. But you need more than just damage in these rounds. Gotta leverage back that score round with a man count rather. And there's no real Vert operators available from Beast Coast. No Sledge, no Bug, no... I mean, there's soft breaching charges from Doc on Ace, but they've already been spent. There's very limited visibility to the bomb site now. It's not a great position to be in.
Speaking of that bomb site, this is now all 4 bomb sites showing up through the 4 rounds. Great diversity from Karn & Co. And they did something they hadn't done yet. They got the first blood earlier on in the round. Trepidation from Beast Coast. They don't really know where they want to go next. They find Karn. Wi-Fi was not too far off, and he could do some damage. Down he goes. So Beast Coast have this read. Duke, as well as the Vigil of Packer, not too far away from each other. Mikey's inside a closet, and he's taken down. They check his coats, and he's as good as gone, but Packer's firing back. Outdueling Hyper, outdueling Doc, but not outdueling Hat. Too many bodies from Beast Coast to throw at the problem, and they throw quite well, but don't throw the round. 3-1 on this first half for Beast Coast. 3-1 on attack for Beast Coast.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest point here, is that this is Beast Coast leading on attack. Yes, it is their map pick, but if there was any realistic way that Karn and Co should have like an upper hand in this matchup, it's that they start at defense, they can rack up, 4, 5, maybe if they're really, really good, 6 rounds on defense. They've gotten 1 and 4. And that's not exactly where they want to be. When at number 5, they will go just 1 floor up. That's a reading bomb site, which worked out in their favor. It was the one bomb site that they defended successfully, but it came due to a mistake, or a gap rather, on Beast Coast's attack. Again, the Valkyrie cameras were a big problem. We're seeing Thorn being brought out, not a very high pick rate operator, but does bring the deployable shield and the Razor Booms information again, of course. Beast Coast not really opting for any attacker repicks whatsoever in this round. Oh, as I say that, of course, they changed it last second. I believe you will have a quick rehost happening, but we'll get back into the game momentarily in just a few seconds.
I'm not sure why.
I was gonna say, I don't have an update as to why that is, but we'll be quickly back.
We were told that there was a request for a timeout with virtually no time left on the clock, and therefore a timeout will be granted.
Okay.
However, there just needs to be a remake before that can happen.
Okay. That makes sense.
I appreciate that Vertical changed his headset, by the way. He was running like Bose Quiet Comfort, like travel headphones.
Oh, right, he was, yeah.
I don't know. I own a pair of them.
Yeah.
I've never tried to game with them.
Never have I ever, no. I mean, I've never used a Bluetooth, like, wired headphone to my PC before.
I've never used wireless headphones.
Never?
Never used wireless headphones.
Wow.
And you know what's also funny?
What?
I've never used a wired mouse. I mean, way back in the olden days before like, wireless mice existed, like, yes, I did. But ever since wireless mice have been a thing, I have never, ever used a wired mouse.
Well, I would say great in the mouse part, because I think that's the way forward. I have used a wireless headset before, and I quite enjoy the fact that you can walk around your apartment or your house and talk to your friends, but it's one of those, like, if you live alone, it can be great, but if you don't live alone, it's like, you're just annoying people at that point, right? But I understand it can be quite nice. I feel like when I had a wireless, like, I had like a digital watch, I had a wireless headset, phone, iPad, whatever, it was too many things to charge every single day. It got so annoying. That's why I changed.
Well, I mean, that's why if you have like a digital watch, I don't know about you, but it's like I have a thing that I can charge my. I don't have an Apple product because I'm an Android guy. That's fine, but I have the ability to.
You have a literal iPad.
Yeah, I use an iPad.
I don't have an Apple product.
I said I'm not an Apple guy. Like I don't have an iPhone.
No, you literally said I don't own an Apple product.
Sorry, I meant iPhone.
Okay.
I'm not in the iPhone ecosystem.
That's fair.
Okay, I own an iPad because it is convenient for work.
Okay.
And I exclusively use it for work. The only time I ever turn on my iPad is literally when we are working.
Okay.
So other than that, you derail my point.
Take it away.
I have a little charging bar that you can put your phone, your earbuds, and your watch on, charge all 3 at the same time.
You know what I have? I have a regular watch that doesn't need charging.
I mean, I only really use that smartwatch at live events. I don't have to keep checking my phone, and I can just have everything all on one. Like, if we're getting messages like while we're casting or we're working or something, I can just kind of check my phone or check my watch really quickly instead of having to yank out my phone. It's nice.
Do you know Ben 10?
What?
Do you know what that is?
No.
You don't? It's a guy who has a watch, and he can, like, click on it and transform into different animals. Like, cartoon style, not like live action,
Like he physically turns into...
Yeah. He's like, imagine a superhero, but instead of being Spider-Man or whatever...
Is this a real person or is this a fictional character?
I mean, it's obviously a fictional character.
Well, because if a real person was able to shapeshift into other animals, I feel like that would be more widespread and more well known.
No, I thought it was a huge. Oh, you know what? Oh my God.
Animorphs is not a documentary.
Wait, maybe
right?
you're too old for this.
I doubt that.
I
You are
hate
not
saying
that.
that.
Much younger than
I hate saying.
Okay.
I honestly thought for a second. Yeah,
Dog's big chilling.
he's chilling. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna take a little chill over here.
Like, do they forget that the cams are on?
They probably. I bet you they forget. Hat's gone. He just left the room.
This is great. We're learning so much.
Yeah. What else do we have?
I want the doc cam back.
It's like, oh snap.
He's gone.
Ah.
You know what I got to say, though? Props to him. He actually makes his bed.
Yeah. +1 in my book because, you know, I don't even make my bed very often. But it's also not on camera anymore, so like I guess I can get away with it.
I mean, I think like a made bed looks nice, but I also feel like it's more that why you tell me I have to make this bed, but I'm just gonna get back into it.
Yeah, see, that's how I feel about it as well. But then I see all these motivational videos and stuff where they're like, you gotta get up at 4 a.m. and make your bed and these things because you gotta set the tone for the day and start by problem solving and all these things. I'm like, you know what? I guess that makes sense too.
I mean, I do think keeping a clean room is good for your headspace.
No, it is. It is. Messy.
Not like I want to dive into some horrific Jordan Peterson-esque, you're gonna clean your room, whatever Kermit voice he has. But I do think that keeping a clean room is important. It's something that I have I've always struggled with. I know that Fluke tweeted a while back that she has troubles keeping either her room clean or her desk clean.
Yeah.
I feel like the clean desk is a much bigger issue because especially for like when you're like a degen gamer and all you do is just sit at your computer and you order Uber Eats, not uncommon for you to have, you know, like 6 drink containers,
Oh
like
my
a
God.
bunch of like garbage bags around you.
Do you do that?
No, I clean as I go.
Oh, okay. See, I
My desk gets dusty, but that's about it. I just have to keep dusting it frequently. That's all. I don't know
Yeah.
why my room is always so dusty. I don't get it.
I have the same issue. I know what it is either.
vacuum and everything. I don't know. Just like think the first time I've ever said that person's name on stream, and I don't ever want to say it again.
Which name?
I'm not saying his name again. I refuse. Clean your room. Go on a full meat diet.
Okay. I got it.
If it's green, it doesn't go on my plate.
To be fair, I lived by that as a teenager for a long time. But I think most people did, you know? The whole
All you need to
green
do
is bad.
All you need to do, Nick, is you need to go to a single gaming event where there's like a buffet where they provide
Oh
catering.
my God.
And it's just like all the players are like, I'm just gonna eat the meat.
Yeah.
I don't like vegetables. I don't like salads.
Like, they're like, where's the chicken nuggets? You know, like, where's the fries?
Where are the fries? Where are the chicken nuggets? Oh,
Yeah.
does this place have McDonald's?
Yeah, so many players actually, because during Invite, we had like a food court downstairs, like plenty of options, right?
Incredible food options,
Yeah.
by the way. Like some of the places
Yeah.
down below us were fantastic.
And then I would see the players just always go to McDonald's. Like, that was like in the other end of the area. That was like always packed or whatever.
I will say the McDonald's coffee was
That-
better than all the coffee
it
places
does go
below
hard,
us.
yeah.
It does. It does go very hard. McDonald's coffee kind of slaps. We're not sponsored, by the way.
Not yet.
McDonald's coffee is good for North American coffee. It's a dreadful compared to like European coffee.
So does that mean that European coffee is better, or is that the McDonald's coffee in Europe is worse? Like,
Oh
what's
no,
the-
European coffee is like indisputably better than North American coffee.
Oh, okay.
North American coffee culture is not as exciting. But I have also told from all of my Aussie friends that apparently Australian
Yeah.
coffee,
Yeah.
Australian and Japanese coffee are supposedly just like,
Coffee snobs.
which the Italians that are watching this are gonna be very upset. But I mean, that's fine. I will say Italian coffee when we were in Milan, very nice. So, but I've never tried Australian coffee, and I don't think I ever really had like authentic Japanese coffee when we were in Tokoname because we were on an island that was also basically just an airport.
Fair. I mean, I
I
was
went to Nagoya, but I think we stopped at a Starbucks because that's just right next to the train station. And I was like, yeah,
convenient.
yeah.
I went to Paris a few weeks back, and the amount of coffee consumption that I saw. I was working. We were doing like an ad thing that's not gone live yet, so it's not out. But working with like production crew and all the people, and they were downing coffee like their life depended on it. Like that's a big thing in France. Apparently, it seems too. Like the like cafe coffee lifestyle.
The amount of cafes in Paris is really
Yes.
something that you don't understand until you go there. And then
It's a lot.
every other street corner, there's like almost every street corner that I've been on. And when you go to a main intersection in Paris, you're going to see either a pharmacy, a market, like a farmer's market or something like that, like a grocery store, or you're going to see a coffee shop. And there's going to be one of those three things, maybe all three, on the four corners. There's going to be at least one of those in almost every single intersection. Last time I was in Paris was right after Jönköping. I actually flew there from Jönköping to film the new era
Oh,
of Rainbow Six Esports, which has gone live. We are waiting for, we don't know, but we're gonna update you as best as we can. One of the teams is not ready.
how can they not be ready? They're playing from their home. I demand answers.
I mean,
right
my
now.
favorite thing is like every player's on a webcam. Like we physically see that you're ready. You're sitting in front of
He's
your
sitting there
computer.
like, I'm not ready.
You're sitting there. You're sitting there. Oh, we got a game. Okay, we're going back in. I assume Karn and Co are going to take the timeout right away.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't rehearse on nothing, right? There's no. There it is.
Yeah, there we go. Karn and Co indeed will take their timeout. I wanted to see what Hyper just typed, but I didn't see it in time.
I can't quite read it. Oh.
He goes, Karn, honestly, such a mistake rehosting right there. I used all that time to VOD review your very moves.
He's in their heads. I love that.
Mistake.
I love that.
What? A mistake. It's been a very long best of two.
Yeah.
It is 11 p.m. and we are still not finished the second map. That is quite long.
Yeah.
We're not even halfway through the second map.
Now, one thing is looking good for this, the pace of things. That Beast goes up
Jesse's
3-1. Haircut?
Jesse has really nice hair right now.
Yeah, but he
see him
always
on
has
the
hair,
desk?
nice hair.
You see him on the desk?
I did see him on the desk.
Really nice hair.
Beautiful man.
Too bad he said stupid things when he's like, no, it's
Oh.
Defender Side Cafe. I think that Karn and Co are a real shot. We're in all three maps.
He's a professional analyst, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Like, he is paid for that. For being wrong.
You get paid.
Wait. You guys are getting paid, right? I know you're immigrating here from Canada, but like you gotta make a living.
I am not immigrating. Look,
You've lived here for a month.
look, Jesse and I got into a fight because he claimed that he lived in Montreal because
doesn't.
he spent a month in Montreal at an Airbnb provided for him by his employer. And he's like, I lived in Montreal.
He temporarily
I'm
lived
like,
in Montreal.
You stayed in Montreal on work. You didn't live there.
No, he was cooking and sleeping and living.
Yeah,
like,
but we're doing the same thing here, and I don't consider us living.
You temporarily lived in Denmark.
No, I think he's.
When you're 60, you'll tell you, I once temporarily lived in Denmark for like a
No,
month.
I
and a half."
lived in Poland. I did not live in Denmark. Okay,
So
we're back
it's
in game. And there is an Amaru on the board. And Hat is very eager.
He's waiting.
Repel is out.
He wants to get in there. Just needs to call from his teammate. He says, yes, sir, boss. You fly on in.
There goes all the debris, and Amaru is in. Zip. Won by Pillars, losing the duel to Packer. Okay, but guess what? Beast Coast are in the bomb site. Beast Coast have made it inside the bomb site. They've got 2 kills for their trouble. Make that a third. They had to sacrifice Hat, but I suppose it was a worthy trade.
Oh, yeah.
Diffuser going down. Mikey's now dead. Wi-Fi, last one standing. Slaughters Hyper. Diffuser is successful, and a very long round has become a very short round. With Wi-Fi poised to retake.
Wow.
Poised to.
Okay.
But poised doesn't mean he actually did. Beast Coast up 4-1.
And
Timeout
that
did not work, apparently.
is the exact kind of round that we know and love Beast Coast for in the NAL. It's when they have these one-off pocket strats where you're thinking, what is going to be happening? And we were all so focused on the Amaro going in because it seemed like the main pressure point for them. It wasn't. It was a complete distraction play. Sure, if Amaro gets the kill, things go even better for Beast Coast. But even though, Amaro died immediately, you got everyone else just fully capitalizing on the bomb side. They even had upstairs control for the vertical post planned, for any sort of flank possibility, that a flank drones at a pillar as well. It was beautifully executed. Of course, the line on top also solidified the fact that none of the defenders really move around during that moment. And imagine taking a timeout, and that's how you lose the falling ground. As Hyper put it, worst time to take a timeout because he went back and bug reviewed their every move. It quite literally looked like that was true.
Very pivotal round unfolding in front of us, because things could go from bad to worse for Karn & Co. if Jesse is indeed correct. Because if this is a defender-sided map, then Beast Coast are just simply bucking the average, bucking the trend, and will run away with it when they move to defense. It is their map. They should be very comfortable on that side. So it's imperative that Karn & Co. come out with a victory here to try and keep it close. Hat reunited with Amaru, second round in a row. Does he have a freeway in? There's no, he has a single shot from the UMP.
Going live.
He knows Karn is there, he knows it. Cheeky nitro.
He botched it. It hit the ventilation unit. Doesn't even fly next to the hatch. On the other side, Hyper gets away with full HP. And the defending team will be one less C4. Actually, that's the only C4 in this round. They have 2 deployable cameras instead.
That doesn't seem like that doesn't seem like a good use of the grappling, but you know. Up red stairs he goes. Ooh, there's one directly to his right. Does he know this? Through the wall. Oh! What if we just cast it around just doing nothing but like guttural noises? No actual casting, just like, oh! Woo!
Okay.
Yeah, he's dead.
That's
okay,
personal.
You're making sure he's dead. He's dead, you know it. He's got the attention of somebody else on red stairs. Not only does Hack get the first pick on the Wi-Fi, down goes your smoke.
Yeah.
You've also got him in a very powerful position because the moment that Mikey tries to emerge from that wheel room, Hat's gonna be there. Hat a little bit slow on the reflexes. And he lets the Jaeger get away and to the soft wall, still trying, hunting for the Jaeger. Can't get it, but it's put Mikey in an unwinnable position to retake the stairs with a minute to go. That means that 3 players of this Karn & Co. team on site have even more work to do.
And they keep losing their smoke players their first opening div on both maps as well. Like, that's not supposed to be the case for you ever as a defending team, and it's because Wi-Fi just chooses himself to play in these very front and forward positions.
Oh, there's vertical. The slaughtering continues. Karn on this rat angle, but he's giving his position away. That's a very critical kill as he finds 2 of them. But Hat's the difference maker in this round, and a quad kill can be found if he outduels Mikey. Hyper gets it instead. Doesn't really matter. 5-1 first half for Beast Coast.
5-1 on attack and looking pretty convincing at that for Beast Coast as well. It's a great position for them to be in, and now Karn & Co., they have to do everything perfectly, or Beast Coast, they have to make a ton of mistakes on their defensive side. When you're down 1-5, you just gotta take all the chances that you get, the risks, etc. Now, the risk assessment, just throw it out the window. You gotta take every single risk that you find. The one thing is, with the operator bench being the way that they are, there is no Ying available, there is no floors available. There is the Nuke, the Capital, the Dokkaebi, the Line, etc. It's like your primary key operators for the attacking lineup. Beast Coast, of course, they'll suffer with the Yasam and the Miraban, but they will find utility elsewhere. Safe harbor in the castle, of course, to deny line of sight from the windows and the doors on the piano and cigar. For my dish to protect. And who doesn't love a good dog and orcs combination? Open up a ton of rotations, heal the orcs back up, or go for aggressive peaks and swings. And enjoy what could be your last few days or weeks as an Oryx 1.5 player, because guess what? Oryx and Capcan both getting nerfed in the next patch of Siege, both losing that 1.5x scope. So enjoy it while you can.
All right, first half, let's break it down.
Let's do it.
Karn & Co. used their timeout after that delayed rehost. They got the opening duel 4 of the 6 rounds. The one round that Karn & Co.'s team actually won was not one of those rounds they got the first pick. If you are to believe that this is a defender-sided map, then that bodes quite well for Beast Coast, who are about 2 rounds away from advancing to the next step of the bracket, which is the semifinals. That'll be played,
Setting up a breaching sequence.
I suppose the semifinals will be played on Wednesday. Because tomorrow will be the lower side of the bracket. Mr. B dodging IRL as Duke takes a bit of his HP away, but the good news is that Mr. B has a stim pistol. He can get himself right back up to full HP. And not just have a little overhealed as well.
It's a nice change. It's such a welcome change to Doc, honestly. Now, Hat also on the
Device is going dark.
smoke in the first point of contact position. Toss out one Toxic Babe to stall the advance in the attacking team, and they just drop into it. Take a bunch of damage and a kill as well, but a Nate comes out for a trade.
Packer cut off from the rappel. Doc gets that pick, and the advantage goes back to Beast Coast. Duke really struggling in this series so far, and I mean, he was thrown in at the last minute to take place of rethinking. So that's an unenviable spot to be in.
Attackers
Oh,
have
look at the patience of Doc. They haven't droned out Cigar, they haven't droned out Piano, they haven't droned out any of that part of the map. Wi-Fi and Karn in a 2v4. Karn still outside the building, can't say the same for Wi-Fi, dropped in New Hatch. Nice shot from Doc, and now it's all on the shoulders of Wi-Fi. Match point, series point for Beast Coast. Hat's talking to Wi-Fi, still in his position. Is he baiting for kills? He's gonna wait and test the metal of Beast Coast. He's got a minute to go. It's gonna be a long time. Hat's still desperately trying to get his attention, but the signal's gone. Hat chit-chatting with all of the players from this Karn & Co team. Series point for Beast Coast in a hurry, 6-1 so far.
He's kind of just talking to himself in chat there, not sure. So when you're in like a 1v3, like Wi-Fi was in a scenario, if somebody on the opposing team just spams your name in chat, is that allowed? Like, is that a thing? I don't think I've ever encountered a case where you just kind of, you know, try and, I guess, distract them from the game at hand. It used to be that you could simply remove your chat options from the game. You can like do like team all or nothing, but that setting doesn't apply for custom games anymore as far as I know. So now you gotta go and individually mute players. So odds are that you will get distracted at times, not wanting to be. By the way, unrelated. Finally, we're potentially seeing pocket operators being brought out from Karn & Co. Wi-Fi is hovering the Monty. Now, attacker repick is, of course, in play. He could change his mind. The team could have a different approach. But I am very surprised that neither team has brought out the Monty yet, as we've seen both Villa and now Cafe being played, both for 2 stable maps for an operator like the Monty, especially when you got the Ying being banned off. It's one of your other kind of execution-enabling operators. Monty's a great substitute. Try and get that same amount of way through the map as Ying would give you.
What a play to bring a Monty on this final pivotal round.
Taking Gemini for a spin.
Can it work for Karn & Co? Can they kickstart something, or is this going to be it? Right now, it certainly seems like a foregone conclusion for Beast Coast. It's their map. They're on the better side.
A nest of beauties in position.
This will be tough for Karn & Co to overcome. As Wi-Fi tries to bait out that that smoke canister that was tossed.
Thrown up.
Vertical can just keep throwing more and more of those magnets in that direction of the doorway. It was a Selma that it caught. Carnage looking for another Selma to find itself. Did it? Doesn't look like it. Vertical shoots it instead and then does some damage to Carnage. Beast Coast are sitting pretty through this first minute.
Yeah, they're solid right now, but I mean, Vert just played nice and slow, got the purple shield, got the half wall, hand finds a kill, Toxic Babe gets popped. And again, Wi-Fi and the rest of Karn, they have no way in. And Hat just keeps typing in chat as well. Good night, he says.
I mean, you win the mental war.
Yeah, absolutely.
You win the mental war, you're winning the actual war at the moment. Wi-Fi giving calls. Look at this. They are stacked up. And Mr. B takes Mikey's head right off. The Monty loses value as your team falls around you. You need an escort most of the time. Yeah, we've seen plays where the Monty can do some serious work, but with this full frontal defense that we see from Beast Coast,
Yeah.
Monty's not going to be a big factor unless Duke and Carnage can step up, but there goes Carnage. Beast Coast, they're ready to put this team 6 feet under. No flawless round, but it's pretty close. Beast Coast, 7-1. They advance to the semifinals.
And that's kind of more the result that we expected from Beast Coast. They started Cafe short. They went off 5-1. And then we see Mr. B with a celebratory dance.
He has to be needed to wear a shirt before the matchup started. So, I mean, it's good to see him dressed to impress. That's our first matchup in the books. It was a quick one on that second map. We're going to throw to the studio so they can break down what we just witnessed.
Quite a match we have, and we have, guys, Beast Coast moving on, and let's be honest, they earned it. Cookies, I look at a match like that, and did Karn and Co. peter out, or did Beast Coast just take it to another level and decide we're going to close it?
Peter out.
Yes.
The most Canadian term. Anyway.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We're sorry.
Shut your mouth.
Apologize.
I didn't ask either of you Canadian people what your opinion was. Anyway, yes, the last round was silly. Montaigne was the clearest sign of surrender I've ever seen. It was so late. There didn't seem like there was a plan around it. And I gotta say, Beast Coast did a really, really good job of just. There were, like I said, there was no roam game from Karn's team. They weren't allowed to have a roam game in this game. They were just kind of nullified. Beast Coast hit the site. We saw Amaru rushes.
I think the confidence was really, really apparent here, the difference in that. Beast Coast felt like they were playing themselves. They felt like they were playing really good, feeling good. Obviously, a lot of those opening picks going their way. Hat, a big player on the team in that area, finding a lot of opening picks. I hate to keep ragging on him, but Duke, again, I think struggled a little bit in that department in those early engagements. Sometimes was falling just because sometimes you can't win those ones, right? It's a tough stage, of course. But ultimately, yeah, I thought we saw some really cool strats coming up from Beast Coast as well. I loved the Amaru push-in, where you've got Packer on the Amaru jumping in through the hell window, dying immediately, but then that opens up his entire team to walk in through pillar door, walk into reading. They slam Karn on the mute, make sure that they have full site control, and with that, they win the round. They're pushing top floor at the same time. Really some beautiful stuff coming through from Beast Coast. So yeah, I think the confidence showed, I think the skill level showed, and unfortunately, this defender-sided map, not enough of an advantage for Karn and Co.
Jesse, does the elongated rehost that we have, does that play into this matchup at all in your mind?
So I think that did genuinely allow Beast Coast to put their heads together and say, all right, guys, what are we going to do this next round? Why don't we do this Amaru strat where we come in and then, okay, yeah, why don't we have Hyper, you can hit above, Vert, you're going to go in through the reading, right? We're going to have this team coordinated play go on down. So I do think that genuinely, if that tac timeout's not there or that, rehost isn't there, they don't really have that time to cook up a strategy. They don't have the time to talk about it. Maybe they go for something a little bit more cookie cutter, a little bit more default. So I do think that had an impact. But at the same time, like, if they did go for something more default, I think they probably still were winning that round just with the way the game was going.
One thing, Cookies, I was honestly really hoping for with our experience with guys like, I wanted to see Mikey. I wanted to see more of Mikey, because when he brings the energy for his team, they do well. But we didn't see it in this matchup. And I think with a guy like Mikey, when he plays well, it bleeds through the lineup. Same thing when he doesn't play well. That also bleeds through the lineup.
I mean, I don't want to blame Mikey. I think he was...
No.
Well, it's more that I think he was just kind of taken out of the game. I think the way Beast Coast played that, starting out 5-1 on attack like that, and basically making it to where if the fraggers for Karnico had anything to do, it was basically play impossible situations where Beast Coast were doing a good job of clearing, a good job of hitting site directly. What's Mikey? Mikey can only do so much. I think I will say if there is a valid criticism for Karn's team, I wish there was more aggression. I don't think they were as resistant as I would have liked to see. They were kind of ready to do what they want. But at the same time, that's also Beast Coast just being really good. So I don't want to,
Well, we do have the interview ready. We're going to be talking to Hat from the match. I was hoping it would be Mr. B, but I'll take Hat. Hat's really good as well. Hat, congratulations on the win. You guys move on. I got to say, the first matchup was close. Did you guys speak as a team and just say, we're going to shut it down map number 2?
Halfway through the game, I just have Mr. B yelling in my ear just to keep pressing them, even though just keep pressing them because they, as I heard before, they valued us for 8 hours straight. So he just told us to keep pressing them, and it worked after we just kept fighting them, as you see.
You've had a really successful stage here on Beast Coast. You've kind of been the breakout star. I think a lot of fans maybe didn't really know your name if they weren't following Challenger League, or at least didn't really know what you as an individual were capable of. Now you've come through the stage. You've played fantastically well. You're one of the top fraggers in the entirety of North America. How do you feel that you are playing right now in terms of your peak? Do you feel like you are hitting every shot? Do you feel like you are, at peak performance right now, or do you still feel like there's some room for you to grow?
I think there's a lot of room for me to grow, as we saw in the DZ and SSG games, which we both lost to go to the major. So we're continuing to improve as a team and myself to be better for this LCQ.
Okay, so this is a little fun question. You used to play with Karn way back when, on unemployment. What's the difference between playing with Karn and Mr. B?
Well, I would say Karn is more like a very laid-back IGL, like step-by-step, and Mr. B is very hectic. Likes to go very fast, as you saw in the one reading round where I marred in pillar window. That's all him. I don't even know where he pulled that out from, but I guess it worked.
Well, that leads nicely into my final question for you. Is your team in its current iteration, do the vibes come from the team as a whole, or am I asking kind of an obvious question here and saying, do they generally come from Mr. B?
I feel like it comes like a mesh of all of us together as like the vibes, and then Mr. B's like the most outspoken. But we all kind of meshed it well together with the vibes.
Well, we could tell from the cameras that it looked like you guys were having a ton of fun. So congratulations again. You guys move on, and we'll talk soon, Hat.
All right, have a great day.
So we're going to a short break right now, but when we come back, we will have Jesse with a little bit of a telestration for you guys. We'll see you in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. We obviously just watched an incredibly dominant, very good game from Beast Coast, but it was a 7-1, and there was a little blip in there, and sometimes it is the oddities, it's the outliers that are the most interesting. So I got a little telestration from you from the one round that we saw Beast Coast fumble, the one round where it ended up going the way of Karn and Co. I want to start us off by focusing the prep phase, 3 seconds left, and there's one player I want you to highlight really quick. It's the Valkyrie right here being played, of course, by Packer. So watch what he does in this round. He's thrown 2 of his cameras already, and be very, very paying attention of where this third one goes, right on the chandelier. Do you see it? Maybe you can just see the little light there on the Valk cam. That's it being placed initially. So keep that in mind. There's a couple things that have gone on in this round to kind of help out this play happen the way that it has. We'll continue playing the clip. We'll go to our next area. There's a few key things I wanted to highlight throughout this round, okay? There's a couple important stuff that's going to happen throughout this. We'll see if we can skip ahead to the next portion of the round. But what's important is that Packer is not necessarily going to be a big fragger through this round. He's going to be in an engagement very, very early, and it's going to be the one, the only Mr. B rappelling up and getting himself into a very strong position. Now, this is only the second round of the game. There's Packer. We see his position on the window. Very aggressive, not really afraid of anything, and maybe he should have, because it's going to be Mr. B who takes him out. Of course, we can see right there in the top part of your screen, Mr. B taking down Packer, very happy with that. So tactically, Packer's going to go down first for his team. That means he's in the grave, but it also means that he's going to be on his Valk cameras the entirety of the round. And he's a good guy, right? He's not going to be in the gray expecting his teammates. We'll continue playing on. We'll go to the next clip and see how this continues to play on. The next thing that's going to go down, we missed it just barely, but it is going to be Hyper on the IQ, dying early on. He died over on the white window, fell to the player that was playing there. I believe it was Wi-Fi that managed to get the kill onto him. So there's no more IQ. which means that things get very, very dangerous. And as we've just seen, vertical underneath that belt cam goes on down. Let's keep playing this clip because Beast Coast, they want to pick their buddy up. Of course, they want to be able to help him out. He got shot from below, so they start to pick him up, but then boom, here comes the flank in from Karn. He gets 1, 2 kills, eventually traded out, and then from below, he goes down, and what was never destroyed? Right there, it's the Valk cam still shining down on top of Beast Coast, was never dealt with. We'll play by Packers. So sometimes it's those little cameras that don't get caught. It's the little things like the IQ dying, which really do help out your team. Getting those important picks make it so that you can come in for those big flanks as Karn did and win yourself a round. So thought it was interesting. You can use that camera in your ranked games, but we've got another game to break down. So let's head back to the desk and let's get on with the show.
Fantastic work, Jesse, as always. So we are now 1 matchup through the day. Beast Coast moving on, Karn and Co, they're out. And of course, now we move on to the next matchup, which is, as we said, as the casters already learned, GGG versus WGP. Lots of letters coming through. This one kind of expected, well, I said it was expected to be a little bit closer, but Cookies, you and Jesse as well kind of disagreed a little. You thought that maybe looking at these rosters, things might be still in line kind of with the Beast Coast matchup that we just saw.
Yeah, because Triple G, gang gaming. I don't know what y'all talking about. this gang gaming. No, it's gang gaming. They actually have a serious, critical experience advantage over West Garfield Park. Now, West Garfield Park's got Bio and Snake, 2 former pros on there. But the issue is the rest of West Garfield Park's kind of a lot more in their infancy of their careers. And if you're looking at Triple G, they're on a full-blown, bona fide redemption arc. That's like 3/5 Parabellum from 2021. Now, if you look at West Garfield Park, like we talked about, Rice, Valor, Edward from Luminosity. I love Eddie. I love his name. None of them have played at a pro level. None of them have played in a game anywhere near stakes like this. Just Bio and Snake.
I mean, I will say it's important to remember that this is technically the reality TV slot. And you can see there are some players that were on reality TV. Valor was on the team for a little bit, stage 3, and then I believe the SI Open Quals. Then moving to the closed quals, Rice replaced Valor on the team. So that's 2 players from the squad. And then Bio was coaching the squad through stage 4, aka SI quals as well, when they finished up and were finally able to play those closed qualifiers. So we do still have 3/5 of the roster having some link back to RTV. Obviously, the core of reality TV, the Mr. B side of things, moved on to Beast Coast. They found their place in the North American League. They're very happy. But we do have this team kind of carrying on that legacy. And I think it's almost a bit of a disadvantage for them in this qualifier because they didn't end up playing any of the open quals. They played 1 game, I think, of the second open qual and immediately lost. So they're not really coming in with as much experience, perhaps, right? They're not coming in proving themselves as a top team. They were kind of just thrown in the spot, and it's going to be interesting to see if they still do match up with the other kind of qualifying teams that have come on through here.
Now, let me see if I understand this correctly, okay?
Yeah.
WGP taking on the role of RTV. Now, GGG, they are the former members of PB.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
It's simple.
I wanted to make sure I had that in line. So now, as we look forward to GGG, as you said, Cookies, this is a formidable roster. You know, I'm looking at Spirits and Melted first off. These are 2 guys with heavy experience, as they all do, but they really stand off the page to me.
Yes, so this is where, like, I talk about that experience difference. It's huge because Mohes was at a major. Say what you want about Mirage making it to that major. You can say whatever you want. Like, you literally say what you want. It's fine. He went to a major. He's got that experience. Melted also went to that major with Mohes. We've got Spirits and Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid he didn't play at SI with Parabellum when they had that huge run a couple years ago, but he was a coach. He gathered a lot of good information, and he has come into a player of his own over the past year. And I would say Spirits on XSET obviously has a lot of experience going to multiple majors, multiple SIs. So you're looking at gang gaming. I mean, they got a serious contending run. I would say this team's better than some of the bottom NAL teams, like just on paper. and just in general, in my opinion.
I would agree with that, and I do think that like they've shown that through the qualifiers, right? They were the champions of the closed qual, so of the teams that came in, they do have the best seed, which is why they go against the former Challenger League spot and not against an actual Tier 1 team in the first round. In the open qualifier playoffs, they did lose 2 games, but they're both very, very close, and they both lost to teams that didn't end up making it here anyways. And then in the very first open qualifier that they played, again, they didn't drop a single map. So through 2 of the 3 phases that they had to play to get here, not a single map was dropped by them. They are the #1 seed of those qualifier teams coming forward. So yeah, I think if anybody is going to upset the Tier 1 teams, if anybody's going to make that major spot that isn't from the NAL, I think inarguably you're going to be betting on Gang Gaming to be that team.
They do put up quite the resume. Let's have a look at the map veto now. Cookies, we only got to see 2 maps. Do we get to see all 3 this time?
Funny thing is, a lot like problem we had with Karn & Co. Most of the games weren't streamed. We did see the Gang game in Theme Park that was played against Parabellum. Parabellum had a sub, so there's some asterisk there. They beat the brakes out of Parabellum, but I guess it was so amazing that West Garfield Park wanted to ban it there. But generally speaking, I mean, these are 2 teams we don't know, to be honest, a whole lot about the map or what the maps look like.
Right.
Other than reaching way back to when these players were on their respective teams like a year ago. I mean,
Well,
or half a year ago.
Listen, I'll say it's a very small sample size, and it's against some pretty terrible teams in some cases, but...
Exactly why I didn't want to mention it.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it still counts, right? These are plays through the open qualifiers, and if you go back and look, these first 2 maps, Chalet and Bank, were very successful for Gang Gaming. Chalet, they played a single time, and that was a 7-1 win over Wichita Wolves, which is not a bad team. And then they played Bank 1 time as well. That was over Lycus Empire. Again, not a bad team in terms of like the level that you're getting through quals. And another very dominant win, 7-2. So I think, again, if you're Gang Gaming, you're very happy. For WGP, there's much less of a sample size because, again, they didn't have to go through those quals. So it's tough to know what their map pool really looks like. But for Gang Gaming, I don't think they're really going to be in a situation where they're unhappy with these maps. And hopefully we can see that kind of shine through today.
Well, a tall order right now for West Garfield Park, but we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will have map #1.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second matchup of the day, and there's some familiar names in this lobby, though, competing under a different organization. I say organization very loosely.
Yeah.
You might recognize most of the names on the side of Gang Gang Gaming, aka GGG.
Who came up with the name?
I'm not sure.
Gang Gaming?
They don't even have a logo. There's no logo, nothing. But it's the remnants of the old Parabellum squad with a couple familiar faces. You're going to see Mohesi, Melted, Xeno, Spirits, and Kool-Aid to be present for that team. On the other side, though, lots of unknown quantities for West Garfield Park, named after the neighborhood in Chicago. As far as I am aware, I'm not from Chicago, but I'm familiar with the term.
Okay.
Do you have any expectations
I was gonna
for this
say,
matchup? Or, I mean, if you want to speak on the name, go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say the name, no idea whatsoever. I don't know anything about Chicago. I'm sorry. For the
city.
matchup itself, honestly, what was that?
It's an amazing city. It's
Oh, it's
actually
an amazing city.
It's
Oh.
my favorite. It's my favorite American city.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Please have the major in Chicago, by the way.
Just like that.
love that.
For the matchup itself, honestly, I fear a little bit that it might get messy in the sense that these are mixed teams. I'm sure there are some pro players in the mix, former pros, etc. But this is one of those, like, these are teams made for this purpose, right? These are not teams that have been scrimming for months and months and months in the past, etc. So I'm curious to see what skill level will be at, how coordinated and synergized they will be, because Karn honestly impressed me against Beast Coast. But in this matchup, it's two teams that are pretty equally footed. There's no, like, this is the expected outcome, I would say.
So the names that you'll recognize on the left side of your screen playing for West Garfield Park are Biologic and Snake, both former members of TSM, though Biologic's tenure on TSM ended years ago. He, since then, has kicked around the Tier 2 scene for the most part. I think Snake is playing Clash of Clans, and that's what he was trying to show us on camera. Excellent, Snake. Very
Okay.
Very happy for you to show us that. Snake was picked up by TSM after TSM had won a world championship, and then there were some issues with their core roster. They dropped both Geo as well as Chala. They picked up Snake and Gasher, and then TSM left the scene, and with it, the whole org disbanded. The players went to some greener pastures, some not. Geo ended up on the Sonics. Bolo retired and went back to content creation. Pojo, I believe, is a free agent. I believe Gotcha is a free agent now. Merc with SSG achieved on Dark Zero. So the team being scattered about, and nice to see Snake having a second life, still with the TSM in his name. We talked about GGG before we got into the matchup. These are all former pro players who played as recently as last stage. Spirits played on the old X-Set roster, which is now under M80. Kool-Aid on Parabellum, Mohesi on Mirage. Melted and Xeno as well. Parabellum and Mirage, respectively, for Xeno and Melted. So lots of familiar names here.
Yeah. It's one of those, like, these are not pro teams, but they very well could be in theory. Now, right off the gates, we're going to see something pretty familiar from someone like Mo. He's the IGL, he's the leader. He will either play hard support, typically, or a flex role. In this case, going to open things up with a Monty. And to kind of pair that with something, they chose a Finga. Now, Finga's pick rate across the board, not very high these days. LMG got a nerf, a gadget, etc. It's not as good as it used to be. No longer have any frag grenades, but it is a great operating map like Chalet, because you're often going to get a lot of chip damage, where you take small bits of damage here and there, early gunfights, etc. And when you bring out that Finger, you're going to heal back yourself or your teammates up all at once and just keep people healthy, because Chalet is all going to be all about those gunfight engagements throughout the early and mid stages of the round.
Mohesi plays that Monty an awful lot, or used to when he played at a Tier 1 level. He was often playing that hard support, hard breach role. In this case, Kool-Aid's going to be the one holding down the diffuser. If you look at this GGG squad, you've got a lot of support players present. This is not necessarily a line that goes specifically in favor of attackers and fraggers. No, it's instead going to be a team that plays towards the back. So will there be an issue with aggression? Right now, the answer is no, as Mohesi advances up the main lobby stairs and has now found his way to put some presence of mind into Bio. He'll take out the sidearm, and, well, it's a bit of a sloppy duel, but Bio finished off from the main balcony, not before Xeno can die to Rice. So just like that,
yeah,
it's a 4-4.
Just like that, but honestly, I would say this favors the attack inside. Mo on the Monty still up and alive. Sure, they lose the Finger, so Mo can no longer get healed up, but they still get at least one, if not two, adrenal surges off in the midst of that round already. The big question now is the mid stage of Chalet. Can GGG get control of that master bedroom office side? I'm just gonna let that Roma be. They know Legion is there, or Oryx is there with that T5. They know Jaeger's blue staircase. Mo has to make a decision now. Hunt the roamer, leave the roam B, because the bomb site itself, it's relatively weak, but you have to act fast. Otherwise, those roamers, they will close in on the flanks, and that might be a problem for them.
I mean, the big problem for the attackers is now that you've lost the Finca, that usually would signal your start of the execute. You don't have a ton of time to work with. Valor gets picked off as we saw the Valkyrie of Eddie roaming down below. So if he can make it back, potential lurk that could do some serious damage. Rice taking damage earlier on. He'll now confront the Monty face to face, and that's not exactly the position that you want to be in. Eddie on that lurk like we talked about. Guns down Spirits, keeps it into a 3v3 with just 20 seconds left. But where's Snake to go? Melted as a target upstairs, keeping his line of sight towards the Jaeger. Down goes Kool-Aid to Eddie. Suddenly the diffuser's been surrendered. Melted loses his duel as well. And Mo gets knocked down by the Oryx. And I thought he had the kill, but then it didn't end up working out the way that he wanted. Missing the knife and taking matters into his own hands in a different way. West Garfield Park take round number 1.
One very small thing from the attacking side is that in the 3 versus 3, they actually opted for Capital to be the planter instead of Mo on the Monty. That means that 3v3 becomes a 3 versus 2 because, of course, one person is planting. He's not really an actual player any longer. But the second member who's covering is a Monty, who's going to ADS with a pistol at best to try and cover his teammate. The C4 went out. That didn't really pan out. There are small things that just not really working out for GGG. The mid-round to late-round adaptation, little bit too indecisive, little bit too slow, and WGP did a great job in kind of figuring it out how to problem solve it. They bought their time. They just sat around waiting, and when they had enough information to work with, okay, one's gonna be above the library, 2 guys planting. That's when they closed in together all at once, and we saw it. Jaeger distracting up top on top blue stairs, 2 members destroying the members on side on our plant. Excellent defended by WGP.
You're gonna get so caught up on it.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard. Otherwise, it's West Garfield. Was it Park? West Garfield's Park?
West Garfield Park, yes.
Yeah, Garfield Park. Okay.
You got it.
Oh
What do you
boy.
think?
Oh boy.
WGP versus Gang Gang? If that's what you want to call it.
I'm gonna work my way through the motions here. Try out different things. And so will the attacking side, because they're gonna go from that Monty, the Capital, into some Sledge Sophia Bok, the soft destruction action instead. Mo with some early utility work, gets the big castle and the small door to follow Boots. There's just a bit of pressure up top as now the defenders have to worry about that big window angle being opened for the remainder of this round. There are no castle breakers in pocket of Hashiro. Where are... Oh, there we go. Library side. I was going to say, where are they? They got relatively good map control with their drones, but no one's following these set. You see Kool-Aid joining Ivy into Piano. No one's there. They drone the balcony inside of Office. Nobody's there. So joining way further instead of leapfrogging step by step, but they get the work done. Minute only spent, and they already, you know, get into the first hot wall to that Office extension of the room.
Best hair in the game on Kool-Aid. He's as cool in game as he is out. Opening up the small wall, leading into Office. As you said, the focus right now for Gang Gang is take control of Office, continue on to the bedroom, because this is going to be a very important part of the map that just hovers above this bomb site of Kitchen. It's a first floor play at the moment for the defenders, not wanting to go upstairs and not wanting to go down to the garage. First pick comes in favor of Gang Gang Gaming. They almost lose Zeno, though, afterwards.
Almost, but he stays alive. He peels back up and swings back his Spirits.
Spirits is all over the place. 2 picks, Kool-Aid in on the fun as well. There's a minute to go, and everybody is dying. It's all up to Bio, who from below gets a kill. He's got so much more to be done, and will lose some of the safety above him. It's a multi-pronged approach from Gang Gang Gaming as they win their first round and tie up the game.
and looked a lot better when they can just all be active on guns instead of that cautious gameplay of, oh, Capital can't die, the Monty can't take a risk, etc. Gotta keep the heart breach alive as well. Now, it's only really the Hibano who has to, play somewhat far back and make sure the wall gets open before they start aggressing in. But that means that 4 other members can still take those gunfights comfortably on the attack, and it looked much quicker to the punch, but also it's more aligned in how they want to approach that attacking round. The only real criticism there is that the drone follow-up isn't really there from Gang Gaming. They drone so much further ahead of where they are. If West Garfield, they start roaming more proactively on the map and kill those drones when they start working their way through the map, that means that Gang has to re-clear everything twice because they're so far behind those drones. So there are gaps here to be exploited by the defending lineup, but they have to realize and then capitalize on it. Solis, great operator, but that's been banned out by the defending team themselves, as well as the Dokkaebi. So that makes the roam harder for the defenders, while the Dokkaebi ban makes it easier for them. So I still think you gotta stick with this roam organized plan on Chalet. You can't give up the entire map control to the attackers in the first minute. It's just way too quick.
This is the part of the map that we were talking about before being so critical, which is the upstairs bedroom and office. That was the scene of the crime where Gang Gaming just swept through them. Got 4 of the 5 picks from that area, if memory serves correctly, whether they were actually engaging directly on or not. Won't be so easy to command the bomb site, or at least that is what the assumption is. Take a bit more firepower to get on in. Uh-oh. The smoke of Eddie had his back to the door on balcony, which is really improper. You could get picked off through that door so easily. One thing I've noticed right away, Mohesi not playing the traditional support roles that he did when he was on Mirage, playing more of a forward-facing, more aggressive style and a more aggressive lineup of operators being brought. I suppose that really does go to the fact that there are so many natural support players on GGG that it frees up Mohesi to be a bit more flexible.
Yeah.
And I said it might be tough for them to just walk right in. I mean, Snake wins that against Spirits. And Spirits seemed very confused by that engagement. I would be as well. But again, the DMR hits so hard, whether you think they're hard to control or not, Nick, I don't care. 2 shots and Spirits is down for the kill.
That's all you need. And I think Mo being more on the front as an in-game leader as well can also make those decisions to, when to progress, when to move in the bomb side better. But again, where is the support for Spirits? He's inside piano, nobody's shooting back at him, and no one is there to follow and capitalize. Eddie's doing aggressively, smoke is now gone. The flank could pay off for West Garfield later in the round because Biologic, he is looking. Now it's down to timing. It's a 4v4. If Bio flanks at the right moment, he can get at least 1 or 2 kills. With Valor, he shuts down the push forward on the bomb side.
Well, advantage still for West Garfield Park. It has been just as challenging to get in as you would have thought. Mo's the last one alive. He'll get the hop in, or at least some of it. Rice ends up surviving. Why? Because Mute is a chunky lad. 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. There's too many other players there from West Garfield Park to make it happen. And this is a seesaw right now. Each team winning 1 round and then just going back and forth. The lead goes back into the hands of WGP.
A lot of people, they will say, Sledge got nerfed, he's a 1-speed now, and Mute got nerfed, Sophia and all these things. But there have been so many occasions in both competitive and ranked play where people will survive with 10 HP. And that's only because they got changed to a 1 armor, for example. There is some value in being slow, and I know that it's not the most fun value, it's not the most consistent value, but there are times where you will quite literally survive a gunfight, a C4, a grenade, any sort of, damage, because you got a little bit more health from that armor change. Now, in a case like Sledge, where you're often fighting vertically and fighting impact condition C4s, I actually think Sledge being a 1-speed is a buff above all else. But if you want to be a speedy boy, run around the map, be on the rotation like a Sophia often is, sure. Moving slower across the map, nobody likes that. I remember playing Fuse on Consulate back in the day, and it's if you want to go for a CEO attack, but then that doesn't work out, and you gotta go to admin, you gotta run either through the roof or all the way around the map, and it takes so long as a 1-speed operator. And yeah, that's not too fun. What is fun, however, is defending basement bombs out on Chalet, especially if you're Valorant Bandit. You gotta look at this wall, stare at it for a good old time, wait for the MP or the exothermic charge sound, and then Wait. He didn't hear it.
You missed it.
Okay.
Valor, you're one jump.
Yeah, you literally
had one jump.
they didn't drone it, they didn't nade the drone. No, like it was quite literally a free deny, but it is what it is. Oza shield gets put down and then shot and down and destroyed by the impact grenade right after. That means there's only one Oza shield in pocket of C-No. And that front breach is not gonna find much value right now, but it's gonna be utilized later on. It means that the primary attack and side can go together, get them all opened, then go and start hit the back bomb side, which is where Mo is right now. And then one or two members can go back to that initial main breach later to establish some pressure on that breach by swinging on in.
They'll be quick to try to open up this wine wall as well. There goes an EMP. Out go the bandit batteries. No tricking either. Valor has just given up on a potential juggle. Wall opened up. Nitro Cell goes out. It looks like it kills a drone maybe, but that was about it. And then the other drone tossed out goes too. So the bandit's job has not really been very successful so far.
No. No, I mean, he could have tricked both of those holes with ease. There is no reason not to. I know Asami's banned, you don't have that cover, but like people can hold the crossfires, and on that first wall that we saw, there was nothing stopping him from tricking it. There's sure, Melted also has Selma available. There are two hot breezes here in case of a mistake from Gang Gang Gaming. But in this case, they go unpunished, so they get all what they want, which is Thermite.
Spirits is in a really strong spot, but we have seen defenders be able to fire back towards Big Garage. Half of that panel that leads in has been opened up, and, well, Mo is not too far off now as well, as there goes one of the magnets tossed out. Yet another as Eddie guards that deployable shield, but isn't long for this Earth as Melted takes matters into his own hands. Look at this spread right now from GGG. They are all over the map, and it has boxed most of this West Garfield Park defense into blue as the diffuser goes down. Unbeknownst to WGP, now in the post plant, they'll fire back enough to take out Melted, but it's yet another flawless round, stopped by a fruitless and impactless kill from Biologic, giving yet another round for GGG, and another seesaw back and forth. GGG have yet to lead, they just keep drawing even.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, but in this case, it might just lead us to overtime before anything else. Now, Chalet, much like we saw earlier on a map like Villa, it is one of those, like, if you are good at attacking, you will find yourself winning more rounds than not. Usually a 4-2 side sub is what you should be looking at in favor of the attackers. And in this case, you saw they attacked. Nothing really stopping GGG from planting, from breaching, or from, gaining what they want in the round. And it's partially in control and due to the fact that GGG, they play a very nice, stable, consistent round. They don't take any risk, but again, they don't really have to. Whereas Garfield Park, they're not really contesting anywhere on the map. They're sitting 4 guys on the bomb side, letting them breach both the main breach and the backside breach for free. So Valor doesn't even try and bandit trick it. And then the second the walls are open, well, you just walk on in. There's no C4, there's no toxic babes in position. It's all too easy. Now, the base and bomb site is a difficult one to defend, and it's not really the preferred bomb site for most people in professional play, so it is, if anything, the expected round loss in that scenario, whereas the bar, the current bomb site, that is where most teams, they thrive on the defensive side. You can play all around the map in the basement, first and top floor. Library is relatively easy to hold as a defending team, and as you see right now, they're even getting active on the master bedroom side, just to try and slow down the advance from the attackers with these initial entry drones.
Every single bomb site played through those first 4 rounds. That matches what we saw, if you recall, on Cafe, when it was Karn and Co. to go to every single bomb site. Now it's West Garfield Park to do the same. Always like seeing that. Shows you the viability of all of these maps. Not every map has 4 viable bomb sites, and I think some would argue that Chalet actually doesn't have 4 viable bomb sites, but teams can make it work. Snake's in a position to challenge now over by Library. He hears the Buck tear open the door leading into office, and, well, Snake gets out of there. There's the soft wall leading into that little cubby in office. It's opened up. I'll give a long line of sight. For now, Oryx still has that 1.5 times scope.
Yeah, for now.
For now. It's being removed in the next patch, so cherish it for the time being. You know, I am a little surprised to not see players transitioning over to the one-time already.
Yeah.
When you know operator nerfs are coming in, teams will stop playing that operator, even if it's particularly strong at that moment, to adjust to the realities of what Oryx will become. The fact that teams are still rocking the 1.5 on Oryx actually leads me to believe that we're not going to be seeing as much Oryx moving forward.
Yeah.
Because teams don't need to prepare for him because they're just going to drop him altogether.
Yeah, the shock factor of the change is going to kick in if you don't adjust to it early, in advance, rather. Meanwhile, the attack, nothing's really happened just yet, but this is going to be the first pain point for them. This, small execute on the top blue staircase. A team flash goes out, and the nade doesn't get the shield.
Does not look it.
Oh,
There it
there he
goes.
goes.
And the ADS with it as well. Although that was a particular
Reloading.
issue for them.
But I mean,
Full spread right now, by the way, for WGP. Eddie dies first yet again. Not a position you want to find yourself in, but it's a Valkyrie with the cam still persisting. Now it's Valor down as well. Rice takes out Zeno. Rice still in that position, leading from the hallway into the lobby. He can get back in pretty quickly. Kool-Aid will be retrieved with 30 seconds to go. Diffuser now in the hands of Melted. The slow sledge will need to get to the bomb site relatively quickly as there's not a lot of time left. Kool-Aid retrieved. Still has tons of utility. Down goes Spirits, because guess what? GGG have not sorted out the top floor one bit. Rice inside of the bomb site. Bio going through the fire. And now it's Rice to the rescue with 2 big kills. Mo will need to clutch out in a 1v2, but Rice gets them all with the sidearm. Tremendous play. Again, no team winning back-to-back rounds as WGP wins their third, none of which have come in a row.
and that was all Rise. Biologic fired off in that stock area to run all the way to that fireplace bar area of the map because otherwise he was going to burn out. So Rise had to step it up. There was no real cover from GGG, however, so the plan got shut down immediately and he got out of there alive. Rise with 3 kills secures the round, but it's scrappy from both teams there. No one really capitalizing on any advantageous position. The attackers, they play 5 versus 3, but they're so spread around the map that lead is purely just 1 versus 1 versus 1 gunfights, and in that round, it's West Garfield Park. They're the better players individually to win those gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are actually doing quite a good job of matching firepower
They are.
and firepower, I will say that.
That they are. Kitchen again, so we see bar, kitchen, master, into the basement, the bar, and then kitchen again. And if the numbers are correct, and you know, the numbers never lie, it has to be GGG taking this round, because then we would follow the trend of 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. 3-3 side swap, honestly, not a bad position for either team, but they both want the 4-2, let's be honest. They want the advantage. They want to be in the lead.
No, you know, I don't think it's a very high priority for them.
No, actually, this one
I think they're quite, yeah, they're just here for fun.
Does it seem like, you know,
It's a joke, for those of you that are following along quite so well.
I mean, partially a joke. I do believe that players want fun, to enjoy their time playing Rainbow Six Siege, but I also think they want to win. That's why people, they play smoke. It's why they drone, right? Because that's why they want to win. It's not most fun to play smoke or to drone out the entire map necessarily. It's gotta be done. Appreciate your support players in your friend ranked stack. Please?
You're just a support shill because you are a support player.
Yeah, because, yeah, you know why I'm a support player? Because no one I play with played support. So I'm like, do we want Heartbreach or not? I guess with you. Okay, I'll play it.
You are so selfless. Has anybody ever told you that? Bless you.
So is Kool-Aid, because he is doing that unsexy job of breaching the walls, but he's playing Thermite, so at least he's got a great gun to go with it. Wall gets popped. It's not the bomb side, but it's that room extended up above, piano, office, master bedroom, and...
Oh, okay.
That's a Claymore.
Bio goes for the run now.
It's a
C4! Goodbye, Mo!
Damn. It almost looked like he curved it.
If you try hard enough, you can bend bullets with your mind.
Or C4s.
Or C4s. Kool-Aid's doing the same thing that Mikey was doing, by the way, with the headset around his neck. 2 mute jammers. Both might overlap with where that exothermic charge is. That's a botched nade. Valor's Pride and Joy. The jammers in front of him will be secure for now. I don't think there's any information as to where they may be. Snake going for a late lurk. Gonna rotate back to the bomb site. In case anybody's over in West Main, Snake will be able to catch them. Running the Roni though, so not a lot of bullets.
Yeah, 16, the Fuse on defense. Fuse the entire game, actually, in fact. That's at the scope, of course. Oh, Zeno again caught off guard by Rise.
Really rough start for Zeno, especially on the roles that Zeno's playing on. Has not been having the success needed. Kool-Aid is in, by the way. But Melted gets gunned down by Valor. The kills need to come in. Snake taken out by Kool-Aid. Spirits will run back and get to the bomb site as quickly as he can just to assist his teammate. Kool-Aid could come face to face with a shotgun. Around the other way. Kool-Aid just needs to wait it out. There's the shotgun to wrap around. Spirits isn't looking. Kool-Aid gets dropped. And Spirits' attention is elsewhere. It might be a fatal flaw. This seesaw round back-to-back does not go off as you'd planned. West Garfield Park win 2 in a row, and they take the first half 4-2.
And that's for the defending team, by the way. Not something that we see very commonly done on Chalet, but if you can hold down the fort correctly, then it will pay off. It's a great effect. 4-2 indeed for West Garfield Park, the other way around. I got it in the end.
You got it this time.
And now we got the side swap coming on through. I expect both teams to be stronger on their defensive half due to the nature of how new these teams they are and how relatively easier it is to just be a defending team in general, right? The full map is in your control. It's how you play together and you roam around. Instead of problem solving, now in defense, you have to put up problems for the attackers to deal with. So this should be a better time for Gang Gaming, but it's not that simple, of course. Now for operators, they're gonna opt for a Valkyrie, smart from Mo, get some information to work with on the table, make some calls, make decisions with that info that you see. The attackers, so far, things of course can change. Snake on the Nook to counter the Valkyrie, to say that information that you have that you trust, actually, you can't believe it just fully because Nook can walk through the map, not be seen by the cameras, the default, the Valkyries, etc. And just snake his way around the map and look for those opening kills. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they bring utility. Self-destruction of Sledge, Flores, Twitch, and of course you need that single hop breach. That's Valor on the ace.
I do like that we're seeing a new debut of certain operators. That's always fun to see. We praised the two teams that played earlier on in today's matches. East Coast versus Karn and Co. With their flexibility and the diversity of operators that we've seen, it continues onwards now. We saw quite a bit of defender diversity from WGP, and Gang doing the same on attack. Now it's their turn to swap it out. Seeing the debut of that Nook is nice. This is an operator that we've seen Snake play a couple times.
Just a few.
Just a couple times. Melted goes for the fadeaway, cannot get it. Eddie guns him down. Nice opening pick. West Garfield Park get the start that they want on this first attacking half on their side.
This is the difficulty with playing the Jaeger plus Aronis, that you can't really help one another. If you're playing Jaeger plus Y, then, you know, Spirits can throw discs to help Melted in a position, not feel the grenades, etc. And maybe stay in the corner a bit longer because teams, typically, they struggle to clear out that member, but Melted dropping early, getting caught in the cross from the small library window, gets shut down instead of getting out alive.
It's a really tough position to be in.
Yeah.
And I mean, forfeiting these early picks for the team that, in terms of pedigree, Gang Gaming is full of former Tier 1 players, many of whom were most recent pros in the very last stage we saw. And yes, you're correct, Rice is getting the diffuser down. The coverage so far is pitch perfect, but here comes GGG. Immediately, Mo's gonna hop on the diffuser, trying to account for the fact that they might not be able to get to the window, but Eddie finds both of them. Spirits is the last one standing. West Garfield Park looking to add to their tally. Prior to the last round, no team had won 2 rounds in a row. WGP looking for their 3rd in a row. Spirits has to face the daunting task of players outside. And then, of course, the timer, getting to the point where he only has about 10 seconds to act. Missing the Surya Gate and then managing to kill Valor, but you're almost out of time. He's on a single point of HP, and he's finished off. Biologic ending his misery. First attacking round for West Garfield Park is successful. They're 2 rounds away from taking this map. It's their map, so they're in exactly where they want to be right now.
Yeah, and it looked like a very convincing round as well because they got great side pressure, and then they got in, they started that plan execute while still also being active on the roam clear at the same time. So the defending team of Gang Gaming, they didn't really have any idea as to what exactly was going on. And sure, a toxic paper was tossed out to try and stop the plan when they heard it, but actually missed. They didn't do any damage to the Planter of Rise. And sure, he died shortly after to the Valkyrie, but the bomb, it went down. That's all you need. Once the bomb is planted in Rainbow Six Siege, there's like an 85+% win chance for the attack inside. It is almost unwinnable for defenders, especially if it's like a 3 versus 3. You have no real weight back in those rounds, unless you just hit some nasty shots. Or, of course, if the attackers make mistakes. And GGG, they call their timeout.
That bomb site in particular, Nick, you just plant it in front of the window, and what do? You jump out the window, and you sit there and you wait. And because of the fact that library directly above that gaming portion of the bomb site has the balcony, you can't jump out of a window and get a pick because most of the defenders are going to be sitting under the balcony. You simply do not have time to go for a retake. You need numbers. You need someone to hop on that diffuser and then position another player that you can trust to kill any of the attackers that are going to sit by the window and attempt to get you off of that case. Wasn't to happen for GGG. They got picked off by Eddie, 2 of them in particular, leaving just Spirits in a do-or-die situation, and die was the end result. Now, we try to avoid talking about operator lineups before they are logged in.
But can we do it this time?
But West Garfield Park have an Amaru, Sens, and Finka all lined up.
Yep. So, a couple of things the way this could play out. One of the common ways of applying the sense in this bomb site is that there's a drone hole outside the building on the west side, inside of dining. You can throw one of those discs and it'll go through the entire bomb site and cut it in half, essentially. Yep. Right here. Boom. And cut the entire bomb site. Then Amaru from the basement can go up the hatch with the diffuser, for example, and start planting very early in the round. And the defenders are not going to know where to throw their C4s, the toxic babes, and of course, while that's also occurring, the rest of the attacking team, they have to play a distraction game and try and create some more chaos to play into that effect. We'll see what they choose to go for, but this is one of those rare bomb sites where Sense does get played.
Oh, but hold on, there goes the Ash. Okay, not exactly somebody who's so crucial for this attack, not necessarily.
But it's a gun, and it's again, like, they need that chaos effect to work in their favor. They need as many people as possible for that. But they're almost in position now.
Bio's got that diffuser, as you talked about, crouch walking through the basement right now, looking to escort it in. Rice has been superb for this team and is now playing an operator that doesn't have a very high pick rate in Sens. Those rolly gadgets will go out, creating a complete line of sight, perfectly tossed in, and now West Garfield Park finds themselves at an even greater disadvantage. Snake dies, but Bio trades off Kool-Aid. That's the first casualty for Gang Gaming. You've lost your Finka, you've lost your Ash. You've still got the Amaru in here. Valor taking one down, not before Bio falls at the hands of Xeno. Advantage still for GGG. Rice losing out on Valor, though. They didn't seem to have much intel. What can the Sens do? Still has 2 gadgets in back pocket. And a minute and a half to work with, but you have to go and you have to find these defenders. Rice spotted on cam, heading up the Solarium stairs. Down he goes, melted, stopping any advances further up. And that denies map point for West Garfield Park. Not a lot of enthusiasm on the faces of Gang Gaming right now.
No, not quite. And it wasn't as a 10th of a rush-ish kind of round. Of course, West Garfield losing the member early and Eddie dying at opening kill, or opening death, I should say. And then they actually went for a fake. They were trying to distract the fact that Amor was going to go up the dining hatch by quote-unquote executing on the west main and trophy side of the map, and it worked out. Bio was in, he was inside of dining with the diffuser, they had trophy control, but the moment they get rid of Valor in the smoke in the middle of the bomb site, or rather the smoke in the middle of the bomb site, that's when Bio ends up dying. And that means that the diffuser now gets lost, they gotta try and pick it up, and that's when the defenders are closing on the side itself. They have vertical control, they have fireplace in control, and they're trying to retake Solarium downstairs into trophy as well. And it's too much pressure from too many different angles from West Garfield. Could not get it done. Bomb side rotation will change though. Just kind of working through the motions here is GGG. Bar is up next on the block. Of course, those basement walls we saw getting reinforced by Mo is going to stop any roamers from entering early in the round to cut off the map pressure, or the map rotations rather.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
All 5 attackers getting... Oh my god, not again. What is happening today with these frost mats?
Attackers drop the diffuser.
So they're gonna Selma charge the wall and jump on in and get pock-matted, I guess.
There's no way they don't drone it, right?
No,
They don't-
exactly.
There's no way they're not going to drone that because you're not just going to Selma and jump in it because if somebody's playing in blue or if you got a roamer down in wine.
Oh, wait. He didn't drone it.
No.
Oh, no. No. No, he didn't drone it. Could it be? Oh, he shot the drone. Now he's not gonna jump in. Oh, Bio's redroning. It's fine. Wait for it. Another drone.
Oh, this
Oh,
one's gonna see
no.
it for sure, right?
No, he doesn't. Oh, it could be perfect. He has no idea.
There's no way.
Valor, don't do it, man.
Valor,
don't do it.
Valor.
He's reloading. Oh, no. 3 drones at everything.
That might be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in this game. I cannot believe that happened. And I can only imagine the comms for Valor when that happened. Being like, are you kidding me? Good retrieve, though.
At least he doesn't die.
Yeah.
I mean, they got Finga. You know, we can try and make it feel better, but that is absolutely hilarious.
That is incredible. It's wasted so much time. Our eyes were completely on Valor, but look at the headway that WGP hasn't made at this point. They've drone Mo, Snake following up, looking for a kill off of that information. Bio, the first one to die, as Diffuser goes down in the hands of Rice.
Again.
Very quick, and in that position once more, that is so hard to play from a retake perspective. Down goes Spirits, and the numbers for GGG continue to worsen. Last 3 players are not really in a position to strike a decisive kill from Eddie. This is his bomb site. He did so much work previously. Down goes Zeno. And it's just GGG to die all over the map. Speaking of map point for West Garfield Park.
Yeah, and the chalet was West Garfield's choice, so to speak, so they should be comfortable in this position and, you know, arguably win their own map choice, but it's looking very good for them on their attacking side. Very convincing, very decisive, and they keep just playing these mind tricks on the bar attack, where they do their own clear, they're distracting people, and oh, they're on site, they're planting out of nowhere, essentially. And again, there's just no way to really retake on bar. It's incredibly difficult. You have a single doorway to walk on through. Gotta worry about the verticality, people hiding in corners, people outside the window. So this is not happening. Now, GGG, what?
I just cannot believe that.
No, the Frostman,
I cannot believe it.
it's one of those rare gifts that just keeps on giving. Basement attempt now for GGG.
It's just so dumb. It's so dumb that it worked.
No, it is.
I love it. But yeah, it was not.
Doorway secured. 10
Yeah.
seconds to go. Deploying alarm.
It's so good. You got drone that one again.
It's one of those things that will only happen to you once in your entire career.
Never
probably.
again is that gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I remember that one time, you know, that's gonna haunt him forever.
Yeah. I'm stunned.
Now, thankfully for Valor and West Garfield, they're looking like they're gonna, you know, they're in a good position to win the map. And they won the round as well, so they're not gonna punch themselves over it, but lesson learned. Basement attempt with Mira and the Warden, together with the Kaid. Thing is, that is open, so double aim people take care of that Jammer and the Claw. Get the wall open on up. Now, there's no Ying, Glass, or Offset from the side of West Garfield. They have no key operators in terms of utility to really deal with these mirror windows. Nor do they have any smoke grenades in Pocket of Rise, so I'm curious to see how they're gonna deal with this problem later in the round.
Big concern right now for GGG is, in terms of these gunfights, they're just being out-dueled right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have Zeno and you have Spirits as like your 2 main killers on the team, your 2 main aggressive players, and they are going a combined 6 and 14, that is just not getting it done in terms of your engagements. Losing out on opening picks when they were on attack, not working well on defense, at least from the small sample size that we've seen through these 3 rounds of their defense. they're just being outdueled. I mean, this is Rice's Tier 1 debut.
Yeah.
Tier 1 debut on stream, killing it. And not even playing on necessarily the roles that need to get you killed. Still showing up huge.
Had a huge Jaeger round earlier on that bar defense as well. In GGG, they are looking like they are waiting for the attackers to make the first move, but I don't think you want that in this 5 versus 5 because they can start hitting the bomb site directly. I mean, they got the deep wall opened up, the primary wall opened up, Bios opened up the trench wall as well. Mo gets a kill though.
I mean, Valor dies first. That's a good start for GGG. With Garfield Park continue their advance. They've got the black mirrors that they need to be a little bit worried about. No Selmas remaining, and there's no way Rice just sees this as a flame. Excuse me? How does he line him up like that? There's Eddie to the rescue, but he can't get it done. Bio in a 1v3. Bio's been in tense situations before. Played at a top level many, many times. Mo hears him. They trade, but it's good enough for GGG to stay alive for the time being. Race 11 rounds at least.
A little bit easier. I mean, the places that GGG struggle, that seems to be when the map is big and wide open. You know, that bar defense, that massive bedroom defense, etc. And it has me surprised because I believe the next map is Bank, which is chosen by GGG themselves. And looking at how they struggle in a big open dynamic bomb side of bar, well, Bank is all like that essentially. So of course every map plays out differently at different comfort levels, etc. But I am very surprised with the fact that Bank is up next, given how things are turning out so far. Of course, it's not going to hit us. I mean, we will see Bank regardless of who wins map number 1, but let's see if West Garfield can win their map choice or not. They'll go to Kitchen again, a smart choice given the past of bar. Probably not going to go back there ever again in this matchup.
No, those were both pretty debilitating losses. It's the 2 times so far that we've seen West Garfield Park get that diffuser down. So that just leaves your rotation as Kitchen and Garage. Well, guess what? You just won Garage. If they win Kitchen, where do they go? Do they gamble on the office and bedroom bomb site that they haven't played yet, or do they try a 3rd attempt at bar gaming, which they have not been anywhere remotely close to successful in? It's a tough decision to make, especially if the idea behind it would be that you don't go to that office and bedroom bomb site because you're not particularly confident in your abilities there.
Here's your 3rd choice. Just lose now.
Forfeit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, right?
I was kidding.
You just lose now. You say, you know, we go Bank. We don't care. Of course, they wouldn't do that, but I like this hold from GGG. It's very dynamic in the sense that they got a lot of long lines of sight open up in those soft destructible walls and library, office, etc. They are playing pretty far back, however. They're not really playing out and wide on the map, and it has been one of the biggest weaknesses so far. Snake looking for a freebie. He sees a pixel of it, but doesn't shoot. He holds
he
discipline.
He gets it. Melted, giving himself away by that bathroom window. And very quickly, Bio will walk in, but do keep in mind there's a frost on the board. Mo gets one back on the Snake. Now Rice is gone too. Rice, the best performing player so far, and Eddie gets a little bit too brazen, suffering a lot of damage in the process. Pokeballed by Spirits. Down goes Zeno. This round is a mess. There's 4 people left alive, 1 minute and 40 still to go. Bio's got a good read on the Spirits. We have the same success on Mo and Kool-Aid. Well, he knows that there's one playing from below. Those kill holes will work both ways, but Kool-Aid still lurks above. So Bio, if your focus is down below, what about your focus on that top floor? He has an idea. The moment he moves, he'll make an awful lot of noise. Your time to drone, over 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I don't think he knows or assumes that anybody's upstairs because it wouldn't really make sense. I mean, both defenders having a crossfire downstairs is the most logical conclusion. He's gonna go fireplace and go for a different approach, and both defenders staying far enough back and letting him actually get in the bomb site itself. They know he can't plant in this position.
They got a ton of noise opening things up. Cannot isolate the fight. No, Kool-Aid, a nice shot. Well, West Garfield Park looked like they were running away with it.
Oh, God.
But GGG, after their timeout, they're back. They're back with a fury, and they've pushed us all the way to 12 rounds.
But now, here comes the big question that we asked earlier.
What's the question?
Do you go bar Third time, you lost it twice already. Do you go Master Bedroom? You have yet to go here. It makes sense to go Master, but the thing is, there's probably a reason why you haven't shown it yet, and why you went Bar twice, and you went Basement twice. Because you're not super comfortable or confident on this particular bomb site. And Master Bedroom, I mean, that is a tale as old as time. Every single team has attacked this so many times throughout their Siege careers, in ranked and pro play, etc. And it plays out in a pretty linear fashion. You have two options as the attacking team. You can go on the north side, Solarium, big window Master Bedroom attack, etc. Or you can go and attack that library, bar gaming side of the map, reach on over to the office wall, and try and get a plant down. And that's why we see GGG setting up this pretty stable hold. You know, Frostman startup piano, deployable shield, roads into the Master Bedroom closet, reinforce a couple walls here and there. This is setting up in case of either side attack, but it does have more focus towards the, you know, library side than the Solarium side. And that's simply because of the library attack is the most common way to go about it. Now, all of these lines are being opened up, and the office wall only being a single reinforcement of 2. And I assume that the, no mind, ignore me. This is kind of like a W7M hold without the deployable shield in the hallway of piano. So where you play with the walls opened up instead of reinforced off. And the goal here for the defenders is to make it difficult to get inside the building instead of making it difficult to get to the bomb site itself and breach to open the walls. So this really comes down to the early gunfight engagement and who can break apart this round first.
Get ready for the breach.
Early Selma to open the wall.
That's a bad start for the defending team, I have to say. That wall is your bread and butter. Like now, there's a deep line of sight from outside the map to inside the bomb site.
I wanted to see a brazen attacking lineup, but not to be had.
No.
First time you go to the site, it's a gamble, but you pull it off. You make it work. That is the question. Mo is lurking way downstairs. That's quite a heavy roam. Blade inside a connector. Down by one. Whatever will he do?
Oh, that right there. Cool expression piano, that shield right there. That is the most crucial position, and it has been dealt with. Now, there's not really anything stopping West Garfield Park from just planting, quite frankly. I mean, sure, they have a person below and Mo, but they have no C4s, they have no toxic babes, they have no piano control, really.
That's where things get dicey. Snake seeing that opening on the wall. Bio not too far removed. The Lion of Valor will look to join the party, and I think that's Mo who's been spotted down inside of Snowmobile. Looking to ascend the stairs. How does he miss out? Goodness gracious. A game of ring around the rosy on those main stairs. It's not always as rosy as it seems. Snake with an 8 in hand now gets caught by the magnet. Dumbfounded at the fact they haven't cleared out this utility yet. There goes the plant, as you talked about. Bio looking seemingly safe. Spirits taken out. That was the big issue. Everybody is dead. 5 people taken out of the server in very quick order, but the diffuser goes down, and that is a big win for the attackers, who emerge with the upper hand. Melted is the only player still upright. Takes out Valor. He'll have to get Zeno up, but you are running out of time, and he has to be very concerned with that cross by Piano. Doesn't have information as to where these last couple players are. Zeno getting brought back to life. Once he gets in, there's Eddie to capitalize. He sees them all, and with the sidearm and the disrespect, West Garfield Park take their map 7-5, despite a spirited effort from Gang Gang Gaming to keep it close.
Yeah. A hard-fought victory, I have to say. 7-5 is not the result they might have wanted, but it's what they got. Next up is Spang, but that is going to be the opposing team's map choice, so it could be a different story.
It'll be a fascinating map to watch. We'll be getting there in just a couple minutes. Sit tight.
It was a close game. But the difference was West Garfield's defensive half, and the difference was Rice, the player we're going to be talking about today on Telestration with Cookies, R6, okay? Now we're gonna guess where Rice is, guys. I know you see his name tag here, but he's not in the building. He is actually very much outside. Now keep in mind who he's playing. He's Smoke, and he is 2,000 miles outside right now. This isn't year one. This is 2023. He's detected. He is outside as an anchor operator, and he is going to do the most here. He's going to get this kill. Go on ahead and roll it. He's going to get this kill, and look at the path he takes back to the building. What? He's a runner. He's a track star. Let's see. Now, I just found that very stupendous, and quite frankly, I think it sums up exactly what Rice did for West Garfield Park. Net defense was an absolute beast, had multiple standout rounds. I can't illustrate all of them. We don't have time. We are on time constraints, but that was incredible to me. Let's continue talking about it, though. Let's break it down some more.
That was a stupendous segment, I have to say, Cookies. You broke it down. You had us in stitches back here, and I appreciate that. But on a serious note, Jesse.
Yeah.
We're looking at GGG right now, and lacking is the word that comes to mind, especially when, and I hate doing this, I hate picking on people, but when you have high expectations of a player, in my mind, Melted, there was just, his stats weren't bad at face value,
Yeah.
but there was a lot to be desired.
I was really shocked when Melted didn't find a team, and I think you look through that game, you look at just the numbers, fine, maybe you're focusing on Xeno or whatever, but I really thought that Melted's positioning was often not where it needed to be. A lot of the time on that attacking half, when Gang Gaming only got 2 rounds, they were going for these plant-focused executes, and they'd have Melted, he'd be playing his sledge, but instead of being above, where he can cover his teammates, where he can really use his gadgets the most effectively, he would be in with the execute. He would be trying to help out, either planting the kit himself or trying to be that coverage in the horizontal angle. I really felt like he was misused in a lot of his positionings. And then on defense too, he had a couple of moments where he's just stepping out of line, doesn't seem super aware. He had his good moments too, you know, he had his numbers up, but it really did feel like he was the big kind of problem player. Maybe he wasn't in the position, he wasn't getting the most out of his utility on a lot of those attacking halves. And so I was super disappointed by him. I was shocked when he didn't find an NAL team. I think his clutches, his defensive plays through the last year of the NAL have been really, really good, but today he just disappointed me.
Now, it doesn't end with him, and we'll talk about that more in the pre-match for the second map, because there was a lot to be desired for the whole team. But West Garfield Park, Cookies, you know, you brought up Rice, he was phenomenal. The team as a whole is phenomenal, but it was looking a little scary there. After round 9, they're up 6-3, then they drop 2 in a row, and we were in the back talking as we were watching this match saying, if this goes to overtime and they end up losing, that's the nail in the coffin, because this is their map. Now, luckily, Cookies, they didn't, and now they have a bit of a cushion for themselves, and they did look impressive, Rice and team alike.
Yeah, I mean, for a good portion of that game we were talking about, it just seemed like it was just Rice. I mean, at least on the scoreboard, it was just Rice had like 10, 11, 12 kills, whatever, everyone else kind of whatever. Rice was the standout. And yes, Brim, as you said, they closed it out in regulation, and that's important for kind of establishing that confidence that, hey, it's not just one guy who finished this game as a team. And I kind of want to pivot back to gang a little bit, because I think there was a lot they didn't capitalize on. I mean, for example, the Montaigne. They started with the Montaigne, had the Montaigne up in library, had full control of all this stuff, and they were unable to translate into plants. For some reason, West Garfield, with less utility, at least on their attacks, were able to just get the bomb down and plant, figure out what they need to do. For some reason, I don't know where the disconnect was with Gang Gaming. I know you called out Melty.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I want to call out a Kool-Aid and Mohess, because both of them are supposed to be like the IGLs and the callers in the team. They're supposed to know the action items that need to occur for the round to be won. And that round stuck out to me. And it's weird because, for example, in round 4, they had a great line execute where they had every wall opened, had Osa played in there to, you know, it's just like, it was perfect. They killed the island or the pillar player. They did a great job there, but they can't seem to like follow through. They can't seem to do a good job of it.
Now Gang moves, Gang Gaming they move on to their own map now. We're looking forward now to Bank. And I think there's a lot of positives for Bank on their end. You would hope so,
course.
being their choice. But as we were saying, Melted wasn't the only one with positional issues, with, dare I say, operator choice issues. There just seemed to be a bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look back, like, Chalet was a map that really felt determined by who could focus down those executes, focus the plants. The plants were so good from West Garfield Park in comparison to what GGG were doing. Now they get to go to their own map, which is, again, relatively attacker-sided. Planting's a really big part of the basement. It's a really big part if some certain open area executes, right? A lot of plants on this map. So if you've already got that nailed down on your opponent's map pick, you've got to imagine Bio with calling the team, setting up those crossfires with Eddie or Snake, whoever it needs to be. It's going to be even better when they move on to their own map pick. I am worried for Gang Gaming. They need to have a better attacking half, I think, on Bank.
Do you think there's a huge motivational factor, Cookies, for West Garfield now that they've taken that first map against what appeared, at least on paper, to be a much better opponent, and they did very well. They've got to be riding high going into Bank.
So I want to formally apologize to Bio again. See, Bren, I feel like I've had to apologize to Bio a million times.
True. It's true.
I feel like I slandered him here by not mentioning that. I mean, technically, Bio as a singular individual man is literally more experienced than the entire like gang gaming Rasta.
GGG.
He's been there since like 2016 Xbox. Okay, so maybe we're discounting the biologic effect. A lot of people think Bio just stinks. I mean, to be honest, he's been dropped out of Pro League or whatever. He's been out of Pro League a minute, but Bio's still at it. And to be completely honest with you, the way they were executing on Chalet was a lot better than whatever. I'm just gonna say Triple G had going for them. And that's Bio. That's the Bio effect.
100%.
I will say this. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I don't know how Bio feels right now, because anytime Cookies talks good, like he says good things about Bio, they lose. Whenever he talks smack about Bio, they win. So I don't know if Bio's listening in, and Cookies, you start speaking well of him, and he's going, no, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, I start sipping the Kool-Aid, and he disappoints me. That's what happens. And then I just, that's why it's easier to just slander people and then hope that they do well.
Exactly.
After the fact.
Yeah.
But
keep the slander going, at least for West Garfield's sake. Okay, we are going to flip to a quick break right now. When we come back, we have map number 2. They're going to Bank, which is GGG's pick.
Welcome back to Bank, everybody. We find ourselves in an interesting position. West Garfield Park took their map of Chalet 7-5, and even though GGG put up a good fight, it wasn't enough. But now we go to Gang Gang Gaming. That's correct. That's their name, Gang Gang Gaming. We're going to Bank. Their map choice, the West Garfield Park. Lock it down. Will they 2-0 them, just as we saw in our matchup earlier today? Or do we have all 3 maps?
I mean, you kind of said it, Parker, between Mad Llama 2. You said Kool-Aid's a great bank player.
I said that off screen. Yeah, that's correct, actually.
You just said, I was like, okay, if that might just be the conclusion. It's that simple. Kool-Aid is a great bank player. Therefore, GGG will be a great bank team. Just like that. We'll find out. First, Nuke being banned off the board. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Bank is a very big, wide open map. A lot of information to be had and denied with the Nuke. Monty.
Not a surprise.
Wow.
Good operator for this map, number 1.
Yup.
Number 2, there are good Monty players in this lobby on the side of GGG.
How do you think they came up with that name of GGG?
Gang Gang?
Gang Gang Gaming. I'm curious.
What you tend to find is that a lot of these teams that get assembled for the qualifier stacks, they just come up with silly names. Why are you named West Garfield Park? I believe Biologic is from Chicago. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe he's from Chicago.
Yeah.
Maybe he's from that neighborhood.
But also, if you said it was a dangerous neighborhood,
It is not a very. It is an infamous part of Chicago that is typically recommended that you avoid going.
Yeah, so it's like, so they're a scary team because they're from their name is scary place.
Could be.
If you were called Haunted House Gaming,
Confused by
you're like,
attackers.
ooh, Haunted House gets kind of scary, you know?
Very lame.
I mean, as a name, it's pretty
We're a
lame.
scary team, so we've called ourselves something really scary. Oh, would you call yourself like villainous murderers or like serial killers of the night? No, we're called Haunted House Gaming.
When you put it like that, you know?
You afraid of like dark corners and people in really bad costumes?
All right, let me ask you this.
Okay.
For how many years were you afraid of the dark? How old were you when it stopped? Because everyone was afraid of the dark at some point in their life.
The dark still kind of unnerves me.
See, exactly. So a haunted house and dark corners would be kind of scary.
Yeah, but haunted houses aren't scary because you go in there knowing that their goal is to scare you and that they're not actual like.
Well, but that's the trick.
Like, you go down into like for people here that don't have basements, you might not understand this, but it's like at night. At night, when you go down like into a basement and it's dark and there's like noise, like that's where your furnace is. Usually you have like your laundry stuff down there. Like there's stuff that makes noise just down there that just exists. And you can't see things, and it's kind of spooky. It's spooky not because it's dark, it's spooky because you don't know what's down there, what might be down there. When I go into a haunted house, I know that people are going to be trying to scare me, and I know that they don't actually want to kill me.
Well, then that's their trigger. They are called Haunted House Gaming, but no one knows that they are. Which makes no sense, but that's going to be the case. Anyway.
Whatever you think.
I'm trying to spin it here into favor of my
Whatever you
point.
think makes your point stronger.
Yep. Okay, meanwhile, it's been a slow approach to the attack inside. Just kind of droning things out. We got spirits active on the cardiac sensor. Looking for a heartbeat, looking for love, not finding any. Snake and the rest of... I was going to say the rest of TSM because he says TSM in his name, but that's not what they're called. West Garfield, they are just really saying, we want all 5 members alive for this bombs at LCQ. We will take our time with this top floor roam clear. It is a downstairs basement defense with that soft roam and open area, as we very commonly see people do on this bomb side. You can't just play 5 guys on the side. That's not gonna bode well. You have to slow down the attackers, try and get some kills, get something going. I like this small twist with the poles, giving some information, but Snake is right next to them. They have no idea.
He's so close! He takes the head off of Xeno, but they manage to drop through the hatch, at least for now.
That, like, you have a pole scanning the ceiling, but little do you know, the enemy is right next to you through the wall.
Scanner only goes so far, my friend.
And it did get nerfed like 4 years ago and haven't been buffed since. It's like 9 meters, I believe.
I remember there was a great debate early on when there weren't a heap of Intel operators about like he shouldn't be able to put his sensor away so fast, and it shouldn't show through walls this way, and it shouldn't do that. And it's like it's range needs to be nerfed, and it's like okay. And now it's like you literally have souls.
Yeah. To be fair, you could instantly swap from the scanner to the weapon back in the early days. Yeah. That was like an animation cancel back then. It was kind of disgusting.
This
yeah,
is
right.
such an old pulse strat. Oh
Yep.
my goodness. I haven't seen this in so
No, it's like you scan so you can see when the guy goes to default plan. You call for your teammates with 3 C4, and that's why you see them stack 3 C4 as well, 2, and Warden is dead.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Fine.
So he has the info.
Yep.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, good night, Rice. They're just killing each other left and right. The advantage, though, gets left in the hands of GG. Bio taken out by that C4. Eddie needs to shore up this defense, find 2 picks. Mo takes a bit of damage, but Eddie has no intel and quite the long face. Eddie. GGG on their map. Take their first round. Hi, Melted.
Hello.
He looks like he has no magnification in those glasses, like whatsoever. Combined with Spirits, who has a very visible amount of magnification.
Interesting observation.
Almost everybody's glasses. Look at that.
I was gonna say, yeah, actually.
5 of the 7 face cams are wearing glasses. Are you wearing your certified gamer glasses?
I think they're just legally blind without them. I don't think they're gamer glasses, to be fair. See, you also wear glasses. You're supposed to wear glasses, but you don't wear them ever. So we would actually, and I wear glasses because I am legally blind without them. I can't even drive a car without them. Can't even drive a car, period, but you know, if I could.
You don't even have your license.
I don't. I'm supposed to be working on it, but then like I was moving and I was busy and then I got lazy and then I'm stressed. So I was like, oh wait, taking the train and metro these days. And I have my bicycle every day to the gym. It's great.
Isn't it nice when you are living in a country/continent that values the ability to get around without using a singular mode of transportation?
It absolutely is.
It was a rhetorical question.
And I live in a country that is so small that you can go from one to another in a couple of hours. So it means you can basically walk that distance at that point. It's a very small country. I could walk to school in the morning.
Very cute. I could walk to school in Toronto as well. Okay, let's go on maps and actually see how far it would be. How long it would take to walk from one end of Denmark to the other.
I mean, that would take a while.
Yeah, well, you said you could.
I think it's a 6-7 hour drive because my mom made the same like back and forth in the same day. From like the top left of Jutland all the way down to like Copenhagen basically. That's like 6-7 hours, I think.
Okay, so we're gonna go to, is it Hirtshals?
Sure, yeah, up there.
Let's start there.
Okay.
To
Bomb located by
the
attackers.
airport. Let's do that.
Yeah, airport. You should do that.
Okay.
It's very important information. There's nothing happening right now. We're setting off the attack inside of WGP here.
It would take you just over 3 days to walk.
That's not for the entire country. That's not
Roughly
bad.
62 hours, but it also involves you taking a ferry.
Yeah. How long is the drive? Like 6
Unless you
hours.
cut through Middelfart.
middle fart, yeah. Okay.
If you cut through Middelfart, then it takes way.
Oh my god. It's so silly.
There's been a little bit of action and Kindles are going off, but really nothing serious at this moment. The assault from West Garfield Park is on the window. Repel, Kool-Aid, first pick onto Bio. Down goes Eddie as well. Certainly looks like GGG
Oh my
have their
God.
wits about them, and Rice with 1:20 left is the last one alive. Takes down Mo, so it won't be a flawless round. He's at a single point of HP. Not taking a timeout. Ooh, nice shot onto the head of Zeno. Is he gonna decide to go up main stairs? Is he gonna go up white stairs? What is Rice gonna do? Well, Spirits is there. His head might actually be shot.
Oh.
Flashes himself. Small problem. To main stairs he goes.
Drone ready.
They're prepared for it. They know where he's coming from. Single point of HP. Spirits, do you do it? Spirits. Hello, Spirits. Kool-Aid is trying. Can't get it done. Rice will have to reload soon. They all close in on him. It's Kool-Aid to get the kill. GGG. 2-0.
Can you do me a favor and go from one end of Texas to the other? Like how long to walk through Texas? There's one,
Texas is way bigger than Denmark.
my point is just that it's like a singular state in America versus all of Denmark, you know? I'm just curious.
I mean, Texas isn't even that big. You go through one of the Canadian provinces.
You see, you're a biased Canadian. You can do it. I was just curious, okay? That's all.
To drive from Toronto up to Thunder Bay is like 15, 16 hours. It's driving.
Really?
Yep.
Defused by
Oh
attackers.
God.
Anyway, you live in a tiny country, we get it.
Yeah.
All right. GGG making mincemeat of West Garfield Park on that round. West Garfield Park's assault again came from the double windows. They tried to swing in, they couldn't get it done, they got picked off. There was one player over by main stairs, also got picked off. Things just fell apart. What was that? Poor utility usage? What would you say?
I mean, honestly, a mixture of Candella's not really going off the right spot at the right time, but also it's like they lost every single gunfight, frankly. Like that's as simple as that. Defenders swing out. I mean, to be fair, GGG did a great job at like doing nothing, waiting for West Garfield to execute, and then they swing right before things they start happening. And then again, they won every single gunfight, very clear and simple. I like the fact that West Garfield keep bringing out the Ying, trying to force some of this utility. You know, Ying went unbanned this matchup. She was banned in the last map of Chalet, but they haven't really found success with it as of yet. And one thing is, Asami's also open, so you're defending Bank. You got Asami, you got Capcan right now, you got the Dog. You have so many different tools to work with, whether it's utility, the traps, healing, 1.5 scopes, etc. And it's GGG's map pick. They look a lot more comfortable and a lot more decisive on Bank than they did on Chalet. The deciding map, in case you were curious, is going to be Oregon. So if GGG can take their own map pick here on Bank, that's where we're gonna go to. Very, like, the most iconic map in Siege, arguably, for like these kinds of games. A map that every single team can play, and has played many times before. Rise fishing for a kill, but no one's really showing themselves to these windows.
Rise was spectacular. Rice was in the previous map of Chalet.
Oh yeah.
You need a good performance for him because a lot of the rest of this West Garfield Park team were consistent, but not anywhere near as good. First kill goes to Mo. Bio has not been getting it done through these 3 rounds. Needs to play more sheltered space and sheltered roles, given how important his utility is. Dying early, simply not good. Spirit's the only body in the ground for GGG. West Garfield Park has lost Bio and Valor. Still a minute and a half to go. Upstairs clear, successful at this point in time for WGP.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
A lot of work to do though.
Yeah, as long, I mean, there's still Snake alive on Sledge. That's like the most important operator together with Ying, of course, with the bombs that execute and Heartbreach utility on those vertical hatches. So there is still a way in this round for them. All they need is a few Candillas, maybe a nade from Snake to find the kill. Then you're back to a 3v3. And that bomb could very easily go down for the attacking side because the only thing that could stop them is going to be Xeno and his Toxic Babes. He's swinging pretty far forward. He's going to stop prepping them right now. But again, we said the nade. If the nade can find someone...
And it does.
And it finds the smoke. There's no plan deny. If they can Candilla bomb site and actually get into the bomb site itself, this bomb is almost guaranteed to go down successfully. 35 on the clock. And you see Rise waiting for it on the hatch. Just waiting for a bit of information here. And then they can push that execute button and just go crazy. 4 Candelas in pockets.
Not uncommon to see teams do the double drop through the hatch. There goes those Candelas, and that's exactly what Rice wants to do. Another Candela tossed in. 3 expended. 1 final Candela hucked on over, and now Rice goes for the diffuser plant. Snake taken out from above, but look at the flank! Mo taking advantage of it. And unless you can see Eddie pull off a miracle, no. GGG goes up 3-0.
And again, GGG, they find a great opening, this time in the form of a flank. The flank single-handedly saved the round. It's the only way to kill the planter, and you get vertical control, and you find Snake who's covering beforehand as well. It's perfect for Mo. GGG definitely have a good grasp on Bank right now. They have solutions to all the problems coming their way. Smoke dies, super unfortunate. Instead of panicking, they go, okay, you know what? When they go for their execute, that's when we start making moves. We don't expose ourselves on side, we try and bait them in, and then we know there's an opening. And we can maybe say that West Garfield didn't have a flying drone, or Snake didn't hear him, or... Oh, thank you very much.
Texas is about 16 times bigger than Denmark. Takes approximately 14 to 16 hours to drive across the strait. Cafe is in not area.
Okay. That is, thank you very much, production. I appreciate it.
Neither is Bank.
Neither is Bank, yeah.
Neither is Oregon. Neither is Chalet. None of them are actually in Texas. Cafe, of course, is in Russia. Oregon is, well, it's a mystery.
It's-
as to
yeah.
where. I don't know where Oregon.
Okay.
I wonder. I wonder. Though, Oregon is modeled after a place in Texas.
Oh,
The Waco Siege. The Waco Compound. Don't know.
bank, of course, is in LA. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I don't really know.
I don't believe it's a real place, though. Like, I don't actually think it's modeled after a real bank. Though Cafe is modeled after a real building.
Yeah.
I think it's like right next to like the Russian Ministry of Defense or something.
Okay. That's cool.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Either way.
16 times bigger. That is impressive.
Denmark is really puny.
Yeah.
Like, it's very small.
Yeah.
Doesn't half of like the population of Denmark live in the Copenhagen area?
Not a half. It's like I think it's like a little bit shy of 1 million, and there's like 5.8 million people in Denmark. But yeah.
I thought that Helsinki in Finland was like half of the population of Finland. That could be what I was thinking of.
Maybe. Maybe.
Or the metro area of Helsinki. Either way, let's focus on this matchup, which GGG is just absolutely destroying West Garfield Park.
Wait a second.
Man.
Oh, no, they're destroying.
Yeah. Not ideal for Snake.
The funny thing is, Snake did like not the exact same thing because he came from a different area last time, but like he snuck in again, but this time got shut down by Zeno. And the second they get that kill, they all dip down to the bomb site. They want to play the 5 versus 4. They got 1, 2 C4s. They got toxic babes. They got the Vulcan canisters from the Goyo of Mo. They have so much plant deny. We saw last time West Garfield that tried to attack it head on, try and get a bomb down, did not work out whatsoever. Of course, Spears on Pulse is still there to get that off that information as well.
Those 2 Goyo canisters, which will be an impediment for West Garfield Park when they get into the bomb site. Already one of the canisters popped, so it's 20 seconds that you cannot enter through. Will leave us at about 45 seconds, give or take, for the second to be popped. If you can hold off a bit, it can be absolutely devastating for the attackers who are already down 1. And they're down 1 of their 2 sets of nades, which is even bigger. Instead, they popped the canister a little bit early, which is great for the attackers because now there will be a window of opportunity for West Garfield Park to strike.
Still got 3 toxic babes, still got the 2 C4s, so as long as Kool-Aid stays alive and plays it smart, there shouldn't be an easy way for them to plan. They might need to go deep, might gotta go aggressive on this because default plan might not be the angle.
No, Rice goes in and it's the long-range play from Garage. It's melted. Can stop whatever plant in its tracks.
Changing mags.
Diffuser's been jostled around.
C4.
Into the hands of Valor and the Nitro Cell. Does it get weighted out? Mo taking some damage. You're going to put a lot on the shoulders of Viable. Wait, Eddie has found a back part of the bomb site, and he can take advantage of it, getting all the kills. Catches them with their pants down. Excellent play by Eddie to get WGP their very first round.
That's the thing, all the defenders are focusing on trying to stop the plan. They completely forgot about the fact that there's somebody flanking from backside. And it happened earlier. Eddie walked on in, took down Melted. That's like a long-range angle from the garage wall on their Rooney. And then he forgot about him. He disappeared back up the main stairs, but guess what? He strikes a second time to guarantee the spree of kills. And that's going to give West Garfield their first shot on bank. And they need every single one they can get because their attacks don't look all that confident for them. They probably want to get to defense as fast as possible, which is hopefully going to be their more comfortable side. And they need these rounds to build up. Otherwise, they're going to be in too big of a round disadvantage. I mean, typically bang on attack, you want to be 4-2 up, not 2-4 down.
Folks, I have a counter stat.
Counter stat.
A counter stat.
Okay, count it.
While Texas might be 16 times bigger than Denmark, Denmark also owns Greenland, which happens to be larger than Texas.
Yeah, but it's all just ice and nothing else. Like, there's like no one living there almost.
Canada?
That too. That too. You know, isn't it Canada and Denmark, we share an island together?
We do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I thought so. Very cool.
I would imagine it is very cold, yes.
Yeah.
Either way. That is a fun counter stat. Given to us courtesy of the wonderful haired Jesse Chick today. He looks simply magnificent with his haircut. He was getting very upset because I was commenting about the brimstone and cookies during the break. And he's like, I've noticed that you've been paying a lot of compliments to the other people on the desk.
Oh, Jesse.
First successful round for West Garfield Park.
Drone activated.
And it was relatively close until Eddie found
Attackers have located a bomb.
Some ears.
is a blind spot, I think is what we called it.
Yep. Similar approach as last year attack. Big focus on the window repels with the Ying. Hibano opened up the 90 wall, I can imagine. Yep, there it is. That is going to rise. Get an impact trick from above. That's going to slow him down, but you got so many Excaliburs. 12 more to go in pocket. Just a matter of time. One killer goes down, just a fake. Try and cause some movement from the defending side, but they're not moving an inch. They got a Warden on Melted. He knows exactly what's happening on the bomb side. He says the coast is clear. Ying did, in fact, not repel on in.
Activating drone.
One toxic bag will get spent, though, but there's still so much time left in the round. Oh, Ying now is actually in. She went for it.
You heard the Candelas go off quite early. Eddie continuing with what he'd accomplished on the previous round. Down goes Melted.
Okay.
Now Mo is gone as well. Suddenly, GGG falling by the wayside. West Garfield Park have figured out the bank meta. They've cracked the code, so to speak. It's all up to Kool-Aid. First body he'll confront is on the stairs, eliminating Snake, and then heading for the hills, back towards Paper.
Flashbang out.
Diffuser's in the hands of Bio. Is he gonna get that diffuser planted or not? Soft wall will give Kool-Aid a window of opportunity. Quite literally. The player will come down the hallway. Kool-Aid's attention is elsewhere, though. I don't think they have a good idea as to where he is. He's so low on HP, all of these guns will just kill him in a single shot. Bio getting diffuser down, that wills Kool-Aid into action.
Oh.
Can't open up the wall. He's giving his position away. He's a bit too late. He does damage to Bio, so it's the right call, but it's a little bit too slow, and there's the quick peek from Rice. West Garfield Park have taken 2 in a row. GGG's dominance seems to be at an end for the moment.
And honestly, this is just kind of all Eddie's doing. 2 rounds in a row,
Yep.
just goes in, gets 2-3 kills, and make things so much easier for his team. He does all the hard work getting in past that initial line. He dies eventually to the third player, but it's like the job's done. There's one guy left on side, the other guys are roaming or far off and away. Snake gets that third kill from the main stairs. He goes way back up, and then the diffuser can just be carried on in to the bomb side. That bomb can go down from Bio.
Attackers.
And while it was a good toxic bait being tossed on out, it just didn't really, well, it was just simply too late. Intero is right. Greenland is huge. Oh my god.
Total area, 836,330 square miles, which is 2.16 million square kilometers, but with a population of less than 60,000.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of ice and nothing really. But yeah, it is rumored to have a lot of oil in the ground, but
A lot of what?
Oil? Oil. The thing that you put in your car after you do stuff with oil. So fun fact, there is like 2 words that I cannot say whatsoever. One of them is oil. My mouth cannot make the right movements, if you get what I mean. But they don't want to mess with the ice, I guess. So we bless the land so they can't go and dig in there. What I'm trying to say is that we're filthy rich, but we just don't know it yet. Like Norway, you know?
Do you have a rivalry with the Norwegians the same way you do with the Swedes?
We gave, you know, Denmark actually gave them all the oil they have. Like we gave them like the place where they found it essentially. We're like, we don't care about this, but you have it. And it was like now they're filthy rich because of it. That's why we hate that's why there's a rivalry there. We hate ourselves essentially.
Well, I appreciate that history lesson.
You're welcome.
GGG, hoping that they can make West Garfield Park on this map history, but haven't been able to pull it off so far. I think you're absolutely correct about Eddie's impact over the last 2 rounds being so enormous.
Question is, how many times can it work and how many times does it pay off?
Well, I mean, in technically an unlimited amount of times, Nick. There's no like ceiling here.
Well, it didn't work the first couple rounds, and well, Mohesi gets 1, he gets 2 in fact. Just shuts it all down.
Nice picks by West Garfield, or rather by West Garfield Park to answer back what had been done from GGG earlier on. 4 people die in a second.
We've been here before. The 3v3 with self-destruction and Ying alive. Literally same scenario. Mo's alive, uncapped, and Diffuser is way off in the distance. So Mo jumped out the window on square, got a double kill on a jump out, ran back through server dirt tunnel to where he currently is now in the basement. It's Rise with the Cantillas. It's Snake, not on Sledge, but on the buck this time. Oh my god.
Mo.
Come on.
Sneak. I'm a sneaky snake.
Swapping mags!
Slithering like a snake does. There's the real Snake, by the way.
Snake nade.
Nope.
No, just Snake nowadays, I
Yeah,
guess.
different player.
Okay.
Snake Nade is from a time long ago. One of Legends. In fact, let me find it. Oh no, Rice.
Oh, he shot it.
He botched it by accident. There it goes. This one will actually work out this time. I don't know whether it got Zeno. He's surviving a little bit longer than he did before. You talked
my
about how
God.
crucial this
That is
was,
dead.
but he gets slaughtered by Snake from this long angle. West Garfield Park now with the advantage, but they lose Valor. Mo dies as well. So it's Melted to hold against Rice and Snake. There's another Candela from Rice, but Melted is far enough back that it shouldn't really hit him. He outduels Snake. Can Melted be the hero? The savior of this moment? No. Rice seals the deal. And it's a 3-3 first half. Both teams taking 3 in a row. Gets us no closer to the finish.
I'm not sure what exactly happened, but West Garfield in the last 3 rounds looked like a completely different team than in their first 3. The way they attacked, their coordination, their synergy being very decisive and not being punished by GGG too frequently. Sure, Mo jumped out, he got a double kill, but outside of that, nothing really went the wrong way for them because they just held on. They said, oh guys, don't isolate yourself, don't get exposed, hold on, let's enable Rise, or rather, let him enable the execute and work around that instead. That's gonna give you the side swap. The first defense from West Garfield will be that base and bomb side, and they too will bring out the pulse to gain some information, but they're also combining this with Snake on the Vigil. So these are 2 very different kinds of operators for this bomb site, because every single operator speaks to, we care about the bomb site, wanna, deny the planter, hold down the fort, and then you got Vigil, who's like, the last place I want to be is at the bomb site. I want to be top floor, roaming, creating chaos, killing drones, and probably going to be slowing down GGG quite a lot here.
How will this work out, especially since GGG won't have access to that Montaigne? Well, instead, they're bringing a lineup that is as annoying as you can possibly get, but a similar lineup to what we saw in the previous round. A Dokkaebi will be present, a Ying will be present. Vigil appears for the first time. Everything else for this defensive lineup looks about what you'd
A
expect.
bomb has been located.
Did Vigil have the 1.5x back when he was meta? I don't remember.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so
No, because
either.
I don't think the 1.5 existed when...
No. See,
Oh, there's the hop out. Red like a book. Mo taking down Snake on the vault out. Zeno's lost most of his HP. Very late setup going on right now. Look at this. Some reinforcements still being done. 50 seconds in.
To be honest, that might have been because Snake died that they chose to go for that reinforcement. I'm curious if Snake is quote-unquote supposed to sacrifice himself and try and get a 1-for-1 trade, or if he just acted to do so because of information or sound. Either way, almost gets Zeno, and trading 1-for-1 arguably is worth it. Trading Vigil for, Buck or Ying or Dokkaebi, anyone real in this lineup.
Big emphasis on open area right now. Whether GGG knows this or not, they have opened it up entirely and have control of it as it's shoved the remaining WGP players down to the bottom floor. There's the last logic bomb. Very early that the action came, leaving a minute and a half for things to linger. Zeno still surviving, potentially well past his intended expiration date.
Yeah.
You can just simply hear the amount of damage that a buck and a skeleton key can do. Though there aren't a lot of ways for a skeleton key to put some serious damage on this bomb site. Not as much as it would be on the top floor.
Oh, Kool-Aid. That's tough. So much damage being taken away from his health bar there. Now it means he can't make that same play again. And just one straight bullet from the Smoke of Valor, that's gonna take him down. Now there's no more Toxic Babes. It's only 40 seconds left. They gotta go now.
Valor sees the bullet tracers, and there you go. The remainder of Kool-Aid is as good as gone. Valor can hold this angle. They'll stack up on him. Swings a little bit too early, and it's Spirits to bury him.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
But that gives 30 seconds for the rest of GGG to get to the site. They do outnumber West Garfield Park. There's the Goyle Fire raging in your common spot, and a Surya Gate as well will keep them at bay. Can opener getting open the small hole, but look at Spirits is planting in an unconventional spot. Met with an explosive demise. Mo takes his place, but there's fire all around him and no smoke to conceal that case going down. No explosives either. It's simply bullets to get the job done as Zeno runs in. And 4 in a row for West Garfield Park as they are very quickly amassing an impressive body of work and marching their way to a 2-0 victory.
That's such a good read on exactly which Goyo canisters are popped, and also exactly what kind of area they covered. They could deduct, based off the Goyo canisters that were opened up, where the plan could be going down safely, and that was the one spot they chose to use their only C4 for. They knew they couldn't plant default, knew they couldn't plant bomb chassis, knew they couldn't plant closed door. They had to be planting in that corner by the TVs or security area if they wanted to. And with a single C4 they had left, shut it down, and that just created that chaos situation where no one could actually plan from GGG. They had no backup plan, no backup execute. Had to fumble through side through the fire and try and get it done again with 10 seconds on the clock.
Wall fortifications upgraded.
West Garfield looking mighty fine so far in Bank, and they have definitely impressed because I always thought that, you know, Chalet was their map pick, that's where they want to go, but then you're probably going to lose Bank, and with the first 3 rounds on how it went for GGG, they looked like, yeah, it was going to be a done deal, honestly. West Garfield couldn't even really fight back in the first 3 rounds, but then things have really changed and shaped up. West Garfield Gaming, generally speaking, just seems to have a better grasp on defense than to do attack, and same for Chalet, same for Bank so far.
Shield going out. Heads out, John Space.
Talked about the Monty ban from West Garfield Park. We'll see if GGG does suffer on these attacks without it. Mo cannot run that shield operator, not only, as we discussed during the ban phase, not only a strong operator for Bank in general, but very strong in the hands of Mohesi. He has adopted a very different role now, looking for that familiar run out that we saw, or jump out rather, from Snake in the previous round. He was playing on the Vigil. Wasn't able to exert much influence on the round when he died so quickly on. Different operator, different strokes, different position on the map as well.
Launching drone.
I like how Eddie on the attack is the initiator, the entry. Right now on defense, he's been put in these like really tough positions where you gotta fight against so many different things, and that's gonna be that quadruple window next to lobby. So is Valor, and Biologic upstairs assisting him. GGG yet to really strike anyway, just kind of waiting around, feeling it out. Valor swung earlier, took a bunch of damage, but he gets away with his life intact for now.
It's gonna knock you off of the cams you have set up on that first floor. Bio jumped on by Kool-Aid. Mo dies at the hands of Eddie. So both teams trade one out. Logic Bomb will continue to ring as Eddie's very vulnerable by ATMs. Doesn't seem to want an engagement against Melted at all. Melted has his sights on a different part of this map. Can Eddie do something about it? No. Valor dies because of a lack of coverage, and Melted with that cheeky drone. This front lobby of Bank is so large that you can get drones in so many different positions that are never going to get spotted.
Yep.
Down goes Eddie to Spirits from above. GGG looking to break this 4-round streak that WGP has assembled. It's going pretty well for Gang Gaming. Nice shot from Snake on the Spirits. Will still contend. Has to go for the reload, and he's got one player from GGG's attention. But simply not enough, because that means that there's still 3 from Gang who can do some serious damage.
Swapping mags.
Look at Melted and Snake now. So close. Open area is almost completely empty. It's just Rice in this position. Rice taken down from angle. He doesn't suspect. Now Snake will look towards Melted and lose the engagement. Tie game, but GGG were in the wilderness for so long, they find their way back to civilization. As this one's gonna go deep. I can tell you right now.
Yeah, it's gotta. If open area goes that way in such a one-sided fashion, that's gonna be a tight series, because the issue at Bank is that base and bomb side might be very great for the defending team, as we saw from West Garfield, but then it's like open area is secondary choice, for some teams is the primary choice, but top floor of CEO is like a 50-50 at best, and then you got that Taylor's Archives option, which almost nobody tends to play ever, because this is one of those like 80-20, but it's 80 in favors of the attacking side, and you're a defender team, so you don't really want to do that. So things will change for West Garfield. Instead of going back to open air, they'll go upstairs to CEO instead. The difficulty with this bomb set is that you simply just find yourself often stuck in corners, fighting long range, people on their rappel outside the building, and it's hard to deal with. We might see... Okay, I thought for a second I was gonna go crazy. No, we might see it. Gridlock.
No,
Come on.
Mo.
Twice they showed it. Make up your mind, man.
Oh, you son of a gun.
Son of a gun. Well, we see floors instead. Not as exciting, but I was gonna say, if you combine the Ying with the Gridlock, that could be some kind of like crazy bomb execute where you try and, just cover up all the sound and no one knows what's going on, but we'll stop the Ying at least. No Warden in play from West Garfield, worth noting. Warden typically almost being brought in this bomb site because of how strong Ying can be. And smokes in general.
Didn't expect this to be as competitive as it's been so far, just again. Based upon the pedigree of these teams, your assumption would be that it would be a walk in the park for GGG, given their individual skill and given the, I think,
located by attacker.
lack of awareness of some players on the side of West Garfield Park and how wrong we could be. It's nice to see players that don't have big profiles making waves. Eddie and Rice have impressed me, and I'm sure are doing the same with a lot of people watching. If you don't watch an abundance of tape on the Tier 2, Tier 3 scenes, well, you might not have known what was to come.
You're right. There is one thing that has been the same for both teams in their attacks. They're both just kind of waiting to set up. They want to get that execute perfectly down. Get the right flanges with spirits, drone out stock, square, the bomb set itself, and Kool-Aid's just waiting. Playing that Ying role as you have to do, on the windows, staying alive because you have to keep your Cantillas ready and available whenever the team says it's go time.
All right, well, it would appear
We have
that
player cams, so
it would
they look very focused, so they might still be
appear
going
that
at
the
it.
game has crashed. Unsure of why. Apologies on that end. Winner of this round goes on to take the lead. Who will it be? That is the question.
We can almost see the game melted to
You
glasses.
have to go to a player who you can see the reflection of the game in their glasses.
There it is.
Xeno looks like he's on cams. That's not ideal. Oh, urgency. Xeno making quick calls. Lots of calls from GGG right now. Nice to see them communicating. I would imagine that Bio is dead.
Yeah, he has no headless keyboard.
That'd be my guess. Snake looks like he's still alive. That's a focused face right there. Impossible to tell if he's still alive.
Oh, no, there's something.
Eddie might have died. That's a look of concentration if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, he's alive.
Biologic is most certainly dead. Either that or he's like the most poised player. Now it looks like Snake is also dead. Did they lose the round? Did they win the round?
You actually can't tell, which is surprising. Because there's no way the round is still ongoing, no? This has
I
to
don't
be...
feel like it's been 3 minutes. Scoreboard is up in front of them. We're trying to reconnect. We'll keep you updated.
Because there's like 1:38 left when they crashed.
Yeah.
So the round has to be over by now.
Yeah.
And we have no idea why because none of the players are celebrating.
GGG won the round.
There it is, yep.
Their second in a row.
5-4.
Hell yeah.
We are back indeed.
That's what I like to see, my friend. All right, well, riveting round,
Attackers need to
full of
locate and defuse as many bombs as
extraordinary.
That was a crazy use of gridlock, by the way. The glass gridlock Ying blitz gameplay on CO attack.
We literally saw the operators, and we know that it wasn't.
Imagine someone tuned in and was like, oh my god, what happened? You know, they would have been like, oh wow, really? And they would have felt like they really missed out on a round. No, they played Ying. They played the same as right now, except for they had like, what, Ace, Ying, Twitch, freaking Buck, I think? Oh god, my memory is failing me.
They had a Flores.
They did have a Flores, yeah.
left.
That's
Flores
fifth, I guess.
Flores. Yeah, I'm not sure.
5 seconds to
I
Basic
don't remember the
bomb
exact lineup.
I remember this though. This is the exact same basement lineup as last time when Scarfield played it, because it was Snake them out the window and Vigil lone roam in, and the 4 members playing for the heavy bomb site execute, or defense, I guess, which worked out in favor of the defending team. GGG, they went top floor, and they just want to take the full map control. Start top floor CEO stock, take open area, main stairs, and skylight, then work server into the bomb site. You got 3 minutes on the clock. And Eddie, he swung the window. What a madman.
Absolute lunatic.
Spirit is gone for the world. That's gonna be the Twitch and a set of smokes. The only set of smokes is Ying is bringing that secondary can opener. So that means that there is less utility now from the attack inside that they really desperately wanted for the execute that they did last time around. And it's how they dropped the hatch and almost planted.
GGG ran with the same hard breacherless lineup, if you recall, on their first attempt. It did not work out in their favor. But yeah, having 2 can openers is good enough. You can open up those hatches. I wonder if Snake will actually get a successful roam off this time. If you remember, he was picked off very early.
He's already inside. I think they gave it up because that opening kill played the 5v4.
Why not?
Yeah, and I mean, Vigil, even though you're in the basement, your gadget will still reach the floor above you, so you can still keep enemies guessing as to like where you might be. And there is actually members still in open area. There he drops. He's gone.
Kool-Aid was close. Maybe he got the scent. It wasn't enough. Can opener will open up one of those hatches, and some utility will need to be burned to take out the Surya gate. It will in fact be a Gemini sent out by Yana. Oh, Bio is getting tons of information. Expecting a drop in the vault. Get the correct read given where Kool-Aid's position is. Looking to defang the defense with the Candela in hand. Relatively slow round right now.
Oh, they know.
They have intel on the Pulse. They have intel on the Goyo. That's 2 players.
The attackers bomb
Xeno's
diffuser
drone
has
is going
been
through
dropped.
right now. And there goes Yana to drop. They'll see Eddie very quickly.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Playing almost as if it's a real person. There go the Candelas. That pushes the Aruni backwards. Melted, taking out Rice. Say goodbye to your very first defender. West Garfield Park want to prevent GGG from going on to match point. They can possibly get this done in 2 maps. Can they stop this advance going in? Bio taking down Mo. Now it's Kool-Aid outgunned by Snake. Melted far enough back inside a garage, but relatively isolated as he's finished off, leaving Xeno in a 1v5, and he dies to Snake. We need all 12 rounds. The streak for Gang Gaming. There's only 2 rounds. West Garfield Park get back on the board.
But this is the problem. The basement bomb site always goes to the defense right now, but after that is like flip a coin essentially. West Garfield not able to find a second bomb site that really favors them. They tried open area, did not work. Tried CO, did not work either. Now we don't know exactly how close that CO defense was because of the crash, unfortunately, but we know that they lost it. And nobody was super happy about it by the looks of their faces, so it probably wasn't too close. Now they go back to open area, which gives you a lot more to work with, right? You can extend around the map, roam around, run around it, etc., and challenge your opponents in different ways. Whereas I said, CO, you're kind of locking yourself into these same couple of positions and same couple of corners. So I do think open area is the right choice for West Garfield, but you can still gotta play the bomb site correctly. I love the cap can slow down the attackers, maybe get some damage off if they're being too quick on the pace. And of course, the rest, pretty stable stuff. The one thing that's kind of missing from West Garfield is that Biologics had a very quiet game so far. He had 0 kills and got the first one in that last previous round. Now sitting at 1-7, and it's still a very close series despite that. So imagine if Bio was up there dropping, the 4 or 5 kills with his squad, what this could have looked like for West Garfield. This is, by the way, GGG's map pick, for those curious.
Go live.
Doing well on their own map. It took all 12 rounds on Chalet for West Garfield Park to win, and well, GGG's hoping it doesn't take more than 12 for them to win, and they've got a bit of breathing room. Snake was playing loosey-goosey, as they call it in the biz, down by ATMs. He's picked off, giving an advantage to GGG very early in the round. Capkin gone. That's a nitro cell. That will be no more.
Deploying drone. Throwing Selma. Get ready for the breach.
The EDDs, however, because they'll do some explosive damage, of course.
Persist.
Spirits making quick approaches out of Telor's and Archives, looking for a pick himself. He has yellow pings to work with as well. He's got information. Eddie above him, trying to go for a floor bang and a jump out the window. No real reaction from GGG though. They're sitting tight. Spirits knows he's very far off from his team. Not gonna take the risk of advancing further. Has no live drone information. But maybe Rice will strike first.
Maybe. They both lose a lot of HP, but the Azami wins that one out. Rice will now scamper back to the bomb site, taking Spirits down. As you pointed out, a bit uncharacteristic of Spirits to be in so close proximity so quickly. He still gets good value out of it. I mean, you've taken the Azami down to very low HP. Not all hope is lost, but Kool-Aid wanders in, not seeing Bio in that position. Immediately, the hand goes onto the forehead. Mo going in, tears through Eddie, but only one kill is what he can get. Logic bombs go off, and Melton Zeno will need to play off this information relatively quickly. Zeno knows there's one near conference room. Where in conference room, though? That is the question. Finds Valor, and West Garfield Park have a single player to bury to ensure themselves series point. Melton hits the metal detectors, gives his position away. Pre-fire through the cubicle. He's got a right idea of where that player is. He just needs a pop-up. There goes the flash and a desperate swing from the smoke. Bio's on the ground. Melted to capitalize, but watching his back, the 360 swing. Breaching through the door to follow up on the flashbang. Crouching his way over, and there's multiple players from West Garfield Park to take advantage of that. They're on series point.
The blind sides were unbelievable in that round. I mean, GGG didn't really have more than 1 or 2 gunfights in the entirety of that 3 minutes because its members looking the wrong way, not having information to act upon. Bio getting 2 kills in that round from people not even looking anywhere near him. And that's, of course, going to force out the tactical timeout from GGG because they're now down on match point. And if they lose one more, that's it. Then it's over because West Garfield won that first map 7-5 on Chalet.
A timeout to be taken now by GGG. For a roster of these caliber players, it is a bit surprising to see that West Garfield Park could 2-0 them, especially on GGG's map. The only way out of this match in a positive direction for Gang Gang Gaming is now through overtime, which means basically 3 rounds potentially in a row or 3 of the next 4. They can drop a single round in overtime to West Garfield Park. That's it, but you gotta get there first. Their best bomb site. The only bomb site that GGG, or the only bomb site that's been won twice by West Garfield Park is Lockers, and it's locked out. Open area has now been opened once. So you're gonna have to go to that upstairs bomb site. That's where West Garfield Park are hoping to send this one home.
Many bombs as they can.
Unsuccessful on all the way back in round number 9.
So there are 2 changes from the defenders. Warden's being brought out, great to see that. Valkyrie from Snake, so information. Both times the CEO was defended by West Garfield. They lost a player early in the round, both times to that lobby side of the map, because Melton has that drone, always is hiding somewhere in that big open lobby area. This time on the beam up above. So if anybody sneaks in ATMs or sneaks somewhere in lobby, they will have information on it. Zeno is having a second drone to back it up as well in case one were to fall. And GGG, they play the same opera lineup, but one difference. Osa being brought out instead of the Ying this time. So you have shields to use for cover, but no flashbangs to aid you into those window repels. And Spirit's been so quick in injuries in these rounds. Just storms into open area. Almost finds the kill onto Snake, but he just barely gets past the corner.
So it's live or die right now for Spirits. If he can get that early pick, he will be in excellent position with the rest of his team to go into overtime. Rotero drone going for a drive upstairs. Spirits doesn't need to do much. He can just wait ever so patiently.
That's just that. He knows again that he has no real support. He's so far off his team, so he's just gonna wait her out. Mel's in the lobby side looking for information to aid his teammates' approach. Doesn't seem like GGG has fully decided where to attack from as of yet. I mean, the big question mark is, where is Kool-Aid going to be attacking from? Is he gonna go in lobby, square, on the window repels, because he has the gadget that's going to enable the execute, those OSA shields, and he is on the square side.
Really want to see how they use these OSA shields. Really want to see how they continue to advance with the shields out. Do they do what we see is most common, which is buy that paper, the janitor closet? Do they decide to put them up in a position to the double back walls from that square that you can see has already been opened up very neatly by the defenders? Down goes Mo, the Flores, no more, and that's also top frag for GGG. Not the start that they want.
The attackers bombed.
Spirit's back downstairs, but now Bio's retaking it.
It's a look of dread on the remaining players' faces. I think it's starting to sink in at this point that West Garfield Park will have a meeting with Beast Coast. So we assume.
Looks likely at this point. I mean, again, no Ying, but Kool-Aid. He wants to win.
Really nice shot. He'll go fishing for yet another player down below now, joined by Melted. All the while your focus is on this, the time is not slowing down. And you've got that diffuser, you need to walk it into the bomb site. Kool-Aid's holding on to it. He's got both of the Talon shields for OSA in his back pocket. And a very convenient way in behind the shield, trying to bait out the smokes. Perfect timing to do that. 30 seconds to go. Snake is down there with a nitro cell. They know that. There goes the logic bombs. Kool-Aid with diffuser. Does Snake have that nitro cell to go? There it is. Kool-Aid down for the count, and the shield goes as well. Things go from bad to worse for GGG, and they're left to Zeno in the same spot, and he gets sent home as West Garfield Park take it 2-0 and advance to the semifinals to play Beast Coast.
Such a good bang from them. First 3 rounds looked like a pretty rough go for them, but after round number 4 and forward, a completely different team, a well-deserved victory for West Garfield.
And really surprising us, given, as we said, the players on GGG, but sometimes you can assemble the better players, but they might not be the best team, and that's exactly what happened. That's the matchup. We're going to throw to the studio as they break down that game.
What a massive win by West Garfield Park. The absolute Cinderella story, I have to say, of this LCQ right now. Hopefully they can keep going because it's exciting. As a team, they did phenomenally, Jesse, but as individuals as well. Now, who in your mind, what were the standouts and why?
I think I gotta focus in on Eddie, right? It felt like those first 3 rounds, things were starting to slip out of the hands of WGP. Gang Gaming 3 in a row. And if you go back and watch that first round, they're executing onto the bottom floor, and Eddie is trying to come down main stairs, but he's like a little bit late. And because of that, it's an easy denial of the plant. Round 4, same side. They go for that same push. This time, Eddie is like 5 seconds faster. He gets a 4K. He crushes everyone. Here's the round right here. Eddie comes in, gets 2 kills, gets 3 kills. He got a 4th one there. Boom, pistol out. Eddie played fantastic. Round 5 right after that as well. Eddie played really well. Listen, he looks like an NPC, but he's really doing well in this server. He wasn't playing like one. So I love to see Eddie. I thought he was the one that kind of pulled this game back from the brink. And then towards the end, I thought it was more of a team effort coming through. Bio started getting on the board. I thought he was actually great for this team. Even when he was 0-5 or 0-4, he still seemingly had a lot of that impact, right? Coming in with the IGL calls, the executes continues to be really good from West Garfield Park. Thought Valor was consistent this game. Snake had his moments. Rice maybe a little quieter than map 1, but still, you know, nothing bad to say about the guy.
Now, we had high expectations, Cookies, for Gang. And I'll be honest, they just fell short. But as Jesse pointed out, they had a really impressive first 3 rounds of this matchup. We thought, okay, here we are. They're back on track. and then that just stopped.
Yeah, I was vigorously disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the spirit's there. I mean, you just saw the guy was untradeable. Multiple times in this series, he tried to entry and he was just untradeable, and he wouldn't get the kill. And that's the rule. That's the golden rule. There is if you're gonna solo entry like that and go for an opportunity, you have to get the kill. Otherwise, you set your team back so much because if no one can trade you and there's no follow up there, it's just like your whole spearhead there is dead in the water. I feel like that happened a lot. They didn't use Ying well. Their Monty got banned, and I guess that's what they wanted to use on Bank because otherwise, I don't know. I just didn't look at it. I mean, the Ying was non-existent.
A shortened day for GGG, but we have an interview ready right now. It's going to be Bio, which I am excited for. Bio, here we are. Congratulations. Big win for you guys. I'll be honest, we might have counted you guys out from the beginning, but I know you like that sometimes. What is it about this iteration of West Garfield Park? Because we've seen you guys a lot. What is it about this iteration that is just working so well?
I think this iteration of this team, we have 5 players that really want it and can put in the time and really prepare. And I saw Jesse say this. He saw we played the quals and we lost to Karn and Co. And that was the first time we played and we lost 8-7. So we've been doing a lot of things to just get game day reps, learn with this team because I haven't played with Eddie. Snake was on TSM, so he was learning different style, and then Valor and Rush were on RTV. So we just had to come together and get a new style how the game is and really I guess skyrocket up, you know.
Yeah. So Bio, what is the best hair care product for black men?
I sent you a DM about it. I thought you were using it.
I want you to share. I want you to share with everybody.
I don't know the name of it. It's you gotta ask Vertical. He put me on it. It's Maui something coconut. Yeah, come on. I look like Vert. That's my little brother.
Okay. Real question. How has it been for you the past 3 or 4 months? Because pretty much you've been off the grid, right? You've pretty much been just in the slums in T3. Tell me about, and coaching reality TV. Tell me about that. Just how you've just been bouncing around. What's going on?
I think so. RTV, SI, those guys, because they had a coach, but their coach went to Mirage, so they needed a coach. And there's people on the team that wanted me to coach, so I helped them out. I knew I wasn't gonna quit. I would never quit playing Siege. It's a big part of my life. So people that quit and they say they never want to play, you're just lying. You put so much of your time and effort into this, you might as well play. And fortunately for a lot of things in my life, I can still play the game. So I just coached RTV. We lost. And then I knew I was still going to play because I knew B was going to Pro League. No matter what, B was going to go to Pro League. He's the future. He's the future in-game leader. And then I knew about this spot. And so B gave it to Rice. Rice said he wanted to play with me. And then we made the team ever since. But we obviously didn't start really practicing until probably a month and a half ago. And we're just grinding.
Today, Bio, it felt like a lot of your executes, a lot of your attacks were really well done. It felt like you guys really had a good control. You knew what your objective was. You executed it all. And I've got to imagine as the IGL for this team, a lot of that's coming from you. A lot of that's coming in terms of your calling. So to what extent, are you really orchestrating these attacks versus to what extent is it your team coming together? And playing with these guys especially, are they particularly easy to try to IGL, to work with compared to other people that you've had in the past?
Yeah, so this team in particularly, I play with 4 players that can go, can play in Pro League. I don't have to micro them. That was a big thing for teams in the past where I had to micro, so I wasn't necessarily, focusing on my gameplay. I was more, microing and calling. This team, I don't have to micro, so it's just straight calling. And then the attacks, we're just playing, how the game is, but not as crazy as SSG where we rush all the time. We could play fast, we could play slow, we could play for picks, we can do it all, but simply because we have the team that can do it. These 4 guys, I can give them a zone or area, and then they play it, and then we get picks and work. And I mean, yeah, that's where it is.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Bio. I mean, hopefully you make it as far as possible. Good luck, dude. We'll talk soon.
Hey, have a good night.
Well, that's it for us for the moment. In a moment, we're gonna have CJ here all by himself. He'll do a little bit of a telestration for you. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. We'll see you in a second.
All right. Now, Bio's team just had a great game. But let's talk about some things that maybe were a little strange, a little redonkulous. Okay, now I'm going to direct your attention to Snake. He still has TSM in his name. Snake, this is disrespectful to everything you've ever done, okay? Watch what he does. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even understand their operator lineup as a whole. This is like a half roam, half utility setup. He just gives himself up for free. That wasn't the only time. Multiple times in the defense half, Snake's just giving up his butt cheeks for free. Now, this is a bigger issue. We've got, I want to direct your attention to their lineup. There's no catchers. And since Snake just jumped out his vigil, what is Valor supposed to do in this position? Technically, by all intents and purposes, Valor should get deleted here. And also, there was a bit of a time skip, all right? This was like an anime where they'd skip time. We skipped 2 minutes ahead. Gang Gaming did nothing for 2 minutes. Okay, they've got, let me run over here and tell you what they got. They have Ying. Can you see it? Can you see it? They have Ying. I don't even know what he threw his other 2 Candelas at, to be honest. Kool-Aid, I rock with Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid also has nice hair. But what are you doing? Ying this guy out and win the game. But instead, look what happens. Look what Valor gets away with here. And I know, and don't say, oh, he smoked. Smoke doesn't delay for 2 minutes. Snake gave up the round way early. He's playing an op that's relatively useless to the defensive hold, right? And look at the time still. Look at what they have. I will say the one thing West Garfield Park has going for them, they've got Goyo. Everything's on fire. And because they didn't have a Ying, and I guess no one's actually pushing like garage or anything, we can't see the entire picture. This is just a mess of an execute. And this is how Gaming starts off their attack half. Not very good. Play it and watch them burn. Watch their hopes and dreams of a major burn to a crisp. Okay, he plants in the middle of the room, but you know, unfortunately for him, Eddie has a C4. They've got all kinds of utility for denying the plant, I guess. No one garage. As you can see, no one in garage. Nobody. We're just standing in fire. We're not throwing our candelas. What are we doing? Who's the coach of this team? Is VBM? Fix it. Fix it going forward.
I told you guys that was going to be entertaining, and I was right.
I'm not laughing, bro. This is unacceptable. I mean, I had so many hikes. My expectations were like higher than Mirage or a PB for this GGG team, and they just. I mean, Bio's great. We just heard how great Bio is, but like, come on now, we can't go out sorry like that.
Well, let's look at the results for today. We'll bring it back to a bit of a serious note. So this is the, I guess, quote unquote, Jesse, upper bracket, although it's not upper as in they're better, just physically on our screen, it's the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's the left side of the bracket going forward. Of course, 2 teams knocked out. Beast Coast and WGP will be playing on Wednesday, and that is such a fun battle because it's like it's one half of reality TV versus the other half. Half of them got picked up by Beast Coast. Right, we saw Hats and Mr. B go that way, and then half of them with the Valor and Rice and Bio, right, taking the spot over and forming WGP. That will be a very fun game. But of course, there's still 2 quarterfinal games, and we'll get through them tomorrow. Sonic's Aerial Rise, and then Auction Parabellum. That last one particularly, 2 Pro League level teams. That would be very exciting.
I'm honestly super excited to see what West Garfield Park can pull out of their hat now. At this point, I think they've opened the door for themselves. It's wide open. But tomorrow, let's talk about these games. We've got the 2 matchups tomorrow that are huge. Sonics against AA, and then we've got OXG taking on Parabellum. What are your thoughts on these matches?
Well, I mean, if you watch the pre-show, I hinted at it. Aerial Rise is going to be playing with an injury. I mean, he went to Japan, literally. And I'm not going to leak who Aerial Rise has as their 5th for that game, but they still got a really strong core, so you can keep your eyes out on for it. And of course, OXG-PB, it's a grudge match. Skies and Laxing they can tee off on OXG in their weakest state. And the funny thing is, PB's like 2 and that PB roster is like 2 and 7 overall. Yeah. But they're in a position where they can make a major and they can do that. They can basically rekindle their honor. against their former team.
Now, Jesse, this bracket tomorrow is what we kind of dubbed as, this is the tougher bracket. This is the bracket of the group of death, per se, because of the amount of pro teams in it. Is it possible, albeit maybe even likely, that the team that comes out of this bracket is the team most likely to go on and take this?
I don't even know. I think West Garfield Park actually played so well today. Like, I really liked their takes. I think they're a formidable opponent to genuinely challenge for the major. I think Beast Coast have proven all stage that they're the Titans, but on paper, Sonic's OXG. Those are the squads that you anticipate to be kind of winning these things. CJ, I think there's upset potential from the teams that we saw today. But yeah, I mean, Sonics and Auction are going to be the threats. It's going to be a tough day for Aerial Rise with their injuries. It's going to be a tough day for Parabellum with their lack of success this stage. But we'll see. We'll see. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it was one heck of a day today, but we're not going to want to miss tomorrow as well. And of course, the rest of the LCQ, because then we have a big, big day on Wednesday. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. That's it for us this evening. We'll see everyone tomorrow.